If you are a developer looking for another project for your portfolio, then this is the perfect project for you. There's a full stack voting application that comes with a lot of features that you need in a full stack application. And we are going to use the MERN Stack, that is MongoDB, ExpressJS, React.js, and NodeJS to create this entire application. Now, some of the features that this application is going to have is a fully functioning authentication system. We are going to have a dark and a light theme functionality as well. We will make sure this is responsive. The whole application is responsive, and that means we are going to make sure it looks good on all devices, and a whole bunch of other features that we are going to explore as I walk you through the demo of this application and as we create the project as well. All right, of course, we are going to have the fully functioning election. There's actually a multi-election application. Okay, so you can have plenty elections on this same application, and we are actually going to deploy this and make it available on the internet once we are done creating the application locally. All right, so let me quickly walk you through the finished project. Okay, now to participate in the election, of course, you have to sign up, you have to register in the app to be able to vote in this election. So let's go ahead and register a user here. I'm going to call this person Jane Doe. So jane@gmail.com, that will be the email. Jane123 will be the password. And we have some checks. Okay, so if I go ahead and try to register, I get filling all fields. As you can see here, this confirm password isn't filled. So we have to make sure that it's filled. Okay, so I'm going to do Jane1234. Remember, this is Jane123. Okay, so these passwords do not match. Now, if I try to register, I get passwords do not match. And these are actually coming from the API, okay, the backend, which we'll get to. So, of course, we should make sure the passwords match. So now there's actually Jane123, same as the password itself. And now if I go to register, I am actually registered. Okay, so Jane Doe has been actually added to my database. All right, now if I try to log in here without entering anything as well, I get this filling all fields. So jane@gmail.com, that was the email, and Jane123 was the password. All right, so now let's log in, and so far we have 2 elections. Okay, 2 brand new elections, and as you can see, we have no votes for any of the elections, so meaning nobody has voted in this election yet. Okay, so Jane is the first person to be able to vote in any of these elections. So we have 2 elections so far, and yeah, as you can see, we have Harvard presidential elections 2024, and we have Legon SRC presidential elections 2024. Okay, this election has 4 candidates, and this also have 3 candidates. Okay, so let's vote in the Harvard presidential elections. Okay, so we are here and we can see the candidates. We can go ahead and vote for Vivian. Okay, and of course we are going to confirm our votes. Now if I cancel the votes and then come back to the results page, you can see we haven't voted. Okay, so nothing is showing. As you can see, although I selected Vivian to vote for, since I didn't confirm, we were not able to vote for Vivian. Okay, so let's enter the election again and actually vote for Vivian. So here I'm going to actually confirm this vote. All right, and I get thanks for your vote. Your vote is now added to your candidate's vote count. You will be redirected shortly to see the new results. And I've been automatically redirected back to the results page. And as you can see, Vivian now has 1 vote. Okay, and so far, since we are the only, or Jane is the only person who has voted, Vivian has 100% of the votes so far. All right, now one cool thing I added was if Vivian tries to vote again, of course, she shouldn't be able to vote in that same election. Okay, so we get, you are only permitted to vote once in the selected election. Please vote in another election or sign out. Okay, so we can go back to the results page and actually vote in another election. Okay, I hope that makes sense. All right, so let's actually vote in this Legon SRC presidential elections 2024. And here I'm actually going to vote for Jackson up here menu. Okay, so of course we confirm our votes, and yeah, thanks for your vote. Your vote is now added to your candidate's vote count. Okay, and automatically within a few seconds we will be automatically redirected back to the results page. And as you can see, we have one vote for Jackson. Okay, and of course if you try to vote in this particular election again, we won't be able to. Perfect. All right, now we wouldn't be able to, or Jane would not be able to add any elections. Okay, of course she can go ahead and view the details of each election. As you can see, once you click on the view, okay, if you're not an admin and you click on the view, you get the details of the election, the candidates and the voters in that particular election, and that's all you get, right? But if I go ahead and actually I'm going to log out here and sign in as achiever@gmail.com. The password is achiever123 and log in. This is actually the admin of this app. Okay, so Achiever has a lot more privileges. Achiever can go ahead and actually vote. Okay, Achiever can Achiever is a voter basically. And Achiever can also actually edit an election, add an election, add candidates in election, delete candidates, and actually delete the election as well. So Achiever has all the CRUD functionalities that come with apps like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually add a new election. Okay, I'm actually going to add a new election called let's do Stanford presidential elections 2024. And for the description, I'll just have something random here. I'm going to choose the Stanford flag. And actually, you know what, let me show you something real quick. If I show you the source code for this entire application, let's get to the server side. You can see in this uploads folder, we're actually saving the images here. Okay, now there is only a backup for the entire images that is uploaded to the app. Okay, but I'm actually pushing all the images to cloudinary, which is a cloud storage, and then we are getting a URL back from the response we get from cloudinary, and that is the URL for the images we use on the app. As we selected this flag 2, which is the Stanford app, you can see, or you are going to see shortly, that this is going to be uploaded in the uploads folder. Okay, so let me submit this and show you quickly. Of course, you can see that Stanford presidential elections 2024 has been added to the elections, right? But if we come here and I click this, wait a minute, flag 2, yeah, okay, so you can see that Stanford has been, or the Stanford flag has been added to the elections. Okay, which is really, really cool. So I'm actually getting all these images that you see in the app. I'm getting all of them from cloudinary, right? But I'm also saving them in the backend. Okay, I'm saving them in the project as well. So in case we have any issues with cloudinary in the future, you can just go ahead and upload all the images that you have in the uploads folder, and your images on your app is going to be restored. All right, so Stanford presidential elections 2024, of course, since NS Achiever is logged in and is the ultimate admin, he can go ahead and actually add candidates for this election. Okay, so let's actually add some candidates for this. And I'm just going to use some random names and all that. I'm going to choose this image, and that will be our first candidate. Of course, he's been added. And actually, you know what, I'm actually going to delete this candidate just so I show you something. Okay, now let's come back to the results page, and this is our election, the election we just created, right? So if I enter, I should see this person and I can actually vote for him or her. All right, so what I wanted to show you is if I come back and actually delete this candidate, if you come here, we don't have any candidates. for this election. Okay, so if we enter that election, or if you try to vote for any person in that election, we get inactive election. There is no candidate, or there are no candidates found for this election. Okay, so I think that is a really cool feature as well. Of course, you shouldn't be able to vote in an election that has no candidates. All right, so that is just something cool that I added. So let's come back and actually add some candidates to this selection, and I'm going to do Jack Ma, just some random stuff. I'll add Michael Jackson back. Okay, yep, I'll add somebody else as well. That's Ronaldo. And lastly, I'll add one more person. Let me get the image first. What's her name? Kim? Yeah. All right, so these are the candidates for this election. Okay, and if we come back to the results page, you can see that we have that. Okay, now actually, to show you how the calculation, the loading for the different election work, since an achiever hasn't voted in any of these elections, we can actually check that out. Okay, so I'm actually going to vote for this person, Majid Michel. Okay, we get thanks for your votes. Your vote is now added, blah, blah, blah. And we will be automatically redirected to the results page. And now we should have 50 for Vivian Gel and then 50% for Majid Michel. That's for the load, okay? Since we have one vote here, one vote there, okay? Now, if I try to enter, we get already voted. Now, let's go ahead and actually vote for this person here as well. You get thanks for your vote, blah blah blah. So that is it for this whole application. Really, that is it for the application. Of course, for the dark theme, this is how it is looking. This is how the application is going to look like. Okay, we can actually edit the elections. Let's say most popular people in the world today, and I'm going to choose a different image. Actually, I'll just choose that same image. Okay, and I update. Now we get most popular people in the world today. Okay, that is a new title for this election. I hope that makes sense. So I think that is it for the entire application. Of course, I may have missed a few things out. Of course, we can actually go ahead. For instance, if I come here, we can actually go ahead and delete the selection. Okay, and remember, everything is being stored in our database. We have a database here that I should show you. So let me refresh this cluster and then show you the database I have here for the entire application. Okay, that is it, voting up, and you can see we have candidates collection, election collection, and a voter selection collection, right? So far we have 2 voters. One is an admin, I think. Yeah, we have only 2 voters. You can see one is an admin, one is not. And we have the vote collections. Okay, which is the elections the person has voted in. We are going to have that relationship. It's almost going to be like a relational database. That's how we are going to link everything, or all the collections in the application. Okay, so this is going to be a very, very educative tutorial for you guys, and I hope you stay ready to learn more as we code along. Okay, so I can actually go ahead and delete the selection, and once I do that, every candidate in that election is going to be deleted as well. Okay, so if I go ahead and delete the selection, that election is deleted. If you come to the results page, we don't have that election again. Okay, Now let me show you how that's going to look on mobile devices. All right, so I'm just going to quickly sign up as a different user, John Doe. Come on, john@gmail.com. John. Of course, if I try to register an email that is already registered, for instance, if I try to register jane@gmail.com, remember we already have this, right? So if I try to sign that up, we get filling out first, of course. I'll do John123 for the passwords and try to register. We get email already exists. Okay, so that check is also in place. All right, now I'm going to do john@gmail.com. Now let's sign up, and we've been signed up. Of course, let's log in. john@gmail.com, john123, log in, and we can go ahead and actually vote. Since John hasn't voted in this election, he can go ahead and vote. I'm going to vote for Majid Michelle. I get the thanks for your votes, blah blah blah, and I'll be automatically redirected back to the results page. There we go. And as you can see, we have 2 votes for Majid Michelle. So 33% for Vivian and 66% for Majid. Now the Shatawali has 0%. Okay, so that is it basically. Of course, if I try to vote in this election, I get already voted. Okay, yeah, so basically that's it for this entire tutorial. And of course, we can check out the other pages that we have. And since John Doe is not an admin, he is not able to delete candidates, delete election, add candidates, add election, and all that. Okay, so this is what we are going to build in this tutorial, and I hope you are ready to learn something real. And so we have a lot to do. Let's get started. Let's go ahead and set up our hosting and domain name. And having used or having worked with many hosting providers, the one that I always recommend for everyone is Hostinger. Now in the description of this video, you are going to find a link that's probably the first link that's going to bring you to this page. And that's an affiliate link that's going to give you the best deal for your hosting purchase. Okay, so go ahead and then click that link. That's going to bring you to this page. And if you visit this page and the design is a little different, that's because it changes from time to time, right? So this Hostinger, let's go ahead and then check out some of the hosting web hosting packages that they have. And right here is their premium shared hosting. Okay, so for only $2.80 per month, you are going to have, or you are going to be able to host 100 websites. They give you 100 gigabytes of SSD storage, as you can see here, free weekly backups. They give you free domain name. How cool is that? For most of the hosting providers, you actually buy the domain name separately. Okay, here they give you a free domain name and a free email as well. So they give you a bunch of other stuff that are very cool and very helpful as well. Right, so this is a perfect deal for me. I'm going to go ahead and then click add to carts. And as I said, make sure you use the link in the description to get the best deal on Hostinger. All right, so this is very affordable. So I'm going to go ahead and then use the 48 months. Okay, and that's going to give me the best deal. And right here, I'm going to go ahead and then enter my email. Right, so that's my email. I'm going to use PayPal. As you can see, my total is $133. Okay, now I have a coupon for you. Okay, and this is the best coupon on Hostinger. Go ahead and enter the coupon code EGATOR. Okay, this right here, enter that and apply and see what you get. You get 10% discount. So that is a very cool deal, and this is a very reliable hosting. That is why I went ahead and then got you this very important deal. All right, so we are going to go ahead and submit our secure payment. All right, so after the payment, make sure you check out your email to finish up everything, confirm your email and all that. And right here, I'm going to go ahead and then log in. So right here, I just logged in, and I'm going to go ahead. As I said, they give you a free domain name, so you can go ahead and then claim the domain. Okay, which is really cool. On most platforms or with most hosting providers, you actually have to buy the domain name separately, which will cost you probably $10 or more, right? So the domain name I'm going to buy is dummy EGATOR, and I'm going to use the .com. Okay, so let me quickly check if that's actually available, and it is. Okay, so let's go ahead. As you can see here, that would cost me $14, but here they are giving it for me. They're giving it to me for free, which is really cool. Let's go ahead and then claim this domain name. Yeah, I forgot to mention, but they give us a free SSL as well. So let's go ahead and install that. Yep. And that's installing. And that's going to make sure every traffic on the website is secure. All right, so now let's proceed to work on the project. Now let's go ahead and create a folder for our application. And of course, we are going to work with the React side first, that's the client side. Later on, we're actually going to have another folder here called server, where it's going to have all the code for our backend, our Node Express API. Okay, but for now, let's work with the React. I'm going to open the client folder with my text editor, that's VS Code. And let me make this bigger so that you see everything. And if you have Node installed, you can just do npx create React app and then do dot to create a new React application in this directory. This should take a few seconds. Now that we have our React app installed, let's do npm start to start our app. And we have an issue with web vitals, but we are not even going to make use of that. So let's ignore that, and I'll come to the project and clean some things up. In the public folder, the only file I need is the HTML file. Okay, so I'm going to delete every other file. Okay, now let's enter the HTML file and clean some things up. I'm going to remove all the comments. And for the title, I'll say responsive multi-election voting application tutorial. Okay, that's my title. I'm going to remove this comment as well. And that's all we need for the HTML, or that's what we need to do here. And for the source folder, I'm going to remove the app CSS, the app test.js, the logo here, the report web vitals. I'm going to remove the setup test as well. Okay, so I'll delete all these files and I'll come to my app.js. I'll remove this import. I'll get rid of everything in here and just do h1 hello world. Now let's come to the CSS. I'll remove everything in here as well. Come to the index.js and I'll remove this report web vitals, clear this, remove strict mode. There's a cleanup I need. Okay, where is app.js? Of course, the logo has been deleted. So now we have hello world coming from the app.js. Okay, so this is the start of our application. Now let's go ahead and create the folders that we need in the source. We need an assets folder. Okay, and this is going to have some assets, some images that we are going to need for this application. These are just going to be placeholder images. So yeah, we will need pages folder, we will need components folder. We are going to use Redux, so we are going to need a store folder here, and I think that's it so far. Okay, so let's enter the pages folder and then start creating the pages that we need for the entire application. We are going to need candidates.jsx. I'll do RAFCE and then tab to get this. Let me actually make this a lot bigger. Yeah, to get this boilerplate. So that is for candidates.jsx. Now the RAFCE that I did was possible because of this ES7 Redux React Native whatever snippets, okay, extension. So make sure you have that, and you can also be doing those shortcuts. Okay, it's very handy. All right, now let's create the congrats page. So congrats.jsx, I'll do RFC here as well. Another page we need is the election details page, RAFCE, of course. Let's create another page called elections page. You'll need another page called error page. Okay, so in case someone enters a page that does not exist, that's where he or she lands. Okay, we will need a login page as well. So login.jsx. Of course, we will need a logout. We will need a register.jsx. That's where we register our voters, so that's where the voters sign up. And we will need results.jsx, RAFCE. And lastly, we are going to need a root layout folder. A root layout page. That's going to basically wrap around all the pages. Okay, you're going to understand that very soon. Root layout.jsx, RAFCE. All right, so that is the pages that we need for the entire application. We are going to get into some Redux stuff right away, just so we don't just so we have it down. Okay, but for now, I think the next thing we should work on is the routes to all these pages. Okay, so let's actually install React Router DOM for this. Is this too big? Yeah, I think so. So let's install, come on, clear this. So npm install React Router DOM. Okay, that is what we are going to use for our routing. And the routing is going to be done in the app.js. So let me use Control W to close all these files, just so we have a better view of what we are doing. Okay, so in the app.js right here, I'm going to have my routing for the entire application. I'll call this router. And of course, we are going to need create browser router from React Router DOM to do this. It takes in an array of the routes. The first route is going to be the path / and that should take us to the element of layout. Okay, so the layout page. I call that root layout, and that should actually be imported automatically. I don't know why that's not happening, but so let's bring in the root layout, and it's not important, so I'm going to manually do that. Root layout from pages setting root layout. This is going to be the root layout. This is a structure that I want to have in the root layout. Okay, so in the root layout, I'm actually going to have a fragment. Okay, and in the fragment, I'm going to have the navbar, which I don't have yet, and an outlet, which should come from React Router DOM. Okay, so basically, we are going to have the navbar on every single page that we are going to have here, except for the error page, which you are going to understand very shortly. So for every other page, we are going to have the navbar, and then the other things on that page, meaning the dynamic part of that page. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so that is why I'm making this part the root layout. Okay, so that we have that navbar on all other pages. meaning we should have a children here, children element here, which is going to take in an array of where the outlets are going to be. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now I'm going to have an error element here, which should take us to the error page. And so we should, of course, bring in the error page. Okay. Perfect. Of course, since I have the navbar here, I should go ahead and actually we don't have that, so let's create that first. Navbar.jsx rafce, and we should go ahead and import the navbar. Good. And I hope you are getting the picture. If you are new to React router, then I hope you are really understanding what I'm doing here. Okay, so for the children, we are going to have an index, and that's going to be true. And this index element is going to be the login page. Okay, and sadly we have to, of course, this should be inside an object. Sadly we have to import that manually, so I'll duplicate this and then bring in the login page. So that's for the login page. So when we go to the slash, basically when we go to the slash, we are going to be taken to the root layout, which has the navbar and the outlet. And in this case, the outlet in that slash is this index, okay, which is the login page. Okay, so to make this actually work, we should start testing this out right away. So to make this work, I have to bring in the router provider from React router DOM, and then pass in a prop of router and our router that we are working on, that we just created. Okay, the constant router here. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Right, so now we have the navbar and the login, since this is the home page or the slash page. I hope that makes sense. Right, and as you can see, we have the error page for any other page that isn't in that route. Okay, but for the slash page, that brings us to the login page. I hope you're getting me. So let's move on and have the rest of the routes. So for the register path, we get the register element, that's the register component. Oh, it just pisses me off that these are not importing, like, you know. So register. Next we have, let me actually duplicate this a few times. So register, we have results page, which will bring us to the results, or which should render the results component. We have elections page, which should render the elections component. We have elections/id, which should give us the election details component. We have elections ID and then candidates, which should render the candidates page. And lastly, okay, we have two more. I'll just duplicate this twice. We'll have the congrats page and the logouts page. Okay, so the congrats page should bring us to the congrats components, or should render the congrats components, and the logout is going to load the logout components. I hope that makes sense. All right, so of course we should make sure we bring in all these components. So we have register already. Let's do results. We have elections, candidates, what else? Election details, congrats, This should be election details. Congrats. And logout, I think that's the last one. All right, so if I save this and we come back, we should be able to go to the elections page. Of course, we have the Navbar and the elections. Now we have elections and then an ID. Now for this one, we have election ID and then candidates. So that brings us to the candidates page, of course. If you check the route, that's what is happening. So elections ID and then candidates brings you to the candidates page. But what I want to check is the elections and then the ID alone. Okay, and that should bring you to the election details, of course. All right, so all the routes are working now. Of course, if we put in a route that doesn't exist, we should be taken to the error page. Okay, so that is it for the routes so far, and I think we should actually work on the error page right away. So I'm going to create the error. We already have an error page, right? So yeah, let me quickly work on that error page. The error page is pretty simple. I'm going to have this in a section, and I'll give that a class of error page. Okay, let's have a div with a class of error page underscore container. Come on. Yep, like that. And in here, I'm going to have an image. Okay, now this image, of course, we should import it. It's going to be a GIF or a GIF, however you want to call it. And we are going to get that from the assets folder, and that's the for GIF or GIF. Okay, for the alt, I'll just do page not found. Below that image, let's have an h1, and I will say 404. And below the h1, I'm going to have a paragraph, and I will say this page does not exist. You will be, come on, you will be redirected home shortly. Now actually, let's redirect to the previous page shortly. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so if we are brought here to the error page or this 404 page, we want to redirect the user after a few seconds. Okay, so we are going to use set timeout for that. Come on, and say navigate to, of course, we are going to use navigate. So navigate to the previous page after a certain amount of time. Okay, and I'm going to do 6 seconds. So right after 6 seconds, navigate to the previous page that the user came from. And I'm going to leave a comment here. Redirect user to previous page after 6 seconds. Okay, now let's save this and try this out. Okay, so right after 6 seconds, we are going to be redirected back to where we came from. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now we don't have any styling, therefore we should go into our CSS and start working on our styling right away. Now if you can remember how the completed project looked like, this is not the font I used. Okay, so let's go ahead and get some really nice fonts. Yeah, fonts.google.com. I'll just go ahead and search Montserrat. That's the font I use mostly in my videos. So let's go ahead and get that font. And I'm going to grab, wait a minute. Yeah, I'm going to grab the import, that's the CSS. And what's inside the style, that's the opening and closing style tags. And that's what I'm going to copy. And I'll come back to my CSS file here, that's the index CSS, and I'll paste that. Okay, so Montserrat is what I'm going to use for this project. All right. Now, of course, you're not going to see any change in the application, and that's because we are not making use of it yet. Okay. So to make use of the font, I'll target the body and then say font family should be Montserrat. Come on. And a backup of sans serif. Okay, so now you can see we have a change. All right, but if you know me, you know I mostly use CSS variables. So we are going to use some root variables, okay, in the entire project. And CSS variables start with 2 dashes. And I'm going to call this color primary. And there's going to be an RGB of 15 for the red, 89 for the green, and then 193 for the blue. So that's my primary color. I'm going to have another variable here called color primary variant. I know there's not a CSS tutorial, but I just want to make sure I walk you through everything from start to finish. Okay, so if you are bored with the CSS, you can just skip on the CSS. Use the timestamp in the description to skip every CSS part. Now, I've been having some comments in some videos where people complain about me writing too much CSS and blah blah blah. I don't know how you want me to style the application without me writing any CSS. It doesn't make any sense. So if you are feeling bored, use the timestamps in the description or just click off the video. It's as simple as that. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to have some more variables, so I'm just going to paste that. I can't type them all out. So yeah, these are the variables we need for the entire application. Okay. All right, so let me walk you through quickly. We have the colors. We have color gray 0, which is white, and it comes down to color gray 900, which is pure black. Okay, we have color danger, which is kind of red. We have this reddish color for color danger. We have color success. We have some variables for our radius. Okay, so border radius, we are going to use these variables. And just to have a consistent look for the elements that we are going to have on the pages. Okay, so for instance, the reason for variables, of course, if I want to change the color, for instance, the color primary for all elements that has that color, then I can just change the color right here, and every element using that variable is going to be updated. I hope that makes sense. All right, so that's for our variables. Now I'm going to go ahead and zero out some things on our page. Okay, so if I had a lot of elements on the page right now, you will see some elements would have some borders, some would have backgrounds, you know, gray backgrounds, some would have bullets. For instance, an added list have bullets. Links automatically or by default have underlines and all that. So to have a clean slate for all the elements, I'm going to target every element on the page and then zero some properties out. Okay, so I'm going to zero out every margin for any element. Every pattern is going to be 0. List style is going to be none. I'm going to do text decoration to be none as well. I'm going to set border to be 0 and then box sizing of border box. Okay, and that's all I need. That's all I need right now. List style none. Good. All right, so now we are good to go. Now let's go ahead and have some general classes, okay, and some general styles before we start working on the elements on the page. Okay, let's work on some. And so I'll get back to the body and actually have a font size of 0.9 rem. And rem is a very responsive unit, so get used to rems. I'm going to make use of rems, viewport height, viewport width, and you'll not see me use pixels. Okay, pixels are not very friendly when it comes to building responsive designs. Okay, so for the background, I'm going to do a little gray, so it's going to be a little bit gray. So color gray 100, that should be the background. Perfect. And the color, the text color is going to be color gray 700. Okay, now I'm going to say line height should be 1.6. That's all we need for the body. Now let's proceed and grab a general container class. Okay, now for any element with a general container class, or this class is going to have of the variable container with LG, that is for large, and a margin inline of auto. Okay, so it's going to have this width right here, which is 80%, and it's going to be centered horizontally or on the x-axis. All right, let's move on. And every heading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 is going to have a line height of 1.1. They are going to have a color of the darkest color, that's color gray 900. The text transform is going to be uppercase. They are all going to be uppercase, and the font weight is also going to be 800. Okay, now we don't have any H1s to H6 on the screen, so you really can't see the difference, but they are going to, the styles are going to kick in once we start having those elements. Okay, now let's target each of them individually and change the font size. So for H1, the font size is going to be 1.6 rem. For H2, the font size is going to be 1.3. H3, the font size is going to be 1.1. H4, the font size is going to be 0.9. H5 is going to be 0.75. Okay, so that's going to be H5. And H6 is going to be 0.6. Okay, that is H6. Good. Now let's target every link and give that a font size of 0.8 rem. Now let's target every image and give them a display of block, a width of 100%, same as the height, and an object fit of cover. Okay, for every button we are going to have a cursor of pointer, of course. Now many buttons are going to have a class of btn, and so let's have a width of fit content for any button with a class of btn. The background is going to be color gray 100. The color is going to be color gray 900. The font weight is going to be 600. The padding is going to be 1 rem for the top and bottom, and then 2 rem for the left and right. The text align is going to be center, of course, and I'm going to give it a border radius of the radius 1. Okay, I think that's 0.4 rem if we check from the variables here. Radius 1 is 0.4 rem, so that's for the border radius. And lastly, I'm going to have a hover effect, so let's give it a transition of the variable transition. Okay, that's all properties. 300 milliseconds of duration, and an ease for the timing function. Okay, all right, now some btn classes are also going to have some additional classes. Okay, so if any button has an additional class of color primary, let's give it a background of color primary. Okay, and the text color is going to be white. Now btn with any other class of danger should have a background of color danger and a text color of white. For any btn with an additional class of sm, that is small, I'm going to reduce the padding. So for the top and bottom is going to be 0.5, for the left and right 1.2. And if a btn has a full class, we give it a width of 100% instead of the fit content we had earlier. And on hover, we give every button a background of color gray 900 and a color of color gray 0. Okay, so That is it for the general styles that we need for the entire application. And now we can actually move on to style the error page that we have. Okay, let me make this very obvious. Good. So let's style the error page. All right, so we gave that section a class of error page, and so let's display grid just so we can place items to the center, and I'll put the direct child right in the middle. Of course, we should go to the error page, and because of that timeout, we will be redirected back. So I'm going to comment this out for now. Okay, and we'll go to the error page. Perfect. So as you can see, we have this in the middle. Now, of course, let's get back here. Let's go on, and I'll give our section a height of 100 viewport height and a width of 100 viewport width. That means the entire window of the browser. Okay, now let's give it a background of color gray 0 so that we blend in with the background of the image. Okay, so if I save this, now it seems like it's seamless. Basically, it's seamless. Perfect. Okay, so let's get the error page container, that's the direct child, and give it a width of 30 rem and text align to the center as well. Okay, that's what we have. Now let's get the h1 and increase it a little bit, and that's all we need to do here. That's the last thing I want to do here. Font size of, let's say, 4 rem should be good. Okay, so basically this is our error page, which is not too bad. So now I'll uncomment this and save, and now we come to our error page. We have this animation playing, and after a few seconds we are redirected back to the previous page that we came from. Okay, so that is it for the error page. I'm going to close that out, and looking at things, I think we should move on to the navbar. Okay, we should work on the navbar. It should be pretty straightforward. I'm going to have this in a nav tag. Okay, direct chart of that is going to be a div with a class of the general container class that we had, and a more specific class of nav container. Now let's have a link, and that should come from React router DOM. Okay, and this should go to the home page. That's the login page, if you can remember. And let's give this a class name of nav __ logo. Okay, now this link is going to say EGATOR or EGATOR, however you want to pronounce it. All right, now below this link we are going to have a div and a menu. Okay, now the menu is going to have some links, and we are, instead of the link tag, we are actually going to use the nav link, and this first one is going to go to the elections page, and this should say elections. I'll duplicate this twice. This will be going to the results page, and lastly we'll have the logout. Okay, now below the menu we are going to have two buttons. One will be for the icon to change the theme, and another will be for when we are on mobile screens, we want to have a toggle for a navbar. Okay, so let's have a button and give this a class of theme toggle btn. And so to get an icon, of course we are going to install React icons, and while that is installing, let's check out the icon that we want to get. So you can come to this website and then search for bars, and grab whatever icon that you want, but I am going to use the one that I have in the finished project. So I'll just come here. So let me paste the icons that I need for this component, and the first one will be the moon. Okay, that is this one, and I'll duplicate this, and that will be for the bar. So for now, this is all we need for the navbar. Let's go back into the CSS and actually have some styles for this. I'll make sure it actually looks good. So I have some space at the top and then navbar. Okay. Now, if you are hearing so much noise in the background, I'm not in the most quiet neighborhood, so please pardon me for that. So for the navbar, let's get I just want to make sure you are seeing all that is happening on the screen. Okay, so let's get the nav tag and change the background to be color primary. Okay, let's display grid just so we can place items to the center and give it a height of 3 rem. I'll position it fixed and give it a top of 0. So it should be 0 from the top and 0 from the left as well. Now I'll give it a width of 100 viewport width and a z index of 1. Okay, so that it sits on top of everything on the screen. Now if we save, this is what we have. Of course, I should change the color of the text inside of that. So let's get the nav container. Come on. And everything inside of it is going to be color white. Okay, now everything is visible. And so I'm going to grab the nav container again and display flex. If I save, I should see what we have so far. I'll align items to the center and then justify content to be spaced between. Let's get the nav container and then the div inside of it. I'm going to display flex for that as well. Align items to the center and have a gap of 4 rem. Now I'll get the logo, nav logo. Remember that's the class we gave to that link. I'll change the font size to be 1.2 rem. This is what we are starting, right? And also I'll change the font weight to be, let's do 700. Okay, so that's bold enough. Now I'm going to target the I'll get the toggle, okay, the nav toggle btn. That is this right here, the bars. Now did I give it a class? Let's see. Okay, that should be nav toggle btn, right? So nav toggle btn, I'll give it a background of transparent and a font size of 1.5 rem. Actually I'll do 1.8 rem. If I save, that's what we have, but on large screens like this we don't need it, so I'm going to display it to be none. We are going to bring it back when we get to small screens. Okay, now let's target the nav container and every link inside of it. On hover of any link, I want the color to change a little bit, so it should be color primary variant. Good. So now if we hover, we get that. Of course we should have a transition on that. So you know what, let me just grab that and put a transition on the links. I'm going to use the variable transition that we have up top. Let's target the container menu. So nav container and the menu inside of it, which are the links that we have here. Let's target them and display them to be flex, of course, align items to the center and give a gap of 4 rem between them. Now I'm going to target the nav theme toggle and give it a background of transparent, font size of 1.5 rem, and I'll display that to be flex and give it a transition as well of the variable transition. Okay, now it's actually theme toggle btn theme. Yeah, that's what I gave it, btn. Okay, so that's what we have. Perfect. All right, now I actually want to have a hover effect on that as well. So on hover, I want to change the opacity to 0.75. Okay, perfect. So that's all for the navbar. You can see it's looking really good. All right, so that's all for the navbar. Now let's move on to actually make this responsive. Okay, I'm going to make sure this navbar is responsive. I'm going to grab this comments and bring it down here. This is going to be media queries. Perfect. All right, so at media screen and max width of 600 pixels. So any screen or any window below this 600 pixels should have these styles. Okay, basically that's what I'm saying here. Now in the general container class, I'm going to change the width to be container width SM, which is also a variable up top. Okay, now let's focus on the navbar. I'll give the nav a height of 4 rem here. Remember it was previously 3 rem, but here I'm changing it, I'm increasing it to 4 rem. Now let's get the nav container and the div inside of it. So I'm going to reduce the gap to be 3 rem as well. And I'll get the nav toggle btn. Okay, here I need it. That's what I'm going to use to actually toggle the nav menu. So I'm going to display it to be inline block. All right, you're not seeing it right now, but give me a second. Now I'm going to target the nav container menu. Okay, the menu inside the nav container and give it a position of fixed. Okay, now from the top is going to be 4 rem, just so it sits right below the navbar. From the right is going to be 0. The flex direction here is going to be column. Remember, it's already displayed flex, so here we are just changing the flex direction, and the gap is going to be 0 as well. I'm going to give it a rate of 12 rem. Now it's here, but it's not so visible, so let me actually give it a I'll not give it a background. Let's just move forward and target the links inside of it. So now container menu and then the links inside of that. I'm going to give them a background of color gray 0, so white. The text color is going to be color gray 900. I'm going to give them a border bottom of 1 pixel solid color gray 200. Okay, that's what we have so far. Let's give them a width of 100% and we display grid. Okay, just so I can place items to the center, because if I don't do that and I give it a height, just see what happens. If I give it a height of 4 rem, okay, right now they are placed right in the center, that's vertically and horizontally. But if I remove this display grid and place items, look at where they are. Okay, so that's why I want them to be right in the middle. All right, now I'm going to have a box shadow for them. So I will say box shadow of -2 rem for the x-axis, 4 rem for the y-axis, 2 rem for the blur, and an RGBA of 0, 0, 0, and 0.1. So black with 10% alpha, right? So we have a box shadow. And that's all we need for this. Okay, that's all we need for this navbar. And even actually for the error page, let's see whether we should have any change. Okay, so for the error page, I'm going to target that. I'm going to target the container and give it a width of 100% on small screens. Okay, so I'll try that again. I'll check the error page, and now the error page looks good on mobile as well. All right, perfect. So now let's actually make sure we can click this to toggle this on and off. Okay, all right, so we have to get back to our navbar, and you know this is going to be easily achieved with state. So I'm going to say show nav, or you can call it a snap showing, whatever you want, and set show nav. Okay, and that's going to be use state, and initially it's going to be false. Initially we are not going to show it. Okay, so down here, right here, that's the menu we want to toggle, right? So I'm going to say if show nav is true, then I want to show this menu. If it is false, then I don't want to show it. Okay, so now if I go ahead and then change this to true, then it's going to show. But if it is false, then it's going to be hidden. Okay, and we need to use this button to actually toggle it. So I'm going to have an on click prop on this button and just set show nav to be the opposite of the show nav state. Okay, so for now we have, as you can see, we have that toggle. Okay, now if it is showing, I want to actually change this icon. Okay, so if let's come in here and enter JavaScript mode, and if show nav is true, then I want to have the close, which is this right here. That's the AI outline close. That's what I want to have. But if it is false, then I want to have the bar that we had earlier. Okay, so now this is the toggle that we have. Okay, perfect. All right, now one thing I want to do is if I show the nav and click to go to a different page, I want to be able to close the nav. Okay, so for instance, I want to go to the results page and I click. I'm currently on the results page, but the menu is still showing. I don't want that. Okay, so we should actually close it once we click on any of the links in the menu. So let me have a function here called close nav menu. Of course, it's going to be an arrow function, and here I'll check if we are on a mobile device. So window.inner width, we want to make sure it is less than 600 pixels. Okay, if so, then I want to set show nav to be false. Otherwise, we are on a big screen and I don't want the menu to vanish. Okay, so set show nav to be true. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so now we should make sure we have on click prop on all of the links that we have here. So when we click on it, we want to call the close nav menu. I hope that makes sense. So I'll add this on click. I'll just copy this on click and then add it to the two remaining nav links. All right, so right now if I go to the elections page, it closes, but we are on the elections page. Of course, if I come to the results page, it brings me to the results page and then the menu closes. Okay, so this is what I want. All right, now before we leave this navbar, I want to make sure the dark and light theme functionality also works. Okay, So of course, you are going to use a state for this, and I'll call this dark theme. Set dark theme, and initially, actually, we are going to make sure this persists to the local storage. So I'm going to right away get the dark theme or the theme from the local storage. Okay, so I'm going to say local storage dot get item, and I'm going to call this voting app theme. Okay, so if we get anything back, then we know it is true. Okay, but if we don't get anything back, then this is actually false. All right, so let me actually leave a comment here. Okay, good. Let me have a function here called change theme handler. Okay, now if local storage dot get item the voting app theme, if it is equal to dark, then we want to say local storage dot set item to be, come on, what is happening? So if it is dark, then we are going to change it to be the opposite and then make it empty. Okay, if it is empty, then we are going to basically, I'll just duplicate this and bring it down here. So if it is empty, then I'm going to go ahead and then change it to dark. And right after that, I'm going to go ahead and then set dark theme to be local storage dot get item and voting app theme. Okay, all right, now I'm actually going to leave a comment here, function to change toggle theme. Right, now to actually make this happen, we have to add an on-click prop to this and then have our change theme handler in here. Okay, so for this to actually work, once the page loads, okay, remember this navbar is on all the pages so far. So once the page loads, I want to use this use effect to actually put the class on the body. Okay, so that theme is going to be on the only dependency here, and I'll say document dot body dot class name should be equal to local storage dot get item and then voting app theme, and yeah, perfect. So once we load the page, the body is going to have a class. Okay, so if it is an empty class, then we know we are on light theme, or the theme is going to be light. And if the class is dark, as you can see here, we are getting that. If the class is dark, then we are going to have a dark theme. And for this to actually work, we have to have a class of dark here in the CSS. Okay, so let's have right before the body, I'm going to have a class of dark and then have all these variables in here. So if the body has a class of dark, instead of using the CSS root variables, the project or the whole application is actually going to use. So basically what's happening here is we are just changing the lighter colors to be dark colors and then the darker colors to be the lighter colors. So color grade 900 initially for the root variables was actually black, but here we are switching it or changing it to be the white color, and the black color here was actually white, but here we are changing it to the black color. I hope that makes sense. All right, so if I show save this and then come here, you can see we can actually now toggle, and I think we have an issue. So let's get back here. Okay, class name, get item, putting up theme. Okay, if I should save this and then come back, we should actually be able to toggle our theme. Okay, and this should actually persist to the local storage. As you can see, if you come back to the page, the old theme that you chose is what's going to be here, or what's going to persist. All right, now if we click and it is a dark theme, it should show the sun icon. Okay, so here, right in here, instead of always making it the moon, I'm actually going to check if it is dark theme. If it is dark theme, then I'm going to show the sun. Okay, so that is IOM sunny. That's the icon that I want to use. But if it is light, then we are going to show wait a minute. Perfect. All right, so of course I should remove this. Okay, so now this is what we have. Okay, so now it is light, and if you check the application local storage, you can see that we have voting up theme. Right now it is light, so meaning it's just like this. Let me show you real quick. Even with the initial local storage that we are getting, you can go ahead and actually do or an empty class. Okay, so it can be an empty class, and as you can see, that's why we don't have anything here. Or if we change it to the dark theme, then we have a class of dark. And if you check the body, when you come to elements and then you check the body, you can see that the class is actually being toggled here. So if I switch to light, you can see there is an empty class. But if I switch to dark, there is actually a class of dark. And that class is what we are having here in the CSS that has the opposite of the colors that we have in the root variables. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so that is it for the theme functionality as well, and we are completely done with the Navbar. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually work on the next page. I think that will be the register page. So let's get into the register page right here. The register page should be pretty straightforward as well. So let's have a section with a class of register. Perfect. I'm going to have the general container class and a register container class. Now I'll have an h2 that says sign up, and below that I'm going to have my form. Okay, I don't need an action. You're not going to need any action here. Okay, so inside the form, I'm actually going to have a paragraph and give that a class of form __ error message. And in that error message, I'll say any error from the backend. Okay, so we are going to send, in case the person is signing up and maybe he has incorrect input or anything, we send a feedback, an error feedback from the backend. Okay, now let's have an input, and it's going to be a text input. So I'll give it a name, a full name, so the full name of the person signing up. I'll give it a placeholder of full name. I'll give it an autocomplete of true and an autofocus. Okay, autofocus of true as well. So you can just do autofocus, right? And the autofocus is only going to be for this first input. Now the rest of the inputs are not going to have that, of course. There's going to say email address, email, and the type is going to be email. Okay, I'll duplicate this 2 more times. This will be password. I'll have to select this as well. So password, come on, I don't have to capitalize that. Now the placeholder will say password, and autocomplete true. This will be confirm password, and I'll say password 2 for the name. Okay, now lastly I'll have a button. I think before the button I should have a paragraph and ask if already have an account. If so, then I'll have a link tag from React Router DOM that will take you to the slash, which is the login page, since you already have an account, right? And I'll say sign in. All right, I hope that makes sense. And below that I'll have below that I'll have a button with a class of btn and another class of primary, and this should actually be a submit button. Okay, so a type of submit, and this will say register. Okay, now this is all we need for our register. Okay, so now let's see what we have from this page. So let's go to register, and not too bad, I guess. This is what we have. So let's go ahead and actually, of course, I'm going to exit the small screen here. Let's go ahead and wait a minute. Did I have any error in the navbar since the menu isn't showing? Okay, so if window.inner width is less than 600 pixels, okay, you know what, this shouldn't be forced automatically. Okay, we should check if, just like we did here, if it is true then false, otherwise it's true. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So now if we come, we should see it, but if we go to this, we shouldn't see it right away. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so let's go ahead and style this register page. Let's go to the index CSS, and of course I'm going to grab a comment, come way down here. No, this should be, the media query is always going to be at the bottom of the code, so I'll have to put this right here, register, and yeah, and put this side by side so that you see what's happening. All right, remember we had a class of register on that section, and so we are going to display that to be a grid and place items to the center, just so the direct child is right in the middle of the page. Okay, so therefore I'm going to give it a height of 100 viewport height. Okay, we have that. Now let's get the container. So register container, yeah, I'm going to give it a width of 35 rem, a background of color gray 0, and a padding of 3 rem. Padding, oh god. Also I'll give it a border radius of radius 5. That's, I think, 2 rem. Okay, so that's what we have. Perfect. Now let's get the, why is there too much space here? Let's get the form. So register and then the form inside of it. I'm going to display that to be flex. The flex direction is going to be column, of course, and the gap is going to be 1.5 rem. Okay, now let's target each input. So register form, and then the inputs inside of it. I'll give them a padding of 0.7 rem and the background color of color gray 100 and a border radius of radius 1 and the color, that's a text color of color gray 900. All right, so we save this and this is what we have. Not too bad. Now let's move on and actually get the this link. I'm going to get that. So register form and the paragraph with an anchor tag. I'm going to, or the anchor tag in the paragraph, I'm going to get that and give it a color primary and a font weight of 500. Okay, that's not too bad. And also I'm going to get the error message. Okay, so this right here is the error message. So form error message. The background is going to be danger, color danger, and the text color is going to be color gray 0, which is the white color. Okay, now let me actually give it some padding. And so padding of 0.6 rem, 1.5, and a border radius of radius 1. Okay, so if I save, this is what we have. Actually, I think I have to give some space at the top here. So I think I'll target the H2 right here. So register container and then the H2 margin bottom of 2 rem and a text color of the color primary. Okay, so color primary. Okay, so I save, and this is what we have. Perfect. All right, so that is all for the styling. Now I'm going to actually come back to the register page and have a controlled input. Okay, all these inputs are going to be controlled. So let's have a state here, and I'm actually going to call this user data. Okay, so const user data, set user data, use state, and initially it's going to be a full name of empty, email is going to be empty as well, password empty, and then password 2 is also going to be empty. So initially this the objects that we are going to have, but then I'm going to have a function here called change input handler. Of course, this takes in the event, and we will say set user data. I'll get the previous state and I'll return a new object. So I'm going to go ahead and spread the previous state and the event target name. I'll get that and match it to the event target value. Okay, so let me actually have a comment here, function to change our controlled input and move this out. All right, so for every input I'm going to have that and say on change I'll just have the change input handler. Okay, so I'll just copy this, and that'll be for the email as well, the password and the confirm password. Okay, so if I should go ahead and actually log the console.log, of course, I'm going to log the user data in the console just so you see what is happening. I'll open the console, and if I start typing, you can see that we have something in the full name, and if I go ahead and type something in the password as well, you can see the full name has what it had earlier, and then the password is being updated. Okay, so that is it. Now we are completely done with the register page, and this is going to be very similar to the login page as well. So actually I'm just going to copy everything from here, Control A, Control C, and then paste that inside of the login page. Of course, this is going to say login and to login. Okay, we'll say sign in here. And for the classes, since we want the same styles, we are going to leave the classes as it is already, or I'll say don't have an account. If you don't, then go to the register page. I hope that makes sense. And this will say sign up. Wait a minute. The register should say sign up. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's it. So this should say sign up. Now this should say login. And of course, we don't need this many inputs. We only need the email and the password. So the password too should be gone as well. And yeah, I think that's it. Okay, I'll remove this console. I'll take it out of here as well. We don't need that. And so that is it for the login page as well. Now let's check that out. So I'll go to the login, and this looks perfect. All right, so that is it for this the register and the login pages. Now let's see how this looks on mobile devices. This looks pretty good, but I just think on mobile devices the pattern on the left and right should be small. So I'll come down here and get the register container and make the pattern. For the top and bottom, I'm going to keep it at 3 rem, but for the left and right, I'll make it about 1.5 rem. Okay, so now we have that. Perfect. Okay, so that is it for the login and register pages. We should move on to the next page, which I think should be the results page. Okay, so I'm going to close the login and the register pages, and then bring you to the results page. Because we don't have anything coming from the database, we are going to have to use some dummy, content. Okay, so in our source, I'm going to create a file called data.js, and I'm going to paste some stuff in here. Hello guys, this is me from the future, and I want to walk you through this data.js file here. And the reason why I'm making another video is because I had some names and titles here that I don't want to show. All right, so we have this selection array which is being exported. There's a named exports, and you can see it's an array with objects. Now for each object in that array, or in this array, we have an ID. In this case, that is E1. We have a title, description, thumbnail, which is coming from the inputs that we have up top. We have candidates, which is an array, and we have voters, okay, which is an array as well. Now we are going to have a relationship between each election and the candidates that we register to that election. Okay, so in the backend, we're actually going to make sure this relationship actually exists. Same with the voters. So for every voter, we're actually going to link that voter to the election that the person voted in, okay, or for the elections that that person voted in. Right, so that is for election 1. We have election 2 with an ID of E2, a title, description, thumbnail, and candidates and voters as well. We have election 3 as well there, as you can see. Now we have candidates array here, down here, as you can see. And for each candidate, we have ID, full name, image of the candidate, which is being imported up top, as you can see. For now, we are dealing with static data, but once we have the database working, the API, and we connect to the database and all that, we're actually going to fetch data from the database. But for now, since we are focusing mainly on the front end, we are going to use these dummy arrays for now. Okay, so for the candidates, we have objects, and for each object we have the ID, full name, image, motto, vote count, that is a total vote for that particular candidate, and then the election ID, Okay, so the election this candidate has been registered to. I hope that makes sense. So you could actually make this election ID, but I just worked with this name throughout the video, so we are just going to keep this in mind. So this is actually the election ID that the candidate was registered to. I hope that makes sense. So we have a few more candidates here, and the last array is the voters array. So for each voter, we have the ID of the voter, full name, email, password, is admin, and then the voted elections. So the elections the voter has actually participated in. I hope that makes sense. So for some voters, they've actually voted in 2 elections. So there's the election 2 and the election 1, as you can see here. And for some voters, they've not even voted in any election at all. So these are the arrays, the dummy arrays that we are going to work with in this front end, just so we have something on the screens and something to style for the pages that we have so far. And later on, right after we have the backend, we are actually going to be able to actually save something in the database, fetch something, update and delete, and perform all the CRUD functionalities. All right, so that's it, and let's move on to the results page. And this should be pretty straightforward as well. Let's have a section and give it a class of results. Okay, inside that we are going to have our general container class and a class of results underscore container. Okay, now I'm going to have a state here, so use state of course, and I'm going to bring in the dummy elections that I have in the data. Okay, I'm going to call that dummy elections, and that's what I'm going to pass in this state. I hope that makes sense. All right, so in here we are actually going to look through this elections plural. I'm going to look through this elections array that I have here. So I'll say elections map, and for each iteration I'm going to call it election, and we're actually going to return a component called result election. Okay, now we should of course create that in a components folder, result election .jsx rfce. Perfect. So here of course make sure you import that. I'm going to give this a key just so React doesn't scream on us, and I'm going to spread everything in the object. Okay, for each iteration, know that we are dealing with an object, so here I'm just spreading all the things in that object, all the elements, okay, all the key value pairs, you get it. All right, so now let's get into the result selection and actually work on this. So let's have an article tag with a class of result singular, and I'll have a header here with a class of result header image. I'll have a header here with a class of result header singular. In there we are going to have an h4 that will have the title of the election. Now of course we should go ahead and bring in the stuff that we need. We need an ID, a thumbnail, and then the title of the election. Okay, so we have the title here. Below the h4 we are going to have a div with a class of result header image, and that's going to be an image of course, and that should be the thumbnail. Okay, now for the odds you can just put in the title of the election. Right, now below that image we are going to have an unordered list. I'll call that results list, and in here we are actually going to map through candidates of this particular election. Okay, and of course we should go ahead to actually get the candidates that belong to this election. Okay, so let me say get candidates that belong to this selection iteration. Okay, so let's have a function here called election candidates. I'll just go ahead and bring in the candidates array from the data, and I'll say candidates dot filter any candidate. So basically we want to get back any candidate that has an ID. Okay, that let me go back and show you. Okay, so for each candidate we have the election key. Okay, so if that candidate has an ID of the election that we are iterating in, then we should return that candidate. I hope that makes sense, right? So the candidate has an election ID, and that's what we are using to make sure that candidate belongs to this iteration of election or not. All right, so I will say candidate dot election should be equal to the ID that we have here, the election ID. So if there is a match, then we are returning that candidate into this new array that we are getting. Okay, so right here, that's where we are going to map through the election candidates, and for each iteration I'll just call it candidates here, and I'm going to actually return candidate rating component. Okay, I'll give it a key of candidate ID, and let me actually close this. I'm going to go ahead and actually spread the candidate object. Okay, now there's one prop that I want to add before we actually proceed, although it's not going to give us an accurate result. Once we have the backend, it's going to make sure that's actually correct. Okay, and that's the total votes. So I'll say set total votes, of course use state, and for now I'm just going to enter a dummy value. Okay, and the reason why I want to have this is because I want to have all the structure down. Total votes. Okay, now you are going to understand this when we finish the backend. Okay, but for now we are just going to make use of this dummy figure, which is not going to give us accurate results, but just something to work with for now. Okay, all right, so of course we should have the candidate rating component as well. So candidate rating.jsx RAFCE, and in here we should have the full name of the candidate, the image, the vote count, and then the total vote prop that we added. Okay, we are bringing these in. All right, now let's have an li here, and I'm actually going to give this a class of result candidate singular, and I'll have a div of result candidate image. So this will have the image of the candidate here, and that's the image we are getting. Of course, you can go ahead for alt, you can have the full name of the candidate. Below the image, you are going to have a div with a class of result candidate info, and in here let's have an age 5 with a full name of the candidate. Below the age 5, we are going to have a small tag, and for this I'm not going to give it any class, but let's enter JavaScript mode here, and I'm going to use the backticks, and here I'm going to print out the vote count. And you know, if we have only one vote, then we want to say one vote singular, right? But if there are more votes, then we want to say 2 votes, 3 votes plural. I hope that makes sense. So we are going to check if the vote is actually, let me check that right here. So if vote count is equal to 1, then we want to say vote. Okay, if not, then we want to say votes plural. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so that's it for this part. And let's have, I'm actually going to go below this div, and I'm going to have another div called result singular result candidate rating, and I'll have another class result candidate loader. So I'll have a span in here. This span is going to have a style. We are going to have the rate to be dynamic. I'll first check if the vote count is greater than 0. If so, then vote count divided by total votes. Okay, and then I'll multiply that by 100. Otherwise, then 0. And then I'll have the percentage sign. Okay, I think we have a problem. Of course, it should be a question mark. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So if the vote count is 0, then I just want to print out 0% without any calculation, basically without having the rate change. Okay, but if the vote count is more than 0, then I want to calculate using the total votes that we have so far in that particular election to change the width of the span. Okay, you are going to understand that very soon, but let's move on. And right after this div, I'm going to have another small tag right here. I'm going to enter JavaScript mode, and almost what I did here is what I'm going to do here as well. So I'm going to copy everything in here and then paste it. Okay, so yeah, perfect. Now for this, I actually want to set this to be 2 decimal places. Okay, so to fixed 2. All right, and I think that is it. Okay, so that is it for our results page. I hope you guys were following, because this was a little bit tricky. And as I said, this total votes is hard coded. As you can see here, it's actually hard coded. So the width of the span is not going to make a lot of sense. It's not going to be really accurate to represent the data coming in from the elections. But once we start getting something real from the database, you're actually going to see that this is actually accurate. Okay, all right, so let's get back here, and result election is not defined. Oh, sorry, candidate rating. Oh, we should make sure that's actually imported. Okay, so import candidate rating. Good. All right, result element is not defined. Line 11. Results line 11, elections, and I said what element? Really? Yeah, that's where the problem is. Election. Great. All right, so let's get a section with a class of results, plural, margin of 5, rem for the top and bottom, and a 0 for the left and right. I'll get the container, that's results underscore container, and then display that to be on. I'll display that to be flex, and the flex direction is going to be column. Okay, now I'll get the result, which is singular, and give it a background of color gray 0 and border radius of radius 4. Okay, I'll also give it a margin bottom of 1.5 rem, and I'll set overflow to be hidden and display flex. The flex direction is going to be column. All right, now okay, things are happening, but let's just results container. Really, wait a minute. You know what? Now I'm going to go ahead and grab the result header, okay, that has a flag for each election. So let's go ahead and display that to be flex. And if I save, then it should be happening on the screen. Perfect. And I'll align items to the center, justify content to be space between. I'll have a background of color gray 100, a border. I'll set a border of 0.5 rem solid, and then give it a color gray 0. Now border radius of 1.5 rem for the top left, 1.5 for the top right, 0.0 for the bottom left and right. Okay, so this is what we have so far. Not too bad, I guess. But then let's get the... Wait, did I make any mistake? Give me a second. All right, I'm going to go back here, and of course these should not be in the header. Okay, yeah, that was my bad. I'll just save this, and yeah, looking good so far. All right, now let's get back to the CSS, and let's get the header or the result header image. That's a flag for the election. Okay, so let's give that a width of 3 rem. Perfect. Aspect ratio of 1:1, so the height and the width are going to be 3 rem. I'll set overflow to be hidden. I'll make it a circle, so border radius of 50%, and I'll give it a margin of 1.5 rem. All right, so we save this, and this is what we have for the header. Now let's move on, and I'm going to target this h4, so result header, and then the h4 inside of it. I'm going to give it a padding of 1.5 rem, just so to have it further from the border. Okay, now let's get the result list, which is the unadded list that has the individual candidates, and we are going to display it to be flex. Of course, the flex direction is going to be column. The gap is going to be gap of 1.5 rem, padding of 2 rem, and padding top of 1 rem. Okay, all right, now let's target the result candidate and display that to be flex as well. Align items to the center and have a gap of 2 rem. Okay, now let's target the images. So the result candidate image, and give it a height of 3.5 rem. Okay, so now everything should be looking good so far. Aspect ratio of 1:1, so that's going to be same for the height. If I save, now you can see that the height and the width is the same. Border radius of, I'll do 1 rem, and overflow of hidden. Perfect. All right, so we are looking good. Now remember that the dark and light theme functionality is already working, so that's what we have so far. Okay, all right, now I'm actually going to go ahead and target the result candidate info, which has the name, the vote counts, and the, all the remaining stuff. All right, so let's get that, and I'll give it a width of 100%, and that's what we need here. Now let's get the result candidate rating, and let's display that to be flex. A gap of 1 rem is good. align items to the center, of course, and justify content to be space between. Okay, so this is what we have so far. And I think I forgot to actually change the width of the container. Okay, I think the container is too big. Actually, I'll change the width of the result itself, the section itself. So right here, I'll give it a width of, let's do 60 or 58 rem, and I'll say margin inline should be auto. Okay, so this is what we have. Let's come back down, give the candidate rating a gap of 1 rem. All right, now I'm going to target the loader. Okay, so result candidate loader, and display that to be block. Give it a width of 100%, a height of 0.4 rem, and a background of color gray 100, margin top of 0.5 rem, and I also set border radius to be 0.5 rem. Okay, now I'll say overflow should be hidden. All right, so result candidate loader. Guys, you know what, I made a mistake here. This should have a div wrapped around it. Okay, that's the h5 and then the small tag. They should have a div wrapped around it, and then this here, that's the result candidate rating, should be inside of the result candidate info. Okay, so that is the mistake I made. Make sure you correct this, and now I think everything should be working. All right, so let's go ahead and continue with the CSS. All right, so that's for the loader, and I'm going to get the span inside of the loader. So result candidate loader, and then the span inside of it. I'll have a background, and it's going to be linear gradient. Linear gradient, 90 degrees. We are going to have the color primary and the primary variant. So color primary variant. Okay, those are going to be the backgrounds, and the height is going to be 100%, and the display is going to be block. All right, so we save this, come back to our project, and this is what we have. Now, as I said, the load doesn't really make sense here, because for each election the load width should add up to 100% if you calculate, right? But it doesn't really make sense here because we are not really fetching anything from the database, and so I will basically have an infinite re-render if I try to use any for loop or any kind of loop to actually add the vote count to get the total vote for each election. I hope that makes sense. But once we have the backend, we are going to be able to actually get the total vote count for each of the elections, so that these, these bars, these width of the bars that we have actually add up to 100% of the total vote count. You are going to get that once we have something coming from the backend. All right, so I think one thing we missed should be a link to actually get us into the candidates page. Okay, so let's have a link here. Of course, this should be coming from React Router DOM, and they should go to the elections page with an ID of the election that we are trying to get and the candidates. Okay, right, now let's actually give this a class of btn primary and then 4, and we will just say enter election. All right, so we save this, come back, and this is what we have. Okay, now remember the dark theme is working, so This is how it's going to look on that theme as well. So this is how it looks on that theme. All right, so that is it for the results page. That is it for the entire results page, and that was quite challenging because sometimes some pages can just drain you. You understand? So that is it for the entire results page, and let's actually check how this is going to look on mobile devices. It does not look good, so let's go ahead and actually make this responsive before we continue. And I think the only thing we want to change here should be the results. Okay, that's the section. I'm going to give it a width of the variable container width sm. Okay, so we save this now. Okay, so as you can see, yeah, this is looking good. All right, so let's move on to the next page, which should be, I think, the candidates page. Okay, we should be able to fetch the candidates that belongs to a particular election. All right, so let's move on to that real quick. Let's have a section here as well, okay, with a class of candidates, plural, of course. Let's have a header with a class of candidates header and an h1. Let's say vote your candidate. And below that, let's have a paragraph. These are the candidates for the selected election. Please vote once and wisely, because you won't be allowed to vote in this election again. I hope someone heard that. That's for the header. Now below the header, we are going to have a div with a class of container and another class of candidates container. Now here is where we are going to render or map through our candidates. Okay, and of course we should bring in our candidates array from the data. So candidates. We are not going to render all the candidates. We want to render only the candidates that belong to this particular election that we clicked on. Okay, so now we can actually get that using use params from React Router DOM. Okay, so once we come here, we get the ID of that particular election, and we can go ahead to actually get, you know what, I'm actually going to call this dummy candidates. We are going to get the candidates that belong to that particular election. So we are going to say candidates should be equal to dummy candidate filter candidates for each iteration, and we want to return any candidates whose election ID is equal to the current election that we selected or that we clicked on. All right, so that is it. I'm actually going to have a comment here, and we are going to go ahead and map through the candidates that we got. So for each iteration, we are going to render a candidate component. We have to give it a key, of course. We are going to use the ID as a key, and then we will spread the rest of the key value pairs in that object of each iteration. Okay, so let's actually create the candidate. Let me make sure we create the candidate.jsx file. That's the candidates component, and let's make sure that's actually imported in here. let's hop into the candidate and have some stuff in there as well. So in here we are only going to have an article tag with a class of candidate singular, and we'll have a div with a class of candidate image, and the image is going to be the image that we are bringing in. Okay, so since we spread the stuff in the object, we can go ahead and bring in the image, the ID, the full name, the motto, and yeah, that's it. Okay, so we get the image. For the alt, you can use the full name. Below the image, we are going to have an H5 that says the name of the candidate. We will have a small tag that says the motto of the candidates, and then we'll have a button for the votes. Okay, so button with a class of btn and primary. Okay, now this should say vote. Okay, for this, if we save it and come back here, this is what we have. Okay, but now I want to, in case the name is too long, we don't want to show the entire name. Okay, that would be too weird. It won't make the design look good. So if the name length is greater than 20 characters, then I'm going to just cut some parts off. So substring 020. Okay, so we only want to show 20 characters, and then I'll add ... Okay, but if it is less than 20 characters, I want to show the full name, right? So I'm going to do same for the motto of the candidate. And for this, I'm actually going to make it 25 characters. I don't think 25 is too bad. Yep, so we save this, come back to the project, and yeah, so far we don't have anyone's name too long, so this is cool. All right, so that's it for the candidate page. Let's go ahead and actually have some styles for this. I'm going to copy the comments here, yep, for the results, and then have it down here, and this is going to be for the candidates. A section with a class of candidates. Let's get that and give it a margin of 5 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Let's target the candidates header and scroll up. I'll give it a display of flex direction of column. I'll align items to the center, text align to the center, a width of 60%, and a margin inline of auto. Okay, that's what we have. Now let's get the paragraph inside of that. And margin, give it a margin bottom of 3 rem. Now I'm going to target a button in here, which we don't have yet, so you won't understand it, but once we start getting something from the database, you understand what I'm saying. So just file contents of center, and that's it. Okay, and let's go ahead and get the candidates container display of flex. I'll display grade template columns will be repeat, auto, fit, main max of 15 rem, and then 1 fr. I'll have a gap of 3 rem between them. All right, now let's target each candidate and display and have a background of color gray 0, that's white, a text, a line of center, border radius of radius 3, pad in the bottom of 1.2 rem. We save this so that you see what's happening. I'll target, actually let me add some more. I'll set overflow to be hidden. I'll set box shadow to be 0 on the x-axis, 0.5 on the y-axis, 0.5 for the blur. It should be rem. And then black with some alpha. Okay, I'll give it a border as well, a border of 0.5 rem solid, and then color gray 0. I'll have a transition on this, a transition of the variable transition, of course, and this is what we have. Not too bad, I guess. All right, now let's go on and I will target the hover of the candidate card. On hover of any candidate, I want the box shadow to be none and the border color to be color gray 100. Okay, so on hover we get this effect. All right, now target the candidate image and aspect ratio is going to be 1:1. All right, so there we have it. I'll set overflow to be hidden. I'll give a margin inline of auto, margin bottom of 1.5 rem, and a width of 100%. A width of 100%. All right, now let's target the candidate small and display that to be block and give it a margin of 0.5 rem, 0.1 rem. Okay, so basically the motto of the candidates. So we save this and this is what we have. Looking good. All right, so that is all for this candidate page for now. Okay, we're actually going to have a modal. On click of any of the person that we choose, we should show a modal and then the person's details. Okay, so that we can confirm or cancel the vote. I hope that makes sense. And with that, we are actually going to make use of Redux. Okay, we are going to make use of Redux. So let's come back here and make sure we achieve that. I think we have a problem up here. We should have some margin. I think I did that. This should be margin bottom. Okay, perfect. So now, yeah, we have some space up top. All right, so that is it for the candidate section. Actually, the next thing we want to do is to be able to show a modal. Okay, so on click of the vote, we have to show a modal that will help us with the confirmation of our vote. Okay, so we click vote and then we have a modal with a cancel or confirm button and then the details and a picture of the candidate we selected. Okay, and we're actually going to use Redux Toolkit to actually achieve this. Right, so let's go ahead and I'm going to install Redux Toolkit. So npm install at redux.js/toolkit, and of course we have to install React Redux as well. I'm going to do save and then force. Okay, and we should have Redux added to our dependency right here. Okay, so in case you're having any issues with your Redux or any dependency that we've installed so far, make sure you are installing the versions that you see here. Okay, so we have Redux, and then we have React Redux, sorry. All right, now of course we are going to have some slices. So let's first have UI slice.js. We are actually going to have both slides as well, although we are not going to use that for now. And I'll have a store.js file here as well. Okay, now let's enter our UI slice, and I'm going to have our UI slice here. So I'll say create slice, which should be coming from toolkit, and we are going to have our object. The name of this slice is going to be, I'll call this UI. The initial state is going to be an object with add candidate modal showing, which is going to be false initially. We have both candidate modal showing, which is what we are trying to achieve right now, what we want to show right now. Okay, which is also going to be false initially. And then we have election modal showing, which is also going to be false initially. And then we have update election modal showing, also false initially. Okay, so those are our states. If you want, you can of course get rid of this and then have a constant here, initial state, and then pass that right here. Okay, I hope that makes sense. But if you want, of course, you can even omit this, and this should work fine. Okay, now we should have our reducers. We have open add candidate model, taking the state, and here we say state dot add candidate model showing should be equal to true. It's that simple. All right, now we should have another reducer to actually close it, and that will be close add candidate model, and I'll just set it to false. I'll just duplicate these two, and this will be for open vote candidate model. Okay, and this will be vote candidate model. All right, I'll duplicate this one more time, or actually I'll do two more times. Okay, so this will be to open the election. So open election model, and you have close election model. It's that simple. Therefore, of course, these should be changed. Okay, they should be vote candidate model showing, right? And this will be add election, what is it? Election model showing. Okay, this should be election model showing. All right, now the last one is going to be update election model showing. That is what we are trying to change. Okay, so we have true for the open and then false for the close. Okay, so here we will say update select, oh come on, update election model, that will be for the close, and here for the open we will say open update election model. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so these are the reducers that we need, and we are done for this slice. So let's export. First, we are going to export the actions. Okay, so UI actions will be equal to the UI slice dot actions, and the default export here is going to be the UI slice that we just created. All right, okay, so that is all for our UI slice. Now let's come to the store. Let's create a store. We say configure store, which will be coming from toolkit, and it takes in an object. We say reducer should be the UI. Since we are going to have two slices, the UI one will be the UI slice, which we should make sure it is imported, the reducer. Okay, and then later on we are going to have one for the vote slice as well. Of course, we should go ahead to export the store as a default export. Okay, so that is all we need. Now the last thing we need to do is to actually come to index.js and wrap the app inside of a provider. Okay, so let's bring in, I'm going to actually do that here. Let's bring in provider from React Redux, and then wrap that provider around our app. And this is all we need to make sure we have Redux working in our application. Okay, so now what I want to do is to create the confirm vote model. Let's create this model real quick, and then we will style it, and we will use the Redux to actually toggle it, okay, to show and hide it. We will use the Redux using the slice and the reducers that we have. That is open vote candidate model and then a close vote candidate model. We are going to use these two reducers to actually toggle it. All right, so let's work on the confirm vote real quick. Now I'm actually going to go ahead and bring in our candidates, and in here I'll have a state called modal candidate singular. Oh, and this one will be set modal candidate use state. That will be an empty object. Now once we are done with the API or the backend, we'll actually be fetching the candidates from the database. Okay, but for now let's have a little function here that will get us any candidates which we can just use for the design. Okay, now I'll call this function fetch candidate, and I'll do candidates dot find any candidate if that candidate's ID is equal to candidate 3. Okay, for now that's all we need. And if we get that candidate, then we are going to set candidate or set modal candidate to the candidate that we just found. Okay, and so I'm going to have a use effect here, an empty dependency array, of course, and then I'll pass in fetch candidate. Okay, all right, so now we should have something in modal candidate. I hope that makes sense. Okay, and that's what we are going to work with. Okay, so let's have a section here with a class of modal and a div with a class of modal __ content, and another class of confirm vote content. Okay, now we are going to have an h5 which will say please confirm your vote, and below the h5 we are going to have a div, and this is going to have the image of the person or the candidate we are trying to vote for, and we'll say confirm vote image. Let's have the image, and that will be the modal candidate dot image. Okay, for the alt you can do modal candidate dot full name. Below the image we are going to have an h2 that will have the name of the candidate, so modal candidate dot full name, and below that we are going to have a paragraph that will have the motto of the candidate, so modal candidate dot motto. All right, now below that we are going to have a div with a class of confirm vote CTA, that's call to action, and we are going to have a button with a class of btn that will say cancel. I'll duplicate this and I'll have one with another class of primary that will say confirm. Okay, perfect. So the cancel will cancel the vote, and then the confirm will actually confirm our vote. All right, now I think this is enough for us to have the styling. And so let's see what we have so far on the page. What is happening here? Okay. Oh, I didn't bring in the store. Okay, so let's of course make sure we bring in the store. And of course, we should have a prop of store, and then we pass in the store that we created, the Redux store. Okay, so make sure you do that. All right, so yeah, that's it. Now you can see that nothing is showing, and that is because we don't have the styling yet. And of course, we are not rendering this component. That is the confirm vote component is not being rendered anywhere so far. And the place I want to render that is in here, okay, next to this candidate section. Okay, so I'm actually going to have a fragment, a React fragment wrapped around the section, and that is because I'm going to have a sibling to the section. Okay, and the sibling is going to be the confirm vote. All right, perfect. So if we come here, we should have the confirm vote unstyled. All right, so let's go ahead and actually style this real quick. That will be in the CSS. Let me actually close all these that we don't need. Okay, and I'll close this as well. So in the CSS, let's go ahead and actually, I'll copy this. You know what? I'll actually have a general style for every modal, okay, before we focus on the confirm votes itself, because we are going to have these styles for other modals as well. Okay, so let's target every section with a class of modal and give that a background. Actually, I'm going to do backdrop filter of blur, and I'm going to do 5 pixels. Okay, I'm going to position it to be fixed so that it sits on top of the page. So from the top is going to be 0, from the left 0 as well. I'll give it a z index of 2 and a height of 100 viewport height, and of course a width of 100 viewport width. Okay, and let's give it a background RGBA of, I'll do 000 and then 0.7. Okay, you can play around with the figures. I will display it to be grid just so I can place items to the center. All right, perfect. You are getting there. Okay, so let's move on and actually get the content. Remember, the direct div is the modal content, so I'll give it a background of color gray 0, a width of 35 rem, a border radius of 5, and I'll set overflow to be hidden. Perfect. All right, we are getting there. Now let's target the header. So modal header, did we have that? I don't think for the confirm we have modal header, but in other modals we're actually going to have this modal header. So for every modal header, we are going to have the background to be the color primary. The display is going to be flex. The flex, we will align items to the center and justify content to be spaced between, and have a padding of 2 rem. Okay, nice. Now for every modal with an h4, the color is going to be white. All right, now let's target the modal header again, and for any button inside of that, we are going to have a background of transparent, let's see, I'll give a font size of 1.8 rem and a cursor. Actually, every button has a cursor pointer already, so I'll just do color of white. All right, now the next thing I want to do is to focus on the form. Okay, so in case we have a form, you know, add candidates, add election, update selection, and all that, those modals have forms. So for modal content with a form in it, we are going to give the form, we'll give the form a margin top of 2 rem, a display of flex, a flex direction of column, a gap of 1.5 rem, a padding of 2 rem, and a padding bottom of 3 rem. Okay. All right, now the last thing I want to have here is the form input. So modal content, form, and then any input inside of that is going to have a margin top of 0.6 rem, a width of 100%, a padding of 0.8 rem. For the padding, come on, 0.8 rem for the top and bottom, and then 1 rem for the left and right. Background, oh god, background of color gray 100, border radius of radius 1, and color gray 900. Perfect. All right, so that is for our general modal styles. Now we can focus on the confirm vote modal. Okay, so now we can focus on the confirm vote. So you can see some of the modal classes or the styles for this general modal classes are actually having effect because we gave the confirm vote some of these classes. Okay, all right, so let's target the confirm vote itself. I'll target the confirm vote content and text align that to be center. I'll give it a border radius of radius 3. We save this what we have so far. Of course, let's go ahead and for dark themes, the confirm vote content will have a background of 211F2E. Okay, that's for dark themes. That's just by the way. Now let's proceed and confirm vote content H5. It's going to have a margin of 2 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. A color of color primary as well. Okay, that's this. And the width, I'm going to reduce it. Of course, it's too big, so 15 rem should be good. Yep. Now aspect ratio is going to be 1:1, so the height and the width is going to be the same. I'll do margin inline of auto. I'll do border radius of radius 3. I'll do overflow of heading, and lastly margin bottom of 2 rem. Okay, so we are getting there. Now let's go ahead and target the confirm vote content P, or the paragraph. That's right here. And I actually think that's too long, so let's do something about it right now, just like we did for the candidate. Okay, so for every name, that's where I'm going to start from. If the length, come on, what is going on, is that's the length of the characters is more than 17, then the modal candidate full name the substring, and we'll reduce it to only 17 characters. Okay, and then we'll add our dots. Otherwise, we will just show the entire full name. I hope that makes sense. All right, now I'll do same for the motto. So I'll just copy this and then paste it down here. And length, I couldn't spell length. Interesting. Okay, I'm making so many typos. So here will be motto, and then down here to motto. Okay, I have a question mark here. Same here as well. So let's save this, and now we have a shorter motto. Okay, now I think for the motto we can actually make it a bit longer, maybe 45 characters. Yeah, that makes more sense. Perfect. All right, so let's hop back to the CSS, and here I want to give it a margin and put this right here. I want to give it a margin of 0.4 rem, 0, and then 2.5 rem. Okay, so 0.4 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 2.5 for the bottom. I'll do a pattern as well of 0 for the top and bottom, and then 2 for the left and right. Now let's get the CTA. So confirm vote CTA. That's the div that holds the two buttons that we have here. I'll give that a width of fit content, a display of flex, align items to the center, and a gap of 1.5 rem. I'll give it a margin inline of auto and margin bottom, margin bottom of 2 rem. All right, so we save, and that's what we have. Okay, looking good. Now on that theme, I want to have some change to the confirm vote CTA. The button, I want to have a color of white. All right, so of course, close the modal, we need to use the Redux. Okay, we need to use Redux Toolkit to actually achieve that. And to open the modal, we need to use Redux Toolkit as well. All right, so we are going to hop back into our confirm vote right here and make sure we have that in place. Now, to show the candidates, or to be able to toggle the modal, that's a confirm vote modal, we need to bring in the slice that takes care of it. Okay, so that is the state here, vote candidate modal showing. Okay, we need to bring that state in here in the candidates component. And of course, we are going to use selector to achieve this. So const vote candidate modal showing should be equal to use selector, and we take in the state. So state.ui, that's what we called it in the store, if you can remember that. And we get the vote candidate or whatever. Okay, right here. Okay, so that is what we are bringing in. And if that is true, then we want to show our confirm vote modal. So that's what we need to do here in the candidates component. Now back here in the confirm vote, we need to be able to have an on-click prop on this cancel. And once we hit cancel, then we need to be able to call a function that is going to close the candidate modal. Okay, so I'll call a function called close candidate modal. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and actually have that function here, close candidate modal. And in here, of course, we are going to use dispatch. So dispatch, use dispatch coming from Redux. And here we are just going to dispatch. Of course, we need to bring in our UI actions as well that we exported. That was a named export, so we need to bring that in. So we import UI actions, So we are going to dispatch UI actions dot close vote candidate model right here. Okay. All right. So that is all we need. Let me actually have a comment. And yeah, basically, actually in the individual candidate as well, we need to dispatch a function that is actually going to open the model. Okay, so just like I just did here in the confirm votes, I'm going to copy this and actually copy the dispatch function here as well, and I'll come to the candidates, I'll paste that, and this will open the candidates model. Will open the confirm. So the UI actions is going to open candidates model. Okay, so of course we should bring in UI actions, and we should bring in dispatch or use dispatch from React Redux, and that is not coming in, so import use dispatch, and I think that's it. Okay, so now we have to have an on-click prop that is going to call open candidate model. I hope that makes sense. And use dispatch candidate. Where is it? Use dispatch. Good. All right, so now we click and then we show the model. Now the model is not showing the candidates that we are clicking on because we are not fetching that dynamically. Okay, for now we only want to have the UI in place, because as you can see, I had coded the candidates. Okay, the candidate's ID is hard coded, right? But later on, once we have something in the database, we're actually going to make sure this is dynamic. Okay, so that is it for the confirm votes model. And I think the next page that we need to work on is going to be the congrats page. Okay, so let's head on to the congratulations page. I'm going to close this. So congrats page. This should be straightforward as well. Let's have a section with a class of congrats and a container class inside of it. Let's have a congrats container class as well. You have an h2, thanks for your vote. Below that you have a paragraph. Come on, what is happening? You have a paragraph. Your vote is now added to your candidate vote count. You will be redirected shortly to see the new result. Okay, and we will have a link below that. We should be going to the results page, of course. Of course, we should give this some class. So a class of btn, sm, and then primary. All right, I think that's it. Okay, so we should go ahead and style this quickly. And I'm going to grab this. This will be congrats. Congratulations. Of course, we should go to that page so that we see what's happening. Perfect. And it's hidden below the Navbar. So let's go ahead and actually style this quickly. Let's get the congrats section. Give it a padding of 8 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Give it a height of 100 viewport height, a text align, of center, and I'll target the congrats paragraph and just give it a margin of 0.5, rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 1.2 for the bottom. Okay, so that's what we have. Perfect. That is all for the congrats page, guys. That is all for the congrats page. And the next page we need to work on. Actually, once you come to the congratulations page, you know what? I want to do one thing right now. I want to do something right now. Okay, I want to make, when we come to the results page and we come here to whatever, we're actually fetching the candidates dynamically. Okay, if we click on this, we are not going to get anything. Okay, and I think we should show something here, maybe say you cannot vote or something like that because there are no candidates, and also I want to actually, once we click on the vote, I want to show the candidates we clicked on. Okay, so that we can actually have that in place before we finish with this front end. Okay, I want to have these things in place. So first thing I want to do is to actually get the candidate that we clicked on to vote for. Okay, once we click on vote, we should fetch that particular candidate. Okay, and to achieve that, we are going to use Redux. And so let's go into our vote slice. Vote slice, of course, create slice, takes in an object. The name is going to be vote. The initial state, I'm going to have that here. Okay, object, I'll say selected vote candidate, and it's going to be an empty string here. I'll say current voter, and this is actually going to be up here as well. So current voter is going to have an ID. I'll say v1, a token, and for the token I'll just have some random characters in here, and it's admin. All right, so these are the three things I need for the current voter. Okay, now I need selected election, and you are going to understand this when we start using them. Okay, and I'll do ID of election to update. That's self-explanatory. Add candidate election ID, and that's an empty string as well. All right, so that is the initial state that we have up top, and let's have our reducers. Of course, the first will be change selected vote candidate, which is what I'm going to use right away. So we need a state and an action. Okay, because I'm going to get the ID. So state dot selected candidate or selected vote candidate, as we have it here, should be equal to action dot payload, whatever ID that we pass in. Okay, and below that we are going to have change selected election, that will take in the state and the action as well. State dot selected election should be equal to action dot payload. Change ID of candidate election ID, action state dot add candidate election ID should be equal to action dot payload. And lastly, ID. Okay, action, of course, state. What is happening? Oh boy. So state, action, state dot add candidate selection ID should be equal to action.payload. Perfect. Of course, we are going to export vote actions, and that's vote slice.actions, and by default we will export the vote slice as well. Okay, so now in the store we are going to have right here, of course, we are going to have votes, and that will be the vote slice. Perfect. That's all we need. Okay, so now when I'm clicking on a candidate, that's when I'm clicking on the vote, when I'm clicking on this vote button, I call this open candidate model right here. And when I do that, I want to dispatch another reducer. Okay, and that is this right here, change selected vote candidate. That is what I want to dispatch. And so to dispatch that, I'll say dispatch. Now we need the vote actions dot change right here, change selected vote candidate, and we are going to put in the ID of the candidate which we are getting here. Okay, which we are destructuring here. All right, now since we have the ID of the selected candidate to vote for, we have to come to the confirm vote, and instead of this hard-coded C1, that's candidate 1, that's the ID, we are actually going to get the candidate from the Redux store. Okay, so get selected candidate from, or candidate ID from Redux store should be equal to use selector state vote dot selected vote candidates. Okay, of course we should make sure you have use selector here, and this is what I am going to use right here. All right, so if now we come back to our project and we click this, and I still have some issues. What is happening, guys? UI slice and reducer. Okay, perfect. All right, so now this should actually work. Okay, this should actually work. When we click, we show the candidates that we have clicked on. Okay, so we have the details of the candidates that we clicked on. I hope that makes sense. All right, now what I need to do is to actually make sure that it's responsive. I didn't take care of that. Let's do that right away before we move on to whatever we want to move on to. Okay, so I'll come down to the media query right here. Let's see what we can do. I'll get the candidates header and give it a width of container width SM, and this should be resolved. Now I'll get the modal content, and that should have a width of container width SM as well. Okay, so now when we click, right, it fits the screen of the phone perfectly. I'll get, yeah, that's it, guys. I think that's all we need. Okay, that's all we need. All right, so that's brilliant. We should move on to the next page, and that should be the elections page. I think that should be the elections page, because we are done with everything here. So let's move to the elections page, or the elections component quickly. Elections right here. Of course, we should bring in our elections array. I'll say that should be called dummy elections, because I'm going to have a state here as usual. Use state, and then I'll pass in the dummy elections. Okay, Perfect. Now in the return, we are going to have a section with a class of elections, and we have our container class and elections container class as well. And in there, let's have a header with a class of elections header. We have an h1 that will say ongoing elections. Okay, now below the h1, actually I'm going to have a button here with a class of btn and primary, and that's going to say create new election. And so that is for the header. Now below that, we are going to have a menu with a class of elections menu, and inside that is where we are going to loop through to show our individual elections. Okay, so for each iteration, I'm going to return a component called election singular. Okay, of course we have to give it a key, election.id, and I'll spread election. All right, so let's go ahead and create this component right here. Inside of our components folder, we are going to have election.jsx refce, and of course we should make sure this is imported here. Perfect. And so let's work on this election. For every election, we are going to have the ID, title, description, and then the what else, thumbnail of the election. And let's go ahead and return an article tag with a class of election singular. You have a div for the image, so election image. Of course, we are going to have our image. The source is going to have the image that we destructured. The alt, you can do the title of the election. And below the div, that's the election image, we are going to have another div, election info. And in here, we are going to have a link to the election details page. Okay, so that's elections / the election. Okay, so in here, now in the link, we are actually going to have an h4, and that's going to have the title of this election. All right, below the link, we are going to have a paragraph, and that's going to have the description of the election. Of course, we have to check the length of this. If it is more than 255 characters, then we have to shorten it. Okay, so in this case, select description dot substring, and so 0 and then 255 plus dot dot dot, and then description. I hope that makes sense. Now below the paragraph, we are going to have a div with the class name of election CTA, and so you have a link to elections and then the ID. Okay, so the election details page basically, and this is going to have a class name of btn and then sm, and it will say view. And lastly, we are going to have a button with a class of btn and then sm and primary as well, and this will say edit. So this is all we need for, oh, where's our thumbnail? Yeah, it's not image, it's actually thumbnail. So this is all we need for the election component. So now let's save, and of course link is not imported. We should make sure we import that from React router, and we have our elections. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the CSS quickly. Let's go ahead and add the CSS for our elections page. So elections, Make sure this is visible. I have to go to the elections page, of course. The section with the class of elections, let's give it a margin top. Let's give it a margin of 5 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Let's get the elections header. Display it to be flex. Align items to the center. Justify content to be space between. Margin bottom of 1 rem. Padding of 0.5 rem. And yeah, that's enough. So we have our header right there. Now let's get the container. Actually, we call that election menu, and we are going to display that to be flex as well, but the flex direction is going to be column and the gap is going to be 1 rem. Now let's get the individual elections. Okay, so election, that's the class we gave to that article tag. We're going to display that to be grid. The grid template columns is going to be 17 rem and then auto. Now let's have a gap. Actually, I'll just align items to the center. Have a background of color white, so color gray 0, and the border radius is going to be radius 3. I'll set overflow to be hidden and give it a border of 0.5 rem solid and then color gray 0. Transition of transition, that's the variable transition at top. And of course we need some gap between this. So what is going on? Why is the gap not showing? That's quite interesting. Gap of 1 rem, right? Okay, maybe the class elections menu. Okay, elections menu, perfect. All right, so this is what we have so far. Not too bad, I guess, but let's continue and actually work. I'm going to give the election image a height of 100%. Actually, I'm going to give it a max height of 14 or 13 rem. I don't know which should work, but this is not too bad. Let's go on and get the election on hover. I want the box shadow to be 0.8 rem, 0.8 rem RGBA of this. Okay, so on hover we get this. Now let's get the election info quickly. And have a padding of 1 point. Actually, I'll do 1 rem for the top and bottom, and then 2 rem for the left and right. Now let's get the election info again, and the h4 inside of it. That's the title. I'll give it a margin bottom of 0.7 rem and a color of color primary and a text transform of uppercase. Of course, every heading is already uppercase, so I don't even need this. Okay, now I'm going to set the election CTA. That's these buttons. I'm going to set them to a display of flex and have a gap of 1.2 rem between them and a margin top of 1 rem. Nice. Okay, so this is actually not looking too bad, and that's all the styles I have for this selections page or this selections component. Now if you want, of course, you can play around to actually center these images, maybe make sure they look way better than this, but this enough, guys. I don't want to turn this into a CSS tutorial. So of course we should make sure this actually looks good on small screens as well. And so wait a minute, I think it's not defined. Really? Where is that? That should be on the election page, I think. Yeah, we have it here. So what's going on? I'll refresh the page. Okay, there are no errors. All right, so let's go ahead and actually make this responsive. So scroll all the way down, bring this to the right side, make it a little bigger. I'll get the election singular, and the grade templates columns here is going to be 1FR. Perfect, almost. And what else? I'll get the election info, and here I'll say padding should be 2 rem for the top and bottom, and then 1 rem for the left and right. And I have an issue, guys. There's this weird overflow. Small screens, election image height is going to be 100%. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Okay, so I think this looks good so far, and we don't have all day, so let's just move on to the next page, which should be the what is going on here? Okay, I think I have a problem. So it should go to the elections page and then the ID. Okay, yep, good. So let's work on the elections page quickly. That's the next, that's the election detail. Sorry, let's work on the election detail, or the election details component right here. And I think that's the last page. I'm not sure though. I think that's the last page. Actually, I have to make sure we can click on the button here to show a modal for us to be able to add an election. Okay, so we should actually work on that first before we get to the election details. Add election modal.jsx components here, and this is what we are going to work on. And I may actually have another component that will be able to update the election. Okay, but for now, the add election modal is what I need to work on right away. For the markup and the return, we are going to have a section here as well with a class of modal, and let's have modal content. Now, you know, the classes that we had earlier are going to help us a lot. Okay, so let's have header here with a class of modal header, and we have our h4, and we'll say create new election, and a button. We are going to have a button here with a class of modal close, and in there let's have IOMD close. Okay, which is an icon. All right, now below the header we are going to have a form. I don't need any action, but inside the form we are going to have our div with a class. Actually, I don't need a class. It's just going to wrap around the h6 and the input. Okay, so this is going to be a text area input. Let's give it a name of description. Let's just duplicate this twice. We need a description, a title, and what else? Okay, this should actually be title, of course. This is the description, and then we need a thumbnail. So this should be file. Right, so below the many divs, we are going to have a button with a type of submit and a class of btn and primary. Okay, now this is going to say add election. Of course, we are not going to see this right away, and so in the elections page, we are going to wrap this section inside of a fragment. So I'm going to have a fragment here and put in our section. And next to our section, we are going to have our add election modal. Okay, perfect. So now if we come here, we have our election modal showing. Okay, and it is looking good because we already have the styles. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to put the stuff that we are going to be getting in a state. So we need a title, of course. So set title. Use state is going to be empty initially. I'll duplicate this twice. Description, and then we need so set thumbnail. I hope that makes sense. Now let's turn this. Now let's make this a controlled input. So we say on change, we get the e, that's the event. We say set title, and then we pass in e.target the value. Okay. Now of course we should say value to be equal to the title to make it really controlled. Value here is going to be equal to title, and you will say on change and do that. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, so and this should be set description, of course. Now for the thumbnail, right here on change, set thumbnail e dot target dot files, and then we get the first file in the array, in the files array. I hope that makes sense. Now actually I'm going to make sure there are only a few files that I'm going to accept in this input. Okay, so PNG, JPG, JPEG, WebP, and then AVIF. Those are the only files I'm going to accept. This should be on the thumbnail input. Come on. What is happening here, guys? This should be on the thumbnail input, and of course this on change, it should be on the thumbnail input. All right, so that is it for this add modal component. Now of course we have to use the Redux Toolkit to actually control the closing and opening of it. Okay, so in the elections page, on click of this button, this create election button, we should trigger. Why did I even close that? That's vote slice. We should trigger this reducer, right? Or it should actually be in the UI slice. We should trigger this reducer, open election modal, to actually open it. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So you say open modal. We should bring in our dispatch function, of course. So dispatch, and we are going to bring use dispatch from React Redux. Okay, now we say open modal, and we will say dispatch UI actions and open election modal. Okay, so on click of this button right here, we say open modal. I hope that makes sense. All right, so initially it should be false, of course. And what is elections? Right here, we should actually bring in that state. Of course, we should bring in that state. That's the election modal showing state. We should bring that in. So const election modal showing should be equal to use selector state.ui dot election modal showing, and if it is true, then we want to show the add election modal. I hope this is making sense, guys. All right, so we save this and it's not going to show, but if we click this, we can actually see it. Of course, we should be able to click this to actually close it. So let's have a dispatch. Let's dispatch the close election modal function or reducer on that too, and that will be inside of the add election modal. This is the close icon that I'm talking about. And so let's have on click, and I'll call close modal. Come on. Close add election modal. And of course we need a dispatch function. So use dispatch. We need to bring in, so I'll say dispatch UI actions, of course, and close election modal. It's that simple, guys. So now I can actually close and open my modal here. Okay, so that's it. Now let's move on to this election details page quickly. I'll just close these out. I'll keep this open for now. Of course, the CSS file should be open as well. And let's hop into the election details. All right, now of course we need to get the election that we want to show. Okay, here we want to show a particular election, right? And we can actually do that through the ID in the link. Okay, so let me show you quickly. Once we come here to the elections page and we try to click, you can see down here, put your eyes down here. Okay, focus here. You can see that we have elections / and then we get the ID of that particular election. Okay, here too we get the ID, and it goes on like that, right? So we need to get that ID and then fetch that election from the elections array. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to bring in the elections array. Wait, do I have to locate that? Come on, man. And it's going to come from, let's go into data, and yeah, that's where it's coming from. Okay, and I'm actually going to call this dummy elections. I want to fetch that one particular election, but I want to get the ID of the election that we want to get, and I'm going to get that from the params. All right, so use params, and I'll get the ID from that. So let's go ahead and get or fetch elections, or what should I even call it? Is it get election? Yeah, get election. I want to get that one particular election. Okay, and to be able to do that, I will say dummy elections dot find. I want to find any election, an ID of the ID that we have in the params. Okay, and that is going to give me that election. All right, so once I have that election, I can go ahead and actually have something in the return here. Okay, I'm going to have a section and give this a class of election details. Okay, I'm going to have our container class and election details container class as well. I'll have an h2 current election. Maybe that's what I should call it. Current election. And actually, I don't need to. I'll just do elections. Okay. So the current selection dot title, that's what I want to show here. Below that, we are going to have a paragraph that's going to have the description of that election. So current election dot description, and below that we have the thumbnail of that election, and this is going to be inside a div with a class of election details underscore image, and I'll have our image, which is current election dot thumbnail. Okay, for the alt, you can show the title, so current selection dot title. Below the image, we are going to have the candidates of this selection. Okay, so let's put that inside the menu tag and give this a class of election details candidates. Okay, right now, how do we get the candidates? It's going to be very similar to what we did for the candidates page. So I'll say election candidates. I'm going to bring in the candidates I'm going to bring that from the data. I'll put these two down here because yeah, they are my files. So to get the candidates that belong to this particular election, we are going to use the filter. Okay, so candidates dot filter candidate. So any candidate with election, remember every candidate has that candidate election key inside of it. Okay, so if we check the data.js, every candidate has an election. You could actually call it election ID, but this is what I just called it. I forgot to actually give it a more reasonable name, right? Sometimes you are just so focused on the functionalities that you find it hard to actually put some time on naming things right. So that's basically the election ID. So if the election ID is equal to this current election, then we want to return that candidate. Okay, I hope that makes sense. All right, so we have our election candidates and we are going to map through them, and for each of them we are going to call it candidate, and we are going to return a component called election candidate component. Of course, let's give this a key of candidate dot id. Let me actually close this, and I'm going to spread the candidate. Perfect. So let's go ahead and actually create this component. That's the election candidate .jsx refce. All right, I'm not going to do anything in here for now, but we are going to work on that very soon. So right after the candidates, I'm going to have the voters for this election. Okay, so I'm going to put this inside an article tag, or you can have it inside a div, whatever you want, or you can even have it inside another menu. Okay, and I'm going to give this a class of voters. I'm going to have an h2 and say voters, and below the h2 we are going to have a table, and I'm going to give this a class of voters table. Now the table head is going to have a tr, of course, and we have th full name, we have the email address, and the time the person voted. Okay, t body, tr, td, And for the first TD, we will have, let me actually duplicate this twice. For the first TD, you have an H5 that will say the name of the voter. So voter, you know what? Let me bring in the voters array as well, of course. I'll bring the voters array here as well. Now, of course, we need to actually map through to show the TR. Okay, so in the T body, we are going to have the voters array and then map through that. For each voter, we are going to return a TR, and inside the TR, we are going to have the name. So for every voter, we have what? The name of the voter. Let me show you quickly. We have the full name, email, and for now we don't have the time, so we are just going to use a hard-coded time. Okay, so we have voter dot full name, voter dot email, and for the time, let's see, just something random. Okay, all right, so that is it for the entire election details page. Now, of course, we should go ahead and work on the election candidates as well quickly. And here, of course, we should go ahead and bring in the full name of the candidate, the image, the motto, the ID, and its admin. Okay, I don't think we have its admin, but yeah, this is enough. Okay, for now at least. We are going to have an li and give this a class of election candidate. Okay, now you have a div with a class of election candidate image, and it will have the image. So yeah, the image. For the alt, you can have the full name. Below the image, we are going to have a div that's not going to have any class. We will just have an h5 in here that'll have the full name of the candidate. Below the h5, you have a small tag that'll have the motto, and of course here too we are going to check if the length is greater than 100. Okay, I think 100 is actually too much, but yeah, let's do 70 maybe, or you can just play around to see what works okay for you. If it is more than a 70, then we want to just show a part of it. Okay, so 70, and I'll add a dot dot dot, otherwise I'll just show it. I hope that makes sense. All right, so that's for the small, and below that we are going to have a button with a class of election candidate btn, and this is going to have iomd trash. That's the icon it's going to have. All right, so that is all we need here. Okay, that is all we need in here. Okay, so if we come back here, this is what we have. Okay, and as you can see, we have the voters table here as well. All right, so let's quickly style this election details page, and I think this is the last page that we have so far. Okay, so let's quickly get to the CSS and give this some styling. I'll copy this comment, paste it in here. Election details. I feel like pasting this and then getting everything over it, but let's just try and then type it out. I'll just get the election details, give it a margin of 5 for the top and then 0 for the left and right. maybe I should just switch to light theme. Okay, election details image. The height, I'm going to set that to about 15 rem, and I'll give it a margin of 1.2 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and 0.8 rem for the bottom. All right, now let's target the candidates. So election details candidates. I'll give it a margin top of 2.5 rem, a padding top of 2.5 rem as well, a display of grid template columns of repeat auto fit main max 15 rem 1 fr. Perfect. Now let's have a gap of 3 rem, a border top of 2 pixels solid color gray 200. Nice. Now let's target the candidates themselves right here. So election candidates, give it a background of color gray 0 and border radius of radius 4, overflow of heading, position of relative, and text aligned to the center. Oh boy. All right, now I'm going to target the image. That's the candidate selection, candidate image, height of 12 rem for them. And should I do 12 or increase it a little bit? I'll set overflow to be hidden here as well. Nah, bro, 12 rem is too small. I'll do about 14 rem. Yeah, that's perfect. All right, now I'll target the election candidate H5. That's the name, and give it a margin of 0.5 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 0.2 rem for the bottom. Maybe you can play around with this to actually get a better look. That's not too bad. Election candidates, and then there was a div inside of that. That's the second div. That's what I want to target. So the nth child, I want to give it a padding of 1 rem. Okay, perfect. So maybe 1.3 rem should be more, or should look more nice. Okay, now I'm going to target the button. Okay, so the delete icon that we have here is inside of a button, and we give that a class of election candidate btn, and I'll position that to be absolute, and that is why I set a relative position here, because that's the parent, or that's the target which I want to, or the reference that I want to position this absolutely. Right, it's going to be 0. It's going to be 0 from the top as well. Give it a margin of 1 rem. If I save, there it is. I'll give it a transparent background, and actually I'll give it a danger background. Okay, and the color is going to be color gray 0. A border, I'll give it a padding of 0.5 rem, a font size of 1.1 rem, and let's save and see what we have so far. Of course, we need a border radius. I'll do radius 2. Let's save that as well, and I'll display flex just so I position the icon right in the middle. So position flex, and I think that should actually do it. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to give it the radius 2 is too much. I'll make it radius 1. Okay, so you can just play around with it to see what works for you. Okay, now I'm going to have a hover effect. on hover, I want the background to be color gray 900. All right, now I'm going to have a button. Okay, I don't think I had that. Now in the menu, I'm going to have a button. Okay, so in the election details page, next to where we rendered the candidates, or we looped through the candidates, I'm going to have a button, and that button is going to have a class of add candidate btn. Okay, and it's going to have an icon of IO add outline. It's a plus icon. All right, so there's it, and we have to style that. So let's get back to the CSS and I'll actually put this on the left side so that you see everything take place. So that is add candidate btn. Sorry, it's a dash. Add candidate btn. Background is going to be color gray 100, border of 2 pixels, solid color primary, border radius of radius 4, font size of 5 rem, a color, that's a text color of color primary. I'll set box shadow to be 0.8 rem, 0.8 rem, and an RGBA of this. That's black with 10% alpha. I'll give it a transition because I'll have a hover effect, and I'll display that to be grid just so I can place items to the center, and give it a main height of 15. Oh, how many did we do here for the candidate image? We did 14. Yeah, maybe 14 rem or 15 rem, whatever. You know what? Here I'll do 14. I'll do, sorry, 15. Okay, so I save, and this is what I have. Perfect. Okay, so we are done with the styling for our I think the space there is too much. The space here above the name, probably too much, so I'll just reduce it a little bit. Okay, H5, the top, maybe, right? Yeah, that's perfect. Now let's get the voters. Okay, so the voters, voters should have a margin top of 6 rem and a margin bottom of 3 rem. Okay, that's cool. Or you can do margin 6 rem for the top and then 3 rem for the bottom. That's simple. Now let's get voters H2, text align that to the center. Margin bottom of 3 rem, right? And then I'll get the voters table and give it a weight of 100%. Okay, good. Now let's get the TR. Actually, I'll get the voters table and then the T head first. Let me get the TH inside the T head and text align that to the left, and also give it a padding of 0.7 rem and then 1.5 rem. Okay, now I'm going to target the table data inside the T body. Okay, so T body, then the TD should have a padding as well, a padding of 0.7 rem and 1.5, same as what we had for the T head. Right now I want there to be a difference when we are looking at it. Okay, I want it to be easy to look at, right? So T body, so voters table, T body, and then TR. I want to select the nth child, odd. Okay, so every odd one should have a background of color gray 0. Okay, should have a white background, and that's what we have. All right, now the voters, wait a minute, margin. Okay, this should be margin, not margin top. All right, so this is what we have for now for this delete. Maybe I should change this to 2. That's the radius. Okay, not too bad, I guess. Or I can use a manual value of about 0.6 rem. Yeah, that looks better. Perfect. And let's see how this looks on mobile device. Terrible. And so we have to make sure this actually is responsive. And any error that we find or we see later on, we're actually going to fix it. I don't want this to have any bugs. Okay, so let's target the voters table here. We are in the media queries, by the way, and I'll get the T body right away, and then the TR, and I'll display that to be flex here. The flex direction is going to be column. I'll give it a width of 100%. Okay, I'll remove this. All right, that's for the T body. Now I'll have some styles for the T head as well. Let me actually have that up top here. T head. So for the table head, I'll display that to be flex, and the flex direction is going to be column. We save this, come back, I'll refresh, and it still looks horrible. And that's interesting. Maybe we should go back and elections. Okay, and I click. Okay, now it is actually looking good. We just had to refresh the page, that's all. Each child should have a unique key that is in the election details. Where is that? I think that is in the loop for the voters. I didn't have any key for that, so right here, let's give the TR a key of voter.id. Okay, so now if I refresh, we shouldn't have this error. Perfect. Of course, on dark theme, they should look good. They should look good on dark theme. And we should be able to actually click this to show the model. And I think I forgot to actually do same for the update election as well. Okay, so let's work on that real quick. These two, that's the update. Let me do that before I actually get back to, or should I just do this first and then I'll get back to the update? All right, so to achieve that, we need to put an on-click prop, and I'll say open model. So let's just have an open, I'll create that right here, open model. Okay, perfect. And here, of course, we are going to dispatch an action. Okay, so let's bring in use dispatch and dispatch an action in the UI actions, and that will be open add candidate model right here. Okay, so it's that simple. Of course, we don't have that add candidate model, so we have to go ahead and create that. Of course, let's go ahead and do that real quick. Add candidate model.jsx, right, FCE, and oh boy, my neck. All right, so let's create add candidate model real quick, real quick. Okay, it's going to be inside of a section, and we have the styles already, so this shouldn't be too difficult. It's going to be inside a section with a class of model, and you have a model content and header with a class name of model header. Now you have an h4 that will say add candidate, and below that you have a button that will close the model, and we are going to give this a class of model close, and the close is going to be io md close. Okay, that's the icon. Below the header we are going to have a form. You don't need an action, of course. Now in the form you are going to have a div, the first h6 candidate name, and then we'll have an input, text input, of course. The name is going to be full name, and on change we have e, and then we'll set full name, which we don't have yet, will be equal to e.target.value, right? Now the value is going to be the full name, which we don't have yet, so let's have those states. So you have full name, set full name, use state initially, come on, it's going to be an empty string. So you need a name, a motto, and what else, a thumbnail or an image. So let's duplicate this div twice. We need candidate motto and set motto, and here the image of the candidate. Let's see, for the file, of course, that will be e.target.file, and then we select the first file, but then we only accept PNG, JPG, JPEG, WebP, AVIF, and yeah, that's enough. And lastly, we'll have, let me close this. Lastly, we will have a button of submit and a btn and primary class. Okay, this will say submit or add candidate, right? This should actually say set image. Event target files. All right, plural. Great. So I think that is it for, of course, the values. This is going to be the motto, and here I don't think I even need that. Okay, so I'll save this, and of course we need to be able to render that in the elections page. So right here, that should be update selection model showing. So in the UI, update selection model showing, right? So here, update selection model showing. If it is true, then we want to show update election model, which we don't have yet. Okay, I'm confused because I was thinking I'm working on the update election or the model to actually update the election, which I don't have yet. So let me quickly have that update selection model.jsx. Okay, what we just worked on, the form that we just had, is actually to add a candidate. Okay, so let's actually come back to the election details page and actually make sure we can show that. Okay, so I think for this section we are going to wrap that inside of a fragment and then bring this way down. So we'll have a sibling to this and that will be the add candidate model. Okay, and before we show it, we should make sure add candidate model showing is true. Okay, and so we are going to use selector, bring in a state.ui dot add candidate model showing. If it is true, then we want to show this model. Okay, add candidate model showing. I hope this makes sense, guys. Of course, for now it's not true, so we are not going to see it, but on click of this, it should show right here. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I don't think we have that imported, so let's import that. Okay, right here it has been imported now. Update selection model is not defined. Of course, let's go back to the elections page and make sure we import that as well. Okay, so now if we click, we should be able to, what is happening? Interesting. Nothing is happening, and that's quite strange. Guys, for some weird reason, I don't know how and why this open model function to dispatch this reducer isn't working, honestly. So you know what, I'm just going to ignore it for now. Let's take care of the update right here. Let's take care of that, and once we are done, we will come back to the open model or open candidates model. Okay, so now we want to be able to click this edit to show the update candidate, or sorry, the update selection model. All right, now the update selection model itself, although we have the component, it is not done. So I'm just going to copy everything from the add election. Sorry. So there's the update election model that we are working on. So this is update. I'll come down here and then change this to be update as well. Of course, I think everything in here should be the same, right? Everything in here should be exactly the same. Okay, but on click of the election, that is this edit button here, on click of that, we want to open the update model. I hope that makes sense. All right, so or just say open model. It's a different component, so yeah, open model is good. Now open model should be equal to, I have to bring in the dispatch, so use dispatch, And of course we need the actions as well, that's the UI actions. So dispatch UI actions dot open update election model, right? And that's what we need here. So once we come here and then we click, we should have, now of course we need to make some adjustments. This should say update election or edit election if you want, and the button should say, one should say update, or I'll say update here, and at the top I'll say edit election. Okay, and that's all we need really for now. That's all we need. Of course we should be able to click this close to actually close it, and we actually have close model here, close update election model, and the action is going to be different. We need a close update election model. That is the reducer we want to call here. So we click and it closes, so we can open and close. Right now we can actually go ahead and fetch that election and then put the title, the description and all that in here, but I think this is enough for now. Okay, let's get back here where we have the issue with the opening and closing of this add candidates model. For some reason it's not working, so I'm going to go back into, of course I can close the update elections and all that, and it's just simple, guys. On click of this button, I want to call this function which is going to dispatch the open add candidate model, which we have in here. Okay, which we have in here, open add candidate model right here, and we just set the add candidate model showing, which is the state. We set it to true. It's that simple, but for some reason this is not working and it's pissing me off, honestly. You know, I don't see any mistake here. I have on click model, and the UI actions, I'm bringing that in as well. As you can see, I have the dispatch function here, use dispatch. So I don't know what's wrong here. I don't know what's wrong, but for some reason this won't work. Okay, now you can see that we have this here. So that's the add candidate modal. Okay, so I'm making a typo. Modal L. Okay, if that is the same spelling from the UI slice, then it shouldn't make any difference, but it's actually not the same spelling, so that is why we were not able to do it or not able to show it. All right, so of course the computer never lies, so I was actually making the mistake. Okay, I had a typo in there. Of course we should be able to actually close it, so let's get to the add candidate model, and right here, that's the button we want to use to close it. Close add candidate model, and we've done this quite a few times already, so you know how this works. Simple. Close add candidates. Come on, man. Perfect. All right, so now I can close and open the, wait a minute, close add candidates model. Of course we should have the on click close model, of course. So now we can click and open the model. Perfect. So we are basically done with the entire project, guys. We are done with the entire project, which is amazing actually. Okay, you can go to the results page, fetch the candidates. We can vote for candidates, or at least show the model for the candidates. We have all the pages so far, and everything is looking amazing. Even on dark theme, everything is looking great. Okay, we have the update election. We have the create election model as well, and everything is looking amazing. Let's go to okay, for the logout, we didn't touch that. We are going to work on that once we finish the backend. But we have the login page right here. We have the sign up page as well, and all the pages are done. Okay, all the pages are done, as you can see. All right, so I think this is where I'll end the React part of this tutorial. And in the next video, we are going to work on the API or the backend. Now, let me quickly show you how this looks on mobile phones, just so you get the idea before I close the whole thing. Okay, so on mobile phones, of course, there's the dark theme, there's the light theme. Let's go to the results page. This is how it looks. Okay, we have our model looking great. On light theme as well, everything is looking perfect. You can go to the elections page, edit election. We have create election here. You can go to the election details. Wait a minute. You know what? Because I was debugging, I changed this to true. Initially, it should be false, of course. Okay. Okay, so that's it. We have the voters down here, and everything is looking amazing. So that is it for this entire tutorial. Thanks for sticking around, and I hope you learned a lot from this tutorial. Stay tuned for the part 2, where we are going to create the backend for the project. Now let's go ahead and create a folder for our API or our server. That's the backend side of the project. Now the client side that we have here, or the client folder that we have here, is the React app that we created in the previous video. Okay, so now the API is what we are going to work on, the Node Express API. Okay, so go ahead and open this server folder in VS Code or whatever text editor you are going to use. And with NodeJS installed on your computer, do npm init and then -y. That's inside of your server folder. Okay, I'm going to clear this. Now you can see we have package.json file here, and let's go ahead and install some dependencies that we need for this project. So npm install, of course we need Express, since there's a Node Express API. We need Mongoose, since we are going to communicate with MongoDB. We need course, and then we need .env. Okay, so let's install these packages. Of course, we are going to install more packages as we work on the project, but for now, these are the main packages that we need for the project to actually start. Okay, so if we take a good look at the dependencies, we have 4 so far, and in case you get the source code and you're having any issues, just come to the package.json and make sure you install these exact dependencies. Okay, and you will not have any issues with the project. That's if you're going to get the source code. All right, now let's create index.js file here, and then bring in some of the packages that we just installed. We are going to bring in Express, so let's require Express. I'll duplicate this twice. We need course, of course, coming from course, and then we need, I'm going to bring in connect from Mongoose. Okay, instead of bringing the whole Mongoose, I only need this connect method. All right, now for .env, I'll just do require .env, and config. Okay, our configure is right there at the top. All right, so let's instantiate our Express app. So we do app, and that's going to be equal to our Express that we have. And so I'll do app.use express.json, since we are going to send some requests using JSON. I'll do extended and set it to true. I'll duplicate this. Come on, duplicate. Okay, and URL encoded is going to be extended true as well. Now I'll do app.use again, and this is going to be course. Now with course, I'll set credentials to be true, and origin is going to be an array. Okay, now basically we are just giving permission to some domains that should communicate with the API. Okay, now the first domain that we need is going to be our React, the local React app. Okay, so I'm actually going to put it in an array. You have our local host 3000. Okay, if you can remember, that's the port that we used for the React application. And once we are done with the entire application and we deploy, we are going to add the domain of the client side here as well. Okay, so it's going to be here as well. I hope that makes sense. But for now, this is all we need to communicate with the API. I hope that makes sense. Now let's create our server. So app.listen, and the port is going to be 5000. And once we are connected, we just have to return something. I'll just do console.log. I'll use backticks here, and I'll say server connected or server started on port 5000. Okay, so I'll just do control and then backtick one more time to open the terminal. And I'm actually going to use NodeMon to run the server. Okay, so let's install NodeMon as a dependency, as a dev dependency. Okay, so that should be quick, right? And once we have that installed as a dev dependency, as you can see here, we should have a script for that. So that will be dev, and I'll say NodeMon index.js. Right, so to start our server, we can just do npm run dev. Okay, and we should get server started on port 5000. Now I don't want the port to be hard coded, so I'm going to create a .env file here and have a port of 5000 in here. So right here I'm just going to do process.env.port. Now copy this and bring it here as well. I hope that makes sense. So now, since we changed something in the .env, I have to restart this. So npm run dev, and we should have the same text, server started on port 5000. But now this is actually coming from the .env. I hope that makes sense. All right, so let's quickly go ahead and actually connect to the database right away. So I'm going to create a cluster on MongoDB Atlas. Okay, now you can go ahead and start for free. Then I'm going to create an account with my email. Just accept and submit that. You have a welcome page. I just want to walk you through everything from scratch. Okay, that's why I'm doing all this. Wait a minute. JavaScript and Node, of course. Why so many questions though? And I'll say not sure. Okay, now let's finish this. And of course we are going to use free right here. and AWS is okay. Now for the server or the region, you can choose whatever you want. I'll just keep it at France, Paris, okay? You won't even notice any difference, so there's no point. Now for database, I'll just close this. We'll do that later on. And right here, if you come to your cluster, you should see that things are being provisioned, okay? So it will take a while, about 3 minutes for everything to be done. So as this is being provisioned, let's come back to the project and actually create the entire folder structure. We are going to have controllers folder. Oh, sorry, controllers folder. So there's no dot. We will need models folder as well. We will need, come on, that should be next. We will need routes folder. We will need uploads folder. We will need utilities or utils folder. And I think actually I'll need middleware folder as well. Right? And let's quickly work on the routes. Okay, so I'll create a route plural file inside of the routes folder. And in here, we are going to bring in router from Express. Okay, and we'll just instantiate the router and make sure we actually export it right away. Now, from the index, I just want to test the routes. So I'll go ahead and say app.use. And for anything slash API, we are going to bring in the route file. Okay. And so let's go ahead and bring in the routes file. Routes.js. Okay. So anything slash API should send us to the routes file. Now in the routes file, we can just have something very simple here just to test. So router.get and slash, I'll just have this simple return. So we need request and response, and here response.json should be equal to, I'll just say this actually works. Okay, so we save this, and what we are going to use to test our APIs is Postman. Okay, so Postman is what we are going to use to actually test our APIs. Okay, so make sure you go ahead and actually install Postman. You can see the cluster is almost done. There are things still working here. But go ahead and install Postman or download Postman and then install it locally. It's actually free, so you don't have to worry about anything. And if we save this and then try to, of course, the method should be get. The path is localhost, so HTTP localhost port 5000 / API. And then if we send this, we should actually get this actually works. Okay, so this is what we are getting from this endpoint. Okay, now I want to go ahead and actually connect to the database before we start working on the routes and the controllers and the models and all that. And so I want to make sure this is all done so that we can go ahead and actually work on the project. All right, so to connect to the database, let's come to database access. Okay, or to connect to the cluster, let's come to database access and actually create a new database user. Now the name is going to be EGATOR. You can call it admin, you can call it your name, whatever. And the password I'm actually going to auto generate, and we will need this, so I'm going to copy and then paste it here as a comment for now. Okay, we are going to need that password. So I have the name or the username, the password, and this is actually optional. I don't need that. And for the role, I'll just do read and write. That should be enough. And I'll enable this for one specific cluster, and that's the cluster 0. That's the name of the cluster. That's why I wanted to change it to be more specific. And so I think that's it. Let's go ahead and add user, and our user EGATOR has been created. Okay, now let's go to network access as well, and I'm going to allow network from anywhere right here. Okay, and confirm this. Perfect. Now let's come back to cluster, and this is still being done. I don't know why it's taking so long. And to connect to the cluster, we are going to copy this link. So that's what we are going to use to actually connect to our MongoDB database. So we are going to paste this link that we just copied in the .env. I'll call this Mongo URL, and I'll just paste that. Now the password that we copied, that's the password of the user, should be in here. So that's this. So from here, we are going to paste that password, and as you can see, that's the name of the user, so that should match the password. Okay, now right after this slash, this forward slash, we are going to have the name of the database. Okay, now remember, we are only connecting to the cluster as a whole. Right here, that's cluster 0, but we need to give our database a name. Okay, or you can even come here and actually create the database, but I'm just going to give it a name here. I'll call it voting app tut. Okay, so voting app tutorial. So that's the name of the database that we are going to work with in the entire project. All right, so that's all I need in this .env for now, and I'm going to close it. And of course, once I'm done editing the .env, I should go ahead and actually restart the server. Okay, perfect. Now what I want to do is to actually first connect to the database before I even start this server. Okay, so with the connect method from Mongoose, I can just do connect and then pass in the Mongo DB database URL. So process.env, and I call it Mongo URL. Okay, and once that is connected, then we are going to actually start our server. So I'll just cut that and then paste it here. I hope that makes sense. But in case we have any issues, I'm going to catch that and I'll just log that in the console. All right, so now, of course, everything is working, and that means our MongoDB database has actually been connected to our API that we have here, which is perfect. Now, let's work on the routes right away. Okay, so we have the routes here, and of course, this is just for a test. Let's have the actual routes that we need for the entire application. We are going to have routes for our voters, routes for elections, and then routes for candidates. Okay, so for router.post /voters/register, we want to register a new voter. Okay, so we will say register voter. Okay, which should be a controller coming from the controllers, folder here. So we are actually going to have voters or voter controller .js, and of course we should have register voter here. We need a request, a response, and next. And here we are just going to say response.json register voter. I hope that makes sense. Of course, down here we have to export that. I'm going to export that inside of an object since we are going to export a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, now that's our first route. So if I come here and we go to /API/voters/register and change the method to post, let's see what happens. We get an error. Register voter coming from controllers and then voter controller. I hope that makes sense. All right, so now if you try this, we get register voter, right, which is perfect. All right, now for the error that we had, okay, for the error that we had, if right now I just mess something up and come back, you're going to get an error. Okay, and we don't want this crazy error here. We want to have our own custom error. So let's go ahead and actually create an error here in the middleware before we even start working on the actual controllers and the routes. Let's have error middleware.js, and we are going to have two error functions here. Okay, the first one is going to be 404 or not found. So I'll say, I'll leave a comment, unsupported or 404 endpoints should land us here. Okay, so not found should be equal to request response next, and we will say error should be equal to new error. That's the error class. We are instantiating a new error, and we'll say not found dash request the original URL, right? And right below that, we are going to say response.status 404. Perfect. Now let's have our error middleware. Okay, so this is what we are going to use to actually structure our errors. Okay, give our error a unique look, right? We are going to actually have a model which is going to give it a more unique look. And we'll take our error that we are getting, request, response, and then the next. We are first going to check if the response header is already sent. Okay, if it is sent, then we just return next and then pass in the error. Right, if it is not sent, then we are going to go ahead and say response.status, and the status should be the error code coming in, or we say 500, and we append the JSON and we say message should be the error message, or we say an unknown error occurred. Okay, we should of course go ahead and export this. So module.exports, we have not found, and then error handler. Perfect. So let's come back to the index, and of course we should bring those files in. Not found, and then error handler coming from middleware, error middleware. Okay, and down here we can just do app.use not found first, and then I'll duplicate that and have the error handler. Sorry. All right, so that is it for our errors. Now if I send this same request, let's see what happens. Okay, I think we have a technical error. And so yeah, that was because of the right here. Yeah, that was here in the route. Okay, if the route doesn't exist, we should get a 404 not found, as you can see here. Now for the error handler, I actually want to have a model to actually give it a better structure. Okay, so this error handler middleware that we just created, I'm going to give it a model. I'm going to create a model. I'll call this error model.js class http error. That's what I'm going to call it. Should extend the error class, the main error class. Okay, we are going to use a constructor here, passing the message and then the code. We call super and then passing the message, and this dot code should be the error code that the user or that we passing in this case. Extend or extends, sorry. Right, now that's what we need. Right, so in case we are handling any error, this module is what we are going to use. Okay, so it takes in a message and an error code, and that's what we will pass in. I hope that makes sense. So that's it. I'll just close this error model, and I'll close this error middleware as well. And so let's get back into our routes. All right, so for the voters, we need 3 routes, one for the register, one for the login, and another to actually get a voter. Okay, so this will be login voter, and of course we have to create that controller, and this will be get voter. Now let's come to the voter controller, and to help you understand everything, I'm going to actually have some comments for each controller. Okay, I'll say register new voter. It's going to be a post request, and this will be the path, and this will be unprotected. Now I'll just duplicate this, and we'll have login voter. This will be login, and this will be a post request as well. So we have login voter. Of course, we should pass that in here. Third is going to be get voter or fetch voter. This will be a get request. This will have the ID of the voter, and this will actually be protected. Okay, so you have get voter, and we should pass this in as well. Of course, the response should be different. There should be get voter, and I will say login voter here. I hope that makes sense. All right, so if we should import these controllers, that's login and then get voter, we should import these controllers and then we test that in here. So for login, we should get login voter here, and if we pass in any ID, we should have get voter. Okay, so that is the route for the voters, and actually I'm going to have an environment variable here. So for environments, I'm going to create a new environment variable. I'll call this voting tooth. Save that. This will be tooth URL, and this will be HTTP. This is just an environment variable that's going to help us or save us from typing all the URL out every time. Okay, so this will be localhost port 5000/API. Okay, I'll just copy this and then paste it here in the current value as well. All right, now let's go ahead and save this and make this the current or the active environment. Okay, so voting tooth, that's the environment variable, or tooth URL, yeah, that's the environment variable that I'm going to be using. Okay, so for instance, if I come here and I try to go to register voter, I can just do tooth URL, as you can see here, and slash voter, or is it voters, and then slash register. I hope that makes sense. So if I send this, I'm going to get register user. Okay, I hope that makes sense, guys. All right, so basically the first part of the URL is in the environment variable. We just have to add slash and then the other part, which is in these routes. Okay, perfect. So that is for the voters routes. Of course, we should go ahead and actually create the routes for the other, other things that we are going to have. We are going to have election routes, router or posts, elections should actually add an election. So you have add election. I'll just duplicate this a bunch of times. We'll have get, and this will get all elections, or get elections. We'll have another get, and this will have slash ID, and that will get a particular election. So get election singular. You will have a delete, and this will delete a particular election. So we will need an ID of that election. I'll call this remove election. We will need a patch, and that will update an election. We need the ID of that election, and we will say update election. And we will need another get to get candidates that belongs to a particular election. So the ID of the election, and then we get the candidates. I'll say get candidates of election. And lastly, we will need another get to get the voters of a particular election. Get election voters. Perfect. Of course, we should go ahead and actually create the elections controller, or election controller. And just as I did for the voter controller, I'll just copy this, come here and then paste it. This will be add new election. So that will be API elections / nothing. And it will be a post request, of course, but it will be protected and can only be done by an admin. Okay, this will say add election. I'll just go ahead and duplicate this a few more times. You have get elections, get all elections. So there will be get requests, and it will be unprotected. Oh, it should actually be protected, but not only by admin. And you will get elections, or I'll say get all elections, right? get single election. It will be protected, of course, and so to have an ID, it will be a get request. It will say get election singular, get single election. That will be the response for now. We will need get election candidate. That will be slash the ID of the election and then candidate. That will be a get request. It will be protected. And let's say get election or get candidates of election. That was the name I gave it here. Okay. And I'll just say get candidates of election. Right. And what else? Get voters of an election, or get election voters. You'll need the ID and then voters. It will be a get request, of course, protected. And that will be get election voters. Or get voters in an election. What else do we need? Remove and update. Okay, so that will be patch and delete. So that's just two remaining. I'll just delete this one. For patch and delete, only admin, of course. We need an ID. This will be delete for the method. And remove election, that's the name. Delete election, right? You will need update selection. You will need an ID for that. It will be a patch request only by an admin, and we will say update. Is that it? Yeah, update selection, right? Oh, a colon before the ID, of course. Update selection. And I think these are all the controllers that we need for this file. Okay, so module export get elections, get election. We need update selection, remove election, get candidates of election, and get voters, get election voters. Yeah, I think that's all. All right, now let's bring all these controllers const, and I'll bring all these from controllers and then election controller. Okay, perfect. Now add election. I didn't add that, which is the first one. So add election. Right, so now if I come back, actually for the voters, you know what, I'm going to make this as presentable as possible. So let's come back to collections right here, and I'll close this. Let's come back to collections and create a new collection. I'm going to call this, I'll rename this and call it voting tooth or voting app tooth. That's the collection name. And so I'll go ahead and let's first have the register login and then get voter. Okay, so for the register a voter, of course we are going to use the tooth URL environment variable that we had, and we have to go to voters/register, That's the endpoint. Okay, if you can remember, voters and then register will get us to the register voter controller, right? So once we have that and we get a response of register voter, we can actually go ahead and save this so that we don't have to always type the URL in. Okay, so we can give this a name of register voter and then choose the collection. That's the collection I just created, and I'm going to save this. Okay, now for login voter, that will be the tooth URL /voters /login. Okay, if I send this request, I'll get login voter, which means the endpoint is working. We are getting the actual controller, and so I'll say login voter and then save this, and we have one more for the voter routes, right? That will be get voter. So let's bring in the tooth URL and the ID of the voter we want to get. For now, just a random ID. And so if we send this request, let's see what we get. And we have an issue, meaning something is wrong. Oh, it should be a get request. Okay, so that was my bad. That was an error. And so now we have get voter. So all the voter endpoints are working. Okay, meaning the controllers are working together with the endpoints, right? I just want to make sure all these things are in place and they are working before we start actually working thoroughly on the individual controllers. And I'll save this. So let's go ahead and do same for the elections, right? So that will be tooth URL elections. This should give us all the elections, get all elections. So I'll say get elections. We have get election, which should just have an ID. Of course, I will have to create a new, so tooth URL elections and then an ID should get us a single election, right? I'm going to go ahead and then save this, get election singular. We have add election, of course. That will be a post for the method. So tooth URL elections, and if it's a post, then we should get add election, right? So let's go ahead and save this and hit save. We need update and delete as well. Update election, that will be a patch request. So tooth URL elections and the ID of the election we want to patch or update, and we get the response election, right? We need delete election, elections and an ID, and then the method delete, we get delete election. And I know this is boring, but I just want to have it in place just so, I mean, it's going to make our lives so easy. Okay, so whenever you want to register a user, you just click this and then you can just, you know, come to body, fill in the form and then register a user. It's that simple. You don't have to come back, be filling, you know, the URL and all that. Okay, so that is why I want to have these in place, and our life is going to be easier creating this API. Now the next is going to be to get candidates that belongs to, you know, a particular election. So elections, the ID of the election, and then candidates should take us to get candidates of an election. Perfect. Let's save this as well. Get candidates of election. And I think last one will be the get voters. Okay, so that will be a get request as well. Elections, the ID of the election, and then voters. And if I hit send, I get election voters. Get voters of election. All right, so these are the endpoints so far that we need, and we are going to now have the endpoints for our candidates as well. We should work on the candidate controller .js, and just like we had for the election, I'll just paste this here. You have add candidate, which will be post. So API candidates, right? It can only be done by an admin. Add candidate, add candidate. Perfect. Now I'll duplicate this 3 more times. This will be a full CRUD. So you have get candidate as well. And so you say get candidates, and this will be a get request, API candidates, and the ID of that candidate. All right. You need update candidate. Actually, remove candidate first. So you'll need an ID, of course, to remove a candidate. This will be a delete request. That's the method, and it can only be done by an admin, of course. We say delete candidate. And lastly, the update candidate will be vote candidate. Okay, it will be a patch request, and we need the ID of that candidate we are trying to vote for, and that won't be only admin, and we will say vote candidate. Right, so now of course we should make sure these are exported. So module exports, add candidates, get candidate, remove candidates, and then vote candidates. Okay, I'll just copy this, and in our routes we should bring them in const, and then paste. Should be coming from controllers and then candidates controller. Okay, so router.post, that will be the add candidates, and add candidate, that will be the post. You will need a get, that will get candidate. You will need a delete, that will delete candidate, or remove candidates. That's the name of the controller. Now of course we need an ID for each except for the add, and this will be for patch. That's the method. That will be vote candidate. Okay, that's the controller that will take care of that. All right, so that is all for the routes. Okay, for the entire application, these are the routes that we are going to use, right? And so let's go ahead and actually have, you know, these endpoints down for the candidates as well. First we have post, and that will be toots candidates and that should add a candidate. Okay, so add candidate. We have get candidate. So tooth candidate /id, get candidate, of course. I'm going to save that. We have vote candidate, which is a patch request. So patch candidate, and then the ID of that candidate. We send this request, we get vote candidate. And lastly, remove candidate, okay, which is a delete request. Candidate /id, that should give us remove candidates. All right, and this is the last endpoint, delete candidate. So these are the endpoints we have for the entire application. Okay, and this is going to help us a lot. That's why I had to make sure we have it in place first before we actually start working on the controllers. So of course, we have to make sure they are all working, okay, before we start working on the individual controllers. Perfect. So now I think we should have the models for all the, all the controllers that we have. Let's have our models. We will have voter model .js and candidate model .js, and lastly election model .js. Okay, so these are the three models that we need. We are first going to start with the voter model. Of course, I'm going to bring in schema model and then types from Mongoose. Okay, so let's create our schema. I'll say voter schema. That's what I'll call it. Should be equal to new schema from Mongoose, right? And we need a full name for every voter. That'll be a type of string, and it will be required, right? And I'll duplicate this a few times. So we need full name, email. It will be the same type string, and then required password, same thing. And I'll need voted elections. Okay, this will actually be an array. So let me remove this and have an array here with the type of types dot object ID, and I'll reference the election model, which we don't have yet. Okay, but we can reference that since we are going to create that in a minute. And I'll say required should be true here as well. So this will actually be related to the elections model once we create it. Okay, that's why I'm referencing that to the election model that I'm going to create. All right, so basically every voter is going to have this array, and inside the array will be the elections that person has voted in. I hope that makes sense. And this is the relationship we are creating so far between the voter and the elections model. And lastly, we are going to have is admin, and the type is going to be Boolean, and it's going to have a default of false. Okay, and I think we should actually have timestamps as well, set to true. And that's what we need here. So module exports, I'll create my model and call it voter, and voter schema will be the schema I want to use to create this model. I hope that makes sense. All right, so let's create the election model as well. Of course, we are going to bring in the schema model and the types from Mongoose. And so let's create a schema real quick. We'll call this selection schema. New schema takes in an object. For each election, we need a title. The type will be string. It will be required. So required true. I'll duplicate this 2 times, and we need a description of the election. It will be required, and the type will be string as well. And then we need a thumbnail. Now, once we upload every image, we will push it to cloudinary, and then cloudinary will return a string. So the thumbnail here is going to be a string as well. We need 2 more things: candidates. So the candidates that belong to this particular election, and that will be a type of types object ID, and of course it will be required, so required true, and the reference will be the candidate model that we don't have yet. Okay, so each election will have candidates, an array of candidates, right? And each candidate will belong to an election. I hope that makes sense. And each election will have voters as well, which will be an array. The type will be types. Come on, we have an object type, types.object ID. It will be required, and the reference will be the voter model that we have already created. Okay, so each election will have voters, as you can see here. That is why we have this. That's the relationship between the election and the voter. And each voter would have voted elections as well. Okay, the voted elections, the elections the voter has actually participated in. And this will be the voters that have voted in this particular election. I hope that makes sense. All right, now let's go ahead and have a model that we are going to export. So model, come on, model, we'll call this selection. We should make sure it is selection, or we call it election to merge this, and we'll say election schema. That's the schema we are using to create this model. And that's all for this election model. Now I'm going to copy this and then come to the candidate model here as well, paste it. Let's go ahead and create the candidate model real quick. Candidate schema, new schema, takes in an object. We need a full name for every candidate. So the type will be string, and it will be required. We need an image, which is also going to come from cloudinary. So the type will be string. Come on, string. Wait, did I make that mistake for all the models? I did not. I'll check here as well. Perfect. All right. So the type will be string. It will be required as well. And I'll have a motto. So I'll just duplicate this to be required, and a string as well. And we'll have vote count. The vote count will be number, and the default will be 0. Now I'll have election. Okay, and that will be the election ID that this candidate belongs to. So this will have a type of types.object ID. Of course, it will be required, and it will reference the election model. Okay, and that's it. That's all we need. Now if you want, you can add, you know, timestamps, but I don't think we need that. Okay, I don't think we need that. All right, so let's go ahead and export our model. I'll call this candidate, and then the candidate schema will be the schema to create this model. And that's all for all our models. That is all for the models for this entire project. Okay, so we can go ahead and start working on the controllers, starting with the voter controller. We should be able to create voters, login or register voters, login voters, and then get voters. Okay, so that's what we should get on to. Now, all these controllers are going to be asynchronous since they are going to communicate with the database. Okay, so I'm going to use a sync await for all of the controllers. All right, so in front of the functions, we should have a sync. We are going to await some things in the controller. All right, so starting with the register voter. First of all, I'm going to bring in our model. That's the voter model, which should be required from models and voter model. Okay, I'm going to bring in our HTTP error model as well, just so we can handle our errors. If you've forgotten, that's the error model we have here. So we just pass in an error message and an error code. Okay, I hope that makes sense. All right, so these are the two things I need right now. And so let's go ahead. I'm going to put this inside a try catch in case we have any issues adding or registering a user. We are going to return next and say new HTTP error. And we are going to pass in our error message. I'll say voter registration failed. Okay, and I'll say 422 for the error code. All right, but to create a user, of course, we need a full name coming from the client. We need an email. We need a password, and we need confirm password, which I'm going to call password 2. And that should be coming from the request body. Okay, now let's go ahead and check if all these things are present. So if not full name, or if not email, or if not password, or if not confirm password or password 2, then I'm going to go ahead and return an error message. So return next new HTTP error, or pass in fail in or fails error, and 422 as the error code. But if we have everything, then we can go ahead and actually I'm going to make all emails lowercase. Okay, so I'll say new email should be equal to email dot to lowercase. Now once we have a lowercase email, we are going to check if the email actually exists or already exists in the database. Okay, so of course we don't want duplicate emails, so we don't want to register another person if that email the person entered is already in the database. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and check if that email exists. I'll say email email exists should be equal to await voter model dot find one, and I'm going to find email of the new email. Okay, so if we get an email back, so if email exists, then we are going to return an error. So return next new HTTP error, and the error message will say email already exists, and 442 will be the error code. Sorry, 422. All right, but if the email does not exist, then we are going to go ahead and make sure the password is actually 6+ characters. Okay, we are just making sure the password is long enough. So if password dot trim, and once we trim it, we are going to check for the length as well. If it is less than 6 characters, then we are going to say return next new HTTP error, and we will say password should be at least 6 characters. 422. If the password is long enough, then we are going to go ahead and make sure the password and the confirmed password are actually the same. Okay, so I'll say make sure passwords match. So if password, or I'm going to check if password is not equal to password 2, which is the confirmed password, then I'm going to return an error here. I'll say passwords do not match. But once they match, then we can go ahead and actually hash the password. Okay, so to hash a password, we are going to use bcrypt. Right, to hash a password, we are going to use bcrypt. So I'm going to go ahead and open a new terminal here, and I'm going to install bcrypt.js. Okay, and that was fast. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in bcrypt.js. I'll just call it bcrypt, but we are bringing it from bcrypt.js. Okay, let's bring in that, and we are going to use that to actually hash our password here. So I'll say hash password. Let's have a salt first, which should be equal to await bcrypt.gen_salt. We are generating a salt, and I'll put in 10. Basically, the 10 is how hard the salt is going to be. Okay, and I'll say hashed password should be equal to await bcrypt.hash. I'll pass in the password that we want to hash and the salt. Okay, and once we have a hashed password, I want to make sure, or I want to check if the email is achiever@gmail.com. Now, if it is achiever@gmail.com, then I want to make this user an admin. I hope that makes sense. But if it is any other email, then I just want to set its admin to be false, and therefore making that user not an admin. Okay, now of course you can go ahead and edit this and put in your own email, and once you create an account, your email is going to be the admin. Therefore you will have a lot more privileges, whereby you can actually edit elections, add candidates, and all that. Okay, I hope that makes sense, and we are going to understand that further as we code along. So here I'm going to check if user, or I'll actually say no user or voter should be admin except for one with email achiever@gmail.com. I hope that makes sense. So that is what I'm going to check. I will first let its admin to be false, and if new email is equal to achiever@gmail.com, then its admin is going to be true. So in this case, if you want to change it to, let's say, admin, you can do admin@gmail.com, and once you register a user with this email, this user is going to be the admin for the entire project. I hope that makes sense. But in my case, I want this to be achiever@gmail.com. So once we are done with all these checks, now we can go ahead and actually add the user or the voter to the database. Okay, so I'll say save new voter to DB or database. I'll say const new voter should be equal to await voter model. Come on, await voter model dot create. Okay, and to create a voter we need full name, email, right? Coming from the voter model we need name, email, password, and it's admin. Okay, now this will be populated later on, but for now these are the ones that we need. Okay, remember I actually even set this to be false by default, but I'll actually set it here as well. So we need an email, so the email here is going to be the new email, and the password is going to be the hashed password, and its admin is going to be its admin that we have here. In this case it's going to be true. Okay, that is if we registered a user whose email is achiever@gmail.com. I hope that makes sense. All right, so once we create the user in the database, or once we add the user to the database, we can send a response, and the status can be 201, meaning a new resource has been created, and the JSON message will say new voter, and then we can pass in the email of the voter or the full name of the voter. So let's say new voter achiever created. Okay, so with this we should actually be able to register. Wait a minute, this should be gen salt. Okay, so with this we should be able to register a user. I just hope I don't have any. I'll just wrap this in parentheses. All right, so we check for the length of the password. If it's less than 6 characters, then we send this error message, right? Or we return this error message to the next middleware. And here we're actually checking if the email exists. Okay, so you should make sure you remove this exclamation mark. So we are checking the database to see if the email actually exists. If it does exist, then we are going to return an error, right, saying email exists. I hope that makes sense. All right, so with all these in place, we should actually be able to register a user. I'm going to have some space down here. So let's get back to Postman and go to register user, and make sure you come to body and then URL encoded. That's the kind of form you are going to send. And looking at things, we need a full name right here, email, password, and then password 2, which is the confirmed password. So we need full name. I'll do John Doe, and we need an email. I'll do john@gmail.com. By the way, let me show you the database. If you go to clusters and browse collection right here, you should see we have voting aptut. That's the database name. Okay, if you can remember in our .env right here, we have voting app name. Okay, that's the name we gave to the database right after the /. I hope that makes sense. Right, so that database has been automatically created, and as you can see we have voters collection in here. Okay, and if you check the voter model, that's the name we gave to the model. Okay, we named it voter, and it just pluralized it, okay, to make a voters collection right here. All right, so I'm just showing you to make sure you know that there are no documents so far in the voters collection. As you can see, there's nothing or nobody registered in the voters collection. Okay, so let's go ahead and try registering. Of course, if you try and then send this request, we are going to get fill in all fields. Okay, we need password and password 2. So password, I'll do John123, and password 2, that'll be the confirmed password. And if I try and then send this, I should get fill in all fields still. But if I have something in here which does not match the password, so the confirmed password and the password does not match, and we get passwords do not match. Okay, now I'll do John123, And now you can see that everything is valid. Okay, we have the passwords matching, we have an email and the full name. Okay, so now if I send this request, we have new voter John Doe created. Okay, so if I come back to the collection, that's the voters collection that we have. If I come back and then enter the voter collection, we should actually have John Doe, okay, in the database. I hope that makes sense. So that's working. Now, if I should send the same request with the same email, if I try to register anyone with the same email, let's see what we get. Okay, we get email already exists. Okay, and of course that user shouldn't be registered. So if I refresh this collection, we should have the old user with that email. I hope that makes sense. So that is it for the voter registration or the user registration. And now I think we should get on to the login. Okay, we should be able to log in users or voters. So to log in a user or a voter, we need to bring in, of course, I'm going to put this in a try catch. And in case of anything, I'll return next new HTTP error. And I'll say login failed. Please check your credentials or try again later. I'll say 422. Right. Perfect. And in a try, of course, we need something from the request coming in. Okay, so we need email of the user and then the password coming from the request body. Now, once we have that, we want to make sure they have something in there. Okay, so they have some characters in it. Okay, so if there is no email or there is no password, then we are going to say return next new HTTP error and fill in. I'm going to actually change the email to be all lowercase, just like we did for the registration. And once I do that, I'm going to check if this email actually exists or there is any user that exists in the database with this email, right? So I will say voter should be equal to await, and then the voter model, I will say find one and pass in the email. That will be the new email. Perfect. All right, so in case there is no user returned, in case we don't get any user back, then this email actually does not exist. Okay, so we can log in a user who is not registered, right? So I'll say HTTP error and say invalid credentials. But if we get any user back, then we are going to go ahead and compare that user's password, that's the hashed password. As you can see from the database, we actually hashed the password. Okay, so we are going to get the raw password from the request body and then compare it with the hashed password from the voter. Okay, the voter we are getting back from the database, right? So I'll say compare passwords, and I'll say compare pass should be equal to await bcrypt dot compare. This that method. I'll pass in the request password and I'll compare it to the voter's password. That's the hashed password. All right. Now, if it doesn't match, so if compare password is false, then I'm going to return next and say new HTTP error. And here too, I'll say invalid credentials. I hope that makes sense. Right, perfect. But if it does match, okay, so if the request password matches the password coming back from the database, then we should send back a token. Okay, we should send back a token. Right, so I'm actually going to have a function here to generate tokens. And we are actually going to install a package called JSON Web Token. That's what we are going to use to create the token. So I'll do npm install JSON Web Token. Okay, that was quick. And let's create our token real quick. Wait a minute. I'll say generate token should be equal to, of course, I'll take in a payload, and I'll say token should be equal to JWT. Of course, we should bring in JWT. So I'll do JWT require JSON Web Token, right? Yeah. So JWT.sign, it takes in a payload and a secret. Okay, now the secret, I'm actually going to put it in here and call it JWT, and that's called secret. Secret. And I'll just have something random in here, okay, with numbers and all that. Right, so that's my secret. And since we just altered this, I have to restart the server, npm run dev. Whenever you change something in the, or you alter the .env file, you have to restart the server, right? So I'll bring in the secret, that's the, so JWT secret, and we need some options here. Okay, so expires in, I'll do 1 day. You can do, it should be a string. You can do 1 hour, you can do, 1 minute, whatever you want. All right, and here I'll just return the token. That's it. Okay, that's all for the generate token. Okay, so in here, once the password is correct, that means once the password from the request matches the password from the database, I'm going to go ahead and let me actually destructure some things. I'll get the ID of the user or the voter. I'll get the admin from the voter as well, and the voted elections as well. I'll get that, and that should be coming from the voter that we got from the database. So once we have these, we can go ahead and actually have a token, and that will be equal to generate token. That's the function we just created. And remember, it takes in a payload right here, and the payload is an object here, and we have ID and its admin. Okay, so those are the two things I'll pass in the payload, and I'll send a response back with the token that we just created, the voted elections, the ID, and its admin. That's what I'm sending back. Okay, so if I save this, hopefully you don't have any errors here. If I save this and we come to Postman, let's try and then log in a user real quick. So far we have only one user, that's John Doe. And so body and a URL encoded. We need an email. For now, I'll just have something that does not exist. And we need a password. And I'll do a random password. Let's see what happens, okay? If I try to send this request, I get invalid credentials, right? But let's try and then enter something. Of course, if I send an empty field, fill in all fields, right? I'll do john@gmail.com. That was the email. If I send this, I should get invalid credentials because the password is not correct. But if I do John123, that was the password used to create John Doe's account. And now if I send this request, I should get a token. Wait a minute. Login failed. Please try. Okay, I think I have an error. I think I have an error in here. I have an error. Wait a minute. Let's debug this together real quick. I'll remove the catch. I'll remove the try as well. Is it voted elections? Yeah, voted elections, right? Voted elections. So I'll bring my try catch, and they should actually be voted elections. Okay, right. And if you check the database, that's actually how it should be, voted elections right here. So it's plural. I made it singular, and probably that's why we had this error. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually try this one more time. Let's try logging in John Doe, and this persists. What is going on? It's admin voted elections. Generate token. Okay, this should be .env. All right, sorry guys. Sorry about that. So you probably saw that, but I didn't. So once again, let's try and then log in John Doe and see what happens. Boom. So we get the token, of course, which ends here. We get the ID, the voted elections, and then it's admin, okay, which is false by default. Now, of course, if I register a user with the email of Achiever, remember we had this here that if the email is achiever@gmail.com, then this user should be the admin, okay, or its admin should be true. I hope that makes sense. Now, as I said, of course, you can make this your email or whatever you want, right? But in this case, if we create a user with the email of achiever@gmail.com, then that person is going to be the admin. Okay, so let's create a next achiever. That's the name. And for the email, achiever@gmail.com. For the password, I'll do achiever123. Achiever123. Okay. And if I create this user, okay, new voter and it's achiever created. Now, if I check here and refresh real quick the voters collection, we have 2 users or 2 voters so far. And as you can see, Achiever is actually the admin. Okay, John Doe was false, but here it is true. Right now, if I go ahead and create one more user, Jane Doe, and the password, I'll do Jane123 for the confirm, and here to Jane123, and for the email, it will be jane@gmail.com. Let's register this user quickly. We have Jane Doe created, and if I refresh, this user should be false. Okay, that's the admin. It's admin should be false for Jane Doe as well. So every single user is going to be false except for Ernest Achiever. I hope that makes sense. All right, of course we can go ahead and log in as any of these users. I'm going to log in as Achiever, and if the password is not correct, in this case this is John Doe's password, we shouldn't be able to log in. Okay, so we get invalid credentials, but once the password is correct, then we should get a token, it's admin and all that. Okay, so everything is working exactly as expected, guys. And so we should go ahead and finish with the voters controller, and the last thing we need to do is actually to get a voter. Okay, so let's quickly do that. And to get a voter, we need something from the request params. Okay, this time it's not going to be the request body, but we are getting the ID or the ID of the person that we want to fetch from the database. All right, now I'll put this in a try catch here, or if you want, you can even bring this in the try catch. And of course, in case of anything, we are going to return next HTTP error here, and we say couldn't get voter. Right, that's enough. I'll say 422. as well, or you can even do 404, right? So I'll say voter should be equal to await with the voter model, of course, which we are going to find by ID, and you pass in the ID that we want to find, ID of the voter. Okay, now I'm going to do select, and I'll do negative password. I just don't want to show the password of the user. Okay, I don't want to return that to the client. So we return the voter, and that's it. Okay, so that is all for the voter controller. That is all for the voter controller. Of course, if we try and then do this, I'll copy the ID of NS Achiever here, and let's go to get voter, and here we are going to pass in the ID. And now if I try to get NS Achiever, we have him. Okay, we have Achiever. All right, so that's it. That's all we need to do for the voter controller. I hope that makes sense. Perfect. So the next controller that we should work on should be the elections controller. So let's enter the elections controller right here and be able to actually add an election. Now, to work on the add election, we are going to be uploading files, right? And we are going to renaming the files as well. And also we are going to actually push the files to the cloud using cloudinary. Okay, and so let's go ahead and install these packages before we start working in the controller. I'll do npm install express file upload. So instead of Motor, which is the most common package for uploading files to Express, we're actually going to use Express file upload, right? We're going to install cloudinary as well. And lastly, I'm going to install UUID. Okay. All right, so let's hit enter to install these packages. I'm actually going to go ahead and create an account on cloudinary. So cloudinary, not the documentation, come on. So go ahead and actually sign up for free, of course. And I'll sign up with Google. All right, so once we are logging in, let me actually come back to our index.js file. And in here, I'm going to bring in express file upload. So let's require express file upload. And I'll just say right here, app.use upload. Come on. Upload, yeah. Okay, that's all I need to do in the index.js. So make sure you have this right here, and you can actually be able to upload files in this application. Why is this taking so long though? With cloudinary, we need API key, the cloud name, and the secret. Okay, so those are the three things I want to have, and that's actually going to be in the utils folder. So I'll just create a cloudinary file here, cloudinary.js. Of course, I'm going to go ahead and actually bring in v2. I'll call that cloudinary, and that should be coming from the cloudinary package that we installed. Okay, so you will say cloudinary.config takes in an object. We need a cloud name, so cloud_name process.env.cloudinary, come on, cloud name. We don't have that yet, but I'm going to create that in a second. Process.env cloudinary API key, and lastly we need a secret. Process.env cloudinary API secret. All right, once we have these module.export cloudinary. Okay, so of course we should create these. I'll come to the .env file and wait a minute. We need a cloudinary cloud name. We will have that shortly. We need a cloudinary API key. And lastly, we need a cloudinary secret or cloudinary API secret. Okay. Which we are going to get all these from the cloudinary account that we just created. And so is there something particular preventing you from successful one? Nah, bro. This is actually the cloud name. Okay, so I can copy that right here and paste that in here. So that's the cloud name. We need the API key and the API secret. And I think I can find that here. Let's go to the settings. Okay, so let's go to API keys. We have the API key here. So let's just copy that, come back and then paste it right here. And lastly, we need a secret. Okay, so if you click this icon, you should go ahead and actually, and that's what I'm just going to paste here and then approve. And I can copy this API secret into my .env. Okay, once I have all these, of course, I should go ahead and actually restart the server. Okay, whenever you change something in the .env, you should start the server. All right, so everything should be working as we code along. Make sure you have all these in the .env and make sure you have the configuration for the cloudinary, and also make sure you have that's in the index.js. Make sure you have express file upload brought in and you instantiate it right here. And once we have all these, we can go ahead and work on the election controller. Okay, now let's check out the model. That's the election model. We have title, description, and then thumbnail. Okay, so those are the three things we need from the request body. Now, to show you something real quick, I'll send a response right away. Response the JSON, I'll send back the request body. Okay, and so let's quickly go to Postman, and I just want to show you something. That's all. How do I have, okay, I have add elections here, or add elections, sorry. So let's come to body, and this time we are going to select form data. Okay, instead of the URL encoded, I want form data. Okay, now to add an election, I need a title, a description, and a thumbnail. Okay, now the thumbnail, instead of text, is actually going to be a file, right? And so we can go ahead and select a file and we can choose any of these files, right? I'm going to choose this person, and the title, I'll just have something random and something random for the description as well. Right, now let's send this, and I'm going to show you something real quick. We do not have the thumbnail. Okay, now to get a thumbnail, that will be the request files.thumbnail, and I'm going to send this request again, and now this is what we get. Now the name of the file that we selected was candidate4.jpg. Okay, so we are going to actually make use of this. That's why I want to show you what we are getting from the thumbnail. Okay, we are calling it thumbnail because that's the name we want it to be called, but of course you can go ahead and actually give it any name you want. Okay, and that should be the name coming from the client. I hope that makes sense. So in the React application that we created, we actually called it thumbnail. Okay, so we are going to also make use of the size of the image or the file that we are bringing in. And so far, I think those are the two things that we are going to take note of or pay attention to Okay, so the name of the file or the thumbnail that we are bringing in or we are uploading. And then the second thing is the size of the file. So pay attention to these things. Now, later on in the video, I'm going to make sure only an admin can be able to add an election. Okay, so I'm actually going to have a check here. Only admin can add election. And we are not going to make use of this right now, but I just want to have it here. Okay, just so we don't forget. So the request user is admin. I'm going to check something like this. If the user is not an admin, or if it's admin for that user or that voter is actually false, then this person shouldn't be able to continue. So we are just going to return new HTTP error, and we say only admins or only an admin can perform this action. I hope that makes sense. 403. Okay, now as I said, we are not going to make use of this right now, so I'll just comment it out, but we are going to come back to it. Okay, so let's go ahead, and from the request body we need a title and a description. That's from the request body, and if we don't have that, then of course we have to return an error. Okay, so if not title or not description, if you don't have any of these two, then we are going to return next new HTTP error, and we say please fill in all fields, or just fill in all fields. Okay, 422. Right, now we want to check if we have a thumbnail as well. So if we do not have a thumbnail, so if request.files doesn't have a thumbnail, then we are going to return it as well. Return next new HTTP error, and we will say choose a thumbnail. 422 as well. Okay, all right, now if you do have a thumbnail, then we are going to continue and get that thumbnail from the request files. Okay, and we are going to make sure the image size is less than 1 megabyte. Okay, so I will say if thumbnail dot size, if it's greater than 1,000,000 bits or 1,000,000 bytes. Okay, if it's greater than 1,000,000 bytes, then we have a problem. The file is too big, so we are going to return here as well HTTP, come on, HTTP error, and I'll say file size too big, should be less than 1 megabyte. Okay, right, but if it is less than 1 megabyte, then we can go on and actually rename the image. And the reason why I have to rename the email or the thumbnail is because different people can have the same name for a file. So someone can name his thumbnail as my thumbnail.png, for instance, and another person will have the same name for his or her thumbnail, and I don't want that confusion in the database. Therefore, we are going to go ahead and actually rename the thumbnail. Okay, so to rename the thumbnail, I'll let file name be equal to the thumbnail dot name. If we check back, we actually have that. Okay, so we have name in a thumbnail. So in this case, it is candidate4.jpg. Okay, so we get that, and I'll say file name should be equal to file name dot split, and I'll split by the dot, and I'm splitting by the dot just so I can get the extension. Okay, so I'm splitting by the dot, and the first part is going to be the actual name of the file, and the last part is going to be the extension of the file. I hope that makes sense. All right, now once we split that, I'll say file name should be equal to file name, and the first part, we get the first part, the actual name of the file, and we are going to bring in UUID here. So I'll use v4. I'll call this UUID, and that should be coming from UUID. Okay, this will just generate some random text which is always unique, and I'll add a dot, and lastly I'll add the extension. So file name, and then in here I'll say file name dot length -1, which should always give me the last part of the array that we splitted here. Okay, so in this case it will always give me the extension. So basically I have the file name itself, I have some unique random characters, I have a dot, and then the extension of the file. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So once we have this, then we can actually go ahead and actually upload this file into our uploads folder that we have here in our project. All right, so I'll say upload file to uploads folder. So let's await thumbnail.mv. Okay, now I need a path dot join. I'll say their name. Let's go back up one more folder and into the uploads folder, and I'll get the file name that we just had. Okay, and wait a minute. Okay, of course this should be an asynchronous controller. All these should be asynchronous. I'll just copy and then paste it. For all the controllers that we have. Okay, so we go on and we save this file. Now if everything goes well, if we have an error, I'll check for an error here. If we have any kind of error, then we are going to check. Now if we have any kind of error, then we are going to return HTTP error and put in that error that happened. Okay, but if everything goes well, that means if we are able to actually save this image or this thumbnail, then we are going to go ahead and actually store image on Cloudinary. Okay, we are going to upload the image to Cloudinary. Okay, so to do that, of course we need to bring in Cloudinary from the utils. That's from the configuration file that we have here, right? And so I'll say Cloudinary require, we have to go up into the utils folder and get Cloudinary NodeJS. So we're actually going to expect a result from Cloudinary. So let's await Cloudinary .uploader.upload. We need a path. Basically, once the thumbnail is uploaded here, we are going to target that image that just got uploaded, and we are going to send that to Cloudinary. I hope that makes sense. So here we say path.join, and we need a their name. We are going up into the uploads folder and the file name, and I'm going to have an option here. Let's say resource type should be image. Okay, now once this is successful, or let's actually check if we weren't successful uploading the, so if result secure URL is false, then that means the image upload wasn't successful. Okay, or sending the image to Cloudinary wasn't successful. Therefore, you return an error, say new HTTP error, and we say couldn't upload image to Cloudinary, and that'll be 422. Okay, now if we are successful right here, if we were able to upload the image to Cloudinary, then we are going to save election to DB. So new election should be equal to await, of course. And let's bring in the election model. Election model should be equal to require. We have to go to the models, election model. Okay. So election model dot create. We need a title, we need a description, and we need a thumbnail, which in this case is going to be the results.secure URL. So once we have that, let's just return new election. Perfect. All right, so of course I should have all these in a try catch. Why am I just typing? I'm going to have all these in a try catch, so I'll just copy from here and have everything in a try catch. If we have any error, we are just going to return next new HTTP error and say, I'll just, I'll just pass in the error. And let me just pass in the error. And for the try, I'll just paste what we had earlier. Okay. Just shift this over. Perfect. All right. So now let's save this and actually test this out in Postman. So of course, if we check the cloudinary, we shouldn't have. If we go to assets, so these are just images that have been uploaded here by cloudinary. Okay, we so far haven't uploaded any image, but let's go ahead and actually test this out. And once we are successful with creating an election, we should have our image pushed to cloudinary. And of course, here in the uploads folder as well, we should have the image or the thumbnail there. Okay, so right here I'm actually going to enter some reasonable text. I'll say Harvard presidential elections 2024, and that's the title. For description, I'll just keep it like this. And for the election thumbnail, I'm going to choose Harvard. Okay, the Harvard flag. All right, so let's go ahead and send this request. And path it's not defined. Of course, we should bring in path. Okay, so let's bring in path. Let's require path. Right, and now let's send this request. And boom, we have title, Harvard presidential elections. We have the description, we have thumbnail, which is coming from cloudinary. So now if we refresh this, that's the assets folder that we have here on cloudinary. And I don't know why cloudinary is so slow today, but let's just be patient. And as you can see, we have our Harvard flag here. Okay, and if we check our uploads folder, we should have that here as well. Okay, so everything is working for the add election controller. Everything is working exactly as expected. Okay, so now let's move on to actually get all elections. And so far we have only one election, so let me actually go ahead and create one more election. And I'll say Legon presidential elections 2024. And for the flag, I'll just grab a flag from here. That's Legon. And for the description, you know what, I'm actually going to use lorem ipsum to get some dummy text. And yeah, this should be enough. Come up here and then paste it. Perfect. And we have our thumbnail already, so I can just send this. And we have a title, Legon presidential elections 2024. a thumbnail, which should be uploaded to cloudinary, of course. If I refresh this, or I should just use this refresh. Okay, so we should have that, and of course it should be uploaded in here as well. Okay, now I'll have one more election, UENR, that's UNE, presidential elections. And for the flag, I don't think I have a flag for UNE, so I'll just choose anything. For the flag, I'll choose the Stanford flag, and I'll send this. I'll just keep, you know what, let me just edit this a little bit for the, that's for the description, and I'll send this. Okay, so UNE presidential elections 2024 has been added, and if you come here and then refresh, we have the Stanford flag that I chose for UNE. Okay, so everything is working, and now so far we have, that's if we check our database, we should have the elections collection here as well, of course. In other words, I have to refresh this whole page. And of course, we have the elections collection. Okay, and so far we should have 3 elections. Okay, so we have the title for each election, the ID, description, thumbnail, which is the URL coming from cloudinary, of course, and then we have the candidates and the voters as well. So everything is working exactly as expected. I'll have this in a try catch, and in case of anything, I'll just return next, and then new HTTP error, and then passing the error. That's enough. Now, to get the elections, I'll say elections should be equal to await election model. Come on, election model dot find, just so I can get all the elections. So status of 200 and JSON, I'll pass in the elections. Okay, so if I save this, yep, and come back to Postman, we should be able to get all elections right here. Okay, so I'll send this request, and I have all the elections in the database. So there are 3 elections so far, and they are all showing up in here. All right, so that is for get all elections. Now we have to be able to actually get a single election as well, and so let's go ahead and do that quickly. And for that, of course, we need the ID of the election that we want to. Of course, I'm going to put this in a try catch, and in case of anything, I'll just return next, new HTTP error, and I'll pass in the error. Okay, now we need an ID of the election that we are trying to fetch, and that should be coming from the request params. And once we have the ID, then we can say election should be equal to await. Of course, this should be an asynchronous function, right? So we say await election model dot find by ID, and then we pass in the ID. And once we have the election, response status is going to be 200, and JSON, we pass in the election that we just got. Okay, so now if election, come on. So now if I come back to Postman, and I'll copy one of these, this is the UNE presidential election, so I'll copy the ID of that, come back to get election, and in here if I paste in the ID, I should get the UNE presidential election right here. Okay, and if I get the ID of a different election, there's a Harvard one, and come back to get election, get election, paste the ID I just copied, then this should give me the Harvard presidential election. I hope that makes sense. So that is for get a single election, get single election, and we should be able to actually get election candidates as well. And although we do not have candidates right now, we can go ahead and actually have this controller down so that we don't have to come back to this controller. Okay, so I'll just return next new HTTP error. That's in case of any error, and I'll pass in that error. Okay, now we want to get the ID of the election from the request params, and we are going to get all the candidates that belongs to that election. Okay, so I'll say candidates should be equal to await, and I'll actually bring in the candidates model. Okay, and that will be candidates model. So candidates model dot find any candidates with election ID of the ID of their selection. Okay, so every candidate, if you can remember, every candidate model has this election ID. Okay, so the election will be the ID of the election. I hope that makes sense. Of course, I don't know. I just throughout the project I call this election instead of election ID. So this is actually the election ID, but throughout the project, this is what I call it. So let's just keep it at that. Okay, I don't want to complicate things, but just know that this is the election ID in the candidates model. I hope that makes sense. So this should bring us all the candidates that belongs to a particular election. And once we have that, we can say respond.json and then pass in the candidates that we just got. Okay, of course you can add a status of 200 if you want. Okay, so of course, so far, if we try this, we shouldn't get any candidates because no election has any candidates so far. But we can, of course, go ahead and try this. So, where is it? Get election. Yeah, get candidates of an election. In here, I'm going to paste the ID of one of the elections, and response status is not a function. Wait a minute. Response.status. Okay, and I'll send this one more time, and we should have an empty array. Okay, since all the elections have empty candidates, or there are no candidates for any of the elections so far. Right, now let's continue. I just want to get down with the elections controller, and now I want to get all the voters for an election. Okay, so of course I have to bring in the voter model, but for now I'll just try catch, return next new HTTP error, and then pass in the error. Okay, now I'll get the ID of the election. That's from the request params. Should be equal to await election model dot find by ID, and yeah, I'll just use the ID of the election and populate the voters. Okay, since there is that relationship, we can just populate the voters, and that should give us the voters. So I'll say for the response.json, I'll say response.voters. That's what I should send. I'll make the status 200. So this should bring us all the voters that belongs to this particular or a particular election. Okay, so let's go ahead and get voters of election. And so I'll go to get elections and just copy one of the IDs of the elections, and in here I'll just paste that ID and then send, and we get empty array because there are no voters so far. Okay, so that is for get voters of election. Now let's go to update election. We should be able to update an election. To update an election is going to be pretty similar to the add election, but let's put this in a try catch, of course. And in a try, we are going to do the check that we had for the add election. Okay, we should make sure the person adding the election is an admin, right? So I'll just check for that in a try. Although we do not have this right here, because I'm going to actually have an authentication middleware. Okay, so once we have that authentication middleware, I'm going to uncomment this and you are going to understand this. Okay, but now let's proceed, and I want to get the ID of the election that we want to update. Okay, so I'll get the ID from the request params, right? Sorry, params. Right, and of course we need a title and a description coming from the request body, and also we need a thumbnail. Okay, but first let's check if we didn't get any, title, or we didn't get any description. So if there is no title or description, we are going to return next new HTTP error, and we'll say fill in all fields. I'll do 422. Okay, but once we have a title and a description, we should go ahead and actually make sure we have an image as well. So request.files.thumbnail. If we do have that, then we are going to get the thumbnail from the request files. Now let's check the size. I'll say image size should be less than 1 megabyte. So if the thumbnail size is greater than 1,000,000 bytes or 1 megabyte, then we are returning next new HTTP error, and we will say image size too big, or file size too big, should be less than 1 MB, and let file name be equal to thumbnail, just like we did for the add election. So I'll just copy this right here. So I'll come down here and we'll rename the file. Basically, I've explained this already, so let's proceed. And once we rename the file, we'll say thumbnail.mv. That's move path.join. We need their name. We'll go up into the uploads folder and file name. And we have a callback function here, and that will check if we have any error. And if that is the case, then we are just going to return next new HTTP error, and we'll pass in the error. Okay, but if we did not have any error, then we are going to store image on cloudinary. So just like we did up top, results, let's await cloudinary dot uploader dot upload, and then we'll pass in path dot join their name. Go up into the uploads folder and then the file name, and an option here will be resource type, should be image, and yeah, that's all we need right here. Okay, and if everything went well, actually I'll check if cloudinary storage was actually successful. Okay, so check if cloudinary storage was successful. So if the result that we go back doesn't have secure URL, then there wasn't a successful storage of the image or the thumbnail on cloudinary, and therefore you return an HTTP error, and that will say image upload to cloudinary was not successful. 422. But if everything went well on cloudinary, then we are actually going to save the election in the database, okay, or we are going to update the election. So let's await election model the find by ID and update. The ID is the ID that we got from the params, and we are going to update the title, the description, and the thumbnail. So the thumbnail in this case is going to be the result.secure URL. And once we update the election, we are not going to return the election. We can just say response.json and election updated successfully, and then 200. I hope that makes sense, guys. This was a lot, but I hope you understand everything. All right, so let's go ahead and actually try updating an election, and I'll just copy, let's go to get elections and copy one of the elections that we have here. So I'll copy the ID, and this is the United presidential elections, right? Let's go to update election or edit election right here. You paste in the ID of the election we are trying to update, and we need a title. That's for the body. We choose form data here. So we need title, description, and thumbnail. So for the thumbnail, it's going to be a file. I'll select a file here. I'll just choose this, okay? That's the way. Let's forget about that for now. For the description, I'll say this is the updated description. And for the title, I'll say UENR Presidential Elections 2025, and I'll add updated. Okay, so let's try and then update that election, and we have a problem. What could that be? I'll just check the console here to see what the problem is. All right, so wait, this should be lowercase I, and we should have, since we are checking for an error here, of course we should pass in the error, right? So I think this is it. Now let's go ahead and actually test this out. Let's now here we from data, and we title, we need a description and thumbnail. For this for thumbnail, I don't know what to use for thumbnail here. I'll just choose some of these images. Okay, choose the title. And for the description, I'll say this is the updated description. Okay, and for the title, I'll say UER SRC Presidential Elections 2025. Okay, so remember it was 2024, now it's 2025, and I've added this SRC as well. So this is the body we are sending, and let's hit send right here, and we should succeed. So we get election updated successfully. And now if we go back to get elections, right, if we go back to get elections, I get UENR Presidential Elections 2025. So the old title, the old description, and the old thumbnail is gone. Okay, so if we come to the uploads, there's the thumbnail, the new thumbnail. Okay, and we can even click this to actually see the thumbnail. Wait a minute. I mean, if we open that in a new tab here in the browser, we should have that tiger. Okay, so that's the thumbnail. And I hope you are getting the whole picture here. So that is for update election. Okay, that is how you update an election. And now we have a last controller here before we finish with the elections controller. So with this two, of course, we need to check if this person trying to perform this action is actually an admin. Okay, so return next, new HTTP error, and I'll pass in the error. Okay, but in the try, I'll have this. Right, now let's get the ID of the election we are trying to delete from the request params. Okay, come on, I can't spell params. What is happening? So once we have the ID, I'll just await election model, and I'll find by ID and delete. I'll just pass in the ID, and that should do it. Now, once I delete an election, I want to delete all the candidates that belongs to the election as well. Okay, so let's say delete candidates that belong to this election. All right, so let's await candidate model and delete many. Okay, we are deleting any candidates whose election has ID of this particular election. I hope that makes sense. And then we will send a response.json saying election deleted successfully. 200. Wait a minute. I'll send a status of 200. All right, so let's go ahead and do that real quick. Let's try and then delete some of these selections, and I'll just close this. So let's go to delete election. So of course, if you want, you can actually go ahead and delete the thumbnail that belongs to that election. Okay, but I'll just keep it simple and just delete the election from the database. Right, so let's come back to Postman and go to, I have this ID, so I'll go to delete election and then pass in the ID of the election I'm trying to delete. And now if I send this request, I get election deleted successfully. Okay, and so if I come back here, remember this is the election we just deleted. So if I get all the elections, we should have only 2 elections so far. Okay, of course, if I go ahead and try deleting the Harvard presidential elections as well, election deleted successfully. If I come back to get all elections, I'll have only 1, that's the Legon presidential elections. Okay, so of course I can go ahead and delete this as well, but you get the idea. All right, so that is all for the elections controller. Okay, that is all for the elections controller. And now let's move on to, actually, you know what, I should have the authentication middleware. Okay, so that we make sure any user that is trying to add an election or remove or update an election is actually the admin. Okay, so let's create that in the middleware folder. Where is that? I should have a middleware folder right here. So let's create a file called auth middleware.js. For most of the requests that are sent to the API, we will be expecting a token, okay, in the headers or in the header. And so that token is what we are going to use to check if this person is authenticated. And that is also what we are going to actually check if this person is an admin. Okay, so you can be authenticated, all right, but that doesn't mean you can perform all the actions in the application. Okay, you have to be an admin to actually perform some of the actions. All right, so let's bring in, let me actually go up here, and I'm going to bring in JWT, that is JSON Web Token. Yeah, and I'm going to bring in HTTP error as well, and that should be coming from let's go up into middleware, and in the error middleware. Wait, is that it? That should be the model, right? Oh my god, even here I don't have that. Wait, did I have that in the voter or the voters controller? HTTP error. That should be coming from the model. Okay, so yeah, that should be coming from the model. Perfect. So in the elections, we have that, and here this should be coming from the, we are currently in the auth middleware. Okay, so this should be coming from the models and the error model. Okay, so we have these two, and let's go ahead and let's have the auth middleware. It is going to be asynchronous, and of course we need requests, we need response, and then we need next, right? So I'll say authorization should be equal to request.headers.authorization. Okay, or in case we make it lowercase, then we are getting request headers and then authorization. So if authorization, if it is true and authorization starts with bearer, and we are making sure it starts with bearer because we are going to be sending the request from the client. Okay, so if the authorization starts with bearer, then we are going to get a token from the authorization. So we say authorization.split, and then we are splitting by a space. Okay, and once we split by a space, the last part of the splitting should be the token, okay, or the second part. I hope that makes sense, and you should understand this. And so I'll come to the login and just log in real quick. Okay, we actually have a user logged in here. So this is going to be the token, but for each request, we will have bearer in front of it and then a space. Okay, so when we split by a space, we are going to get the second element in that array after the split, and that should give us this token. I hope that makes sense. All right, so let's come back here. Once we have the token, then we are going to go ahead and make sure that token is actually verified. Okay, so let's verify that token, and we are going to verify it by putting in the token here and the secret that we used to generate the token. So remember, that was JWT secret from the .env. Okay, and then we have this callback function, which will take in the error and the info that is in the token. Okay, so if we have any error, then of course this person shouldn't go forward in logging in or doing any action in the application. So HTTP error, and we will say unauthorized invalid token 403. And if everything went well, then request the user should be equal to info. Okay, and if you can remember, this request the user is what we are using in the election controller to actually check. So I'm going to actually uncomment. I'm actually going to uncomment this out, and you can see that request the user is what we are using to actually check if that user is admin. Okay, so remember, during the login, that's what we used to generate the token right here in the login. Where is it? So during the generation of the token, that's what we passed in. Okay, so we have ID right here, and then we have isAdmin. Okay, so we are getting the isAdmin from this request.user because it will be inside of this object. I hope that makes sense. So once we have request.user, we're just going to pass on to the next middleware. But then if we do not have this bearer token, that should be the else that we have down here. Then we are going to return next new HTTP error, and we will say unauthorized no token. Okay, and the code is going to be 403, meaning forbidden. Right, so let's go on and actually export this auth middleware. And now, before we perform any of the protected actions, we should make sure that's in the routes. Okay, so let's go to the routes. Before we add an election, we should make sure we pass through the auth middleware first before we get to the controller that is going to perform that action. I hope that makes sense. All right, so let's bring in auth middleware, and that should be coming from the middleware and then auth middleware. Okay, so to add an election, we need to authenticate first, and that is going to be for getting election, getting a single election, removing election, updating election, getting election candidates, and then getting election voters as well. Now, to get a voter here as well, we should use the authentication. Okay, we should authenticate first. Now, for the candidate, we are going to do same. So wherever you want to authenticate first before we perform the controller is where we have the middleware. Okay, right, so I'll get back to the election controller and make sure I uncomment all those, all those all those checks that I commented. Okay, so if the admin for the request user is false, then we are going to return. Okay, so the user shouldn't be able to perform any action, that is update the selection, if the user is not an admin or the voter is not an admin. I hope that makes sense. Same here as well for the delete, and I think that's it. Okay, so that is it for the entire elections controller, and that's it for the authentication as well. So we can close that. And so if I come back to this and try to add an election, first of all I have to log in, and so let's go to login, and currently we are logged in as achiever. Okay, so it should work if we try to add an election, but I'm going to log in as John Doe, and the password is John123. So let's log in as John Doe, and what could be the problem? Okay, I'll come back here, and okay, what could be the problem? HTTP has already been declared. Really? Oh yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, it's already been declared, but I messed that up. It was inside the comment, so I didn't really pay attention to it. Okay, so yeah, everything should be working, and now we can go on and log in as John Doe. So I'm going to copy the token of John Doe right here. I'm going to copy that and then try to add an election signed in as John Doe. Okay, so I'm signed in as John Doe, and I'm going to add an election. Now come to authorization here and then choose bearer token right here. So once you choose bearer token, you are going to paste in the token of John Doe. Okay, so I'll try, and again, only an admin can perform this action. Okay, so I cannot add an election if I'm not an admin. And in this case, the only admin that we have is achiever@gmail.com. So achiever@gmail.com is going to sign in, and I'm going to go ahead and send. Okay, and then I'm going to copy the token, this achievers token right here. And now if I go ahead to add the election, I'm going to paste in the token. And for body, now remember we only have one election because we deleted the ones that we created earlier. We created 3, but we deleted them all. And so now we only have Legon presidential elections, right? And so I'm going to go ahead and add UNER presidential elections 2024. Let's go ahead and do that. And since Achiever is an admin, he should be able to actually perform this action. And if I go ahead and actually fetch elections, unauthorized node token, of course I should have a token that's a bearer token. So I'm going to go ahead and paste, and if I send a request, I should have 2 elections. Okay, so we have the UNER presidential elections that we just created, and then we have the Legon one as well. So the authorization is also working. You have to, of course, sign in to perform some actions. All right, so that's all for the authorization or the authentication. And so let's move on to the candidates controller. Okay, so I'm going to close the cloudinary. I don't need it. I'm going to close the index.js as well. And let's move on to the candidate controller real quick. Of course, we should be able to add candidates. So that's the first thing we are going to do here. This should be pretty similar to the add election. So I'll just bring everything in here, okay, and paste it. Right, and actually for the check for if the user is an admin or not, I'll bring that in here as well. And I'll first have the try catch. Of course, these are all going to be asynchronous. Okay, these are all going to be asynchronous. So in the try, I'll paste that check if the user is an admin or not. And in case of any error in the catch, I'll return that. So new HTTP error, and I'll just pass in the error. Okay, but everything should be asynchronous, so I'll just copy this async and then have that in front of all the controllers. We have 4 controllers here so far. Perfect. We need to make sure we are getting the full name, the motto, and then the current election that we want to add this candidate to. Okay, so I'll be getting the full name, the motto of the candidate, and then the current election this candidate is going to be added to, and that should be coming from the request body. And we should check if we have any empty field. Okay, so if the full name is in there or the motto is in there, then we are going to say fill in all fields. So we return next new HTTP error, and then we say fill in all fields. So that'll be 422, right? But if we have everything in the field, then we are going to get the image. Or let's actually check if we don't have any image. Okay, so if request files image is in there, then we are going to have an issue. So we return next new HTTP error and say choose an image 422. Once we have the image, then we are going to go ahead and actually check for the size of the image. Okay, so let's get the image from the request files and let's check for the size. And so if image.size is greater than 1,000,000 bytes, then we return next new HTTP error. Come on, new HTTP error, and we'll say image should be less than 1 megabyte, or image size should be less than 1 megabyte. Okay, so let's go on, and actually right after this check, we are going to do what we did in the election. So we are going to rename the image, and once we rename it, then we'll go ahead and actually upload this into the uploads folder here, and then also push it to cloudinary. I hope that makes sense. And once we rename it here, of course we should bring in UUID. Okay, we have it here already. We have cloudinary here already as well. So we can actually go ahead and upload this into the uploads folder, and that will be image.move. That's MV. Let's bring in path. I hope we have path here as well. Okay, we do. So path.join their name. So the current directory that we are in, but we want to go up into the uploads folder. Okay, and we add the file name. And once we have that, we have to check if there are any errors. Okay, so we are going to have a callback function here and check if there is any errors. If so, then we will return next and say new HTTP error, and then pass in the error. Okay, but if there was no issues uploading the image to the uploads folder, then we can go ahead and actually store the image to cloudinary, or in cloudinary, or on cloudinary, whatever. All right, so let's go ahead and say result should be equal to await. And the reason why I used async here was because I'm going to be awaiting something from cloudinary. Okay, this is going to be asynchronous. So cloudinary dot uploader dot upload, and we have to use the same path that we have here, and then paste it in our upload. And once everything goes well, we can go ahead. Actually, I'm going to have resource type to be image. All right, now I want to check if we had any issues uploading the image to cloudinary. If we had any issues, then result secure is going to be false. Okay, so if result secure is false, then we are going to return next new HTTP error and say could not or couldn't upload image to cloudinary. All right, but if everything went well, then we are going to add the candidate to DB, or the database. All right, so I'll say new, or let new candidate be equal to, let's await candidate model dot create. Now we need a full name, motto, and then I think the default is actually 0, right? Let's check that real quick. That's the model. Sorry, that's the candidate model. That should be vote count. Okay, so vote count, it's actually 0 by default, so I don't even have to add that. Where is it? Candidate model. Come on, man. Yeah, vote count default is 0. Okay, so I'll just close this. I don't have to add that because it has a default of 0. I'll have the image, and wait a minute. Okay, so we'll have the image, which is going to be result secure URL, and then we'll have the election. Okay, in this case, the election is going to be the current election. once we create the candidate, we should make sure the relationship is also established well in the elections. Now, for each election from the model, you can see that for each election, we have a candidate array here. Okay, so once we add a candidate in the candidates controller, we should start a session and then push that candidate ID in this array. I hope that makes sense. So that is what we are going to do. We are going to start a session to actually make this happen. So first of all, let's get the election. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. I think this comment is self-explanatory. So I'll say election should be equal to await election model, and find by ID. We'll put in the current election. Okay, so once we have that, we are going to go ahead and create a session. Let's await mongoose. Of course, we should bring in mongoose. So mongoose dot start session to create a section. Let's start transaction here, and we are going to await new candidate dot save, and we'll pass in session, which is going to be the session that we just started. Okay, and here we will say election dot candidates, and we are going to push the new candidate that we just created. Okay, so push the candidate that we just created, and we will await election dot save, and we'll pass in the session that we started. All right, and once all is done, you will say session transaction on that. All right, so that is it. And lastly, we'll just say candidate added successfully of 201.json, and then yeah, perfect. So I hope this is clear. I hope you understood this. So once we create a candidate, that's not all. We have to go ahead and actually add the candidate to the candidates array in the election model. I hope that makes sense. So that's why we have to get the election. We have to start a session and then put that new candidate that we just created. We have to push that in the candidates array in the election model, right? So that is the relationship we have to establish, and that is also going to help us a lot along the way, creating these kind of relationships. So this comments, I don't know, get election and push candidate to election. Maybe it's self-explanatory, but yeah, my explanation is good here. And now we should be able to actually add a candidate. Okay, so let's go ahead and wait a minute. Yeah, let's go ahead and actually try this. Let's try and add a candidate. So to add a candidate, let's go to the body and form. We need a name. Was it full name or name? I'm not sure. We need a full name. The full name. We need motto of the candidates, and then we need an image. And lastly, we need is it a current election or selected it? Yeah, current election. Current election. Okay. Now the current election, so far, how many elections we have? So far we have 2 elections, and I'll copy the ID of the Legon election, right? And I'll paste that here in the current elections. For the image, I'll choose anyone as the candidate. So I'll choose this lady right here. And for the motto, this is the candidate motto, or I'll say this is the first candidate's motto. And for the name, I'll say Diana I. Now, of course, we should be logged in, and we should be signed in as the admin before we can actually add a candidate. So I'm going to copy the token of Ernest Achiever, come to authorization here, and bearer token, I'm going to paste in the token. Okay, so now if we send this request, thumbnail is not defined. Okay, yep, that was my bad. I should have just copied. So image, that's how I called it. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Right, so let's do this one once again. Okay, so we get candidates added successfully. So now if I go to get elections, now you can see that Legon presidential elections has one candidate, and that should be the the candidates we just added. And if we come to our database and refresh the page, we should have the candidates collection, and in that collection we should actually have one candidate. That's Dina I, the candidates we just created. Okay, so we have one candidate and we have Dina I. Okay, of course the image should be uploaded. So candidate 7, that was the image of Dina I, and everything is working. Okay, so as you can see, the election the candidate belongs to should be the Legon presidential elections. Okay, so the ID ends with 8A8D1. If you come to the elections page, the elections collection, you can see that that is actually this election. And as you can see, since we have that relationship, you can see that the candidate's ID is also here in the candidates array in this election. I hope that makes sense. All right, so of course you can go ahead and actually add more candidates to the different selections that we have so far. But of course, if we try to, I'm going to log in as John Doe, and if we try to, so john@gmail.com, and the password is john123. I'm just going to get John Doe's token and try to add an a candidate. So the bearer token is going to be John Doe's token. Now the body, we are going to keep the current selection as the Legon election. I'm just going to choose a different candidate here, and I'll call this person Daniel Vigno, and I'll say this is the second candidate's motto. Right now, let's try and add this candidate, and we get only an admin can perform this action. Okay, so everything is working exactly as expected, guys. Everything is working exactly as expected. And so we should go on to actually be able to get candidates and all that. Okay, let's go on to perform the other code functions that we have here. All right, so let's be able to get candidates. So to get a candidate, of course, you need the ID of the candidate, and that should be coming from the request params. Right, let's actually have this in a try catch. And in case we have any issues, new HTTP error, and then we'll say, let me just pass in the error. Okay, so let's move on, and once we have that, we can just go ahead. The candidate is going to be await, and let's get candidate from the model, and let's go ahead and find the candidate by ID. Once we have the candidates, we can just response JSON candidate, and that's it. Okay, this is very simple. And so we can go ahead and wait a minute, I have one candidate so far, so I'll just copy the candidate's ID from here, come back here, go to get candidate, and then paste that. Okay, unauthorized. Of course, we should log in, and for get candidates, we don't need to be an admin, although you have to be logged in first. And so let's get back here, authorization, bearer token, and I'm going to paste the token. right? So now we should be able to get our candidate. We should be able to delete candidate as well. So let's go to the controller and be able to delete candidate. You have this in a try catch, of course. New HTTP error. Yep. And I'll just pass in the error here as well. All right. Now, of course, we need to first make sure this person is an admin to be able to perform this action, right? So I'll just copy this, come down, and then paste it in here. Right. Once the person is an admin, then we can go ahead and actually. Now I'm going to get the ID of the candidates we want to delete, right? So that will be from the request params, and I'll let current candidate be equal to await candidate model, and let's find by ID, and I'll just pass in the ID that I got. Now I'll also populate the election. Okay, I'll populate the election. Remember, every candidate has that election, which is the election ID. I'll populate that just so I get the election this candidate belongs to, right? Because we are going to use some session here as well. Okay, so I'll check if current candidate does not exist. So I'll do does not. If so, then I'll return next new HTTP error, and I'll say could not or couldn't delete candidate, and I'll do 422 actually. But if we actually got the candidate, then we are going to go ahead and actually delete the candidate from the election collection right here. So for every election, we have that candidates array. Okay, so we are going to delete the candidates from here, and we will do that before we actually delete the candidates from the candidates collection itself. I hope that makes sense. All right, so let's go ahead and I'll start a session here, and of course I'll wait mongoose dot start session. I'll start transaction. Let's await current candidate dot delete one, and I'll just pass in session, and that's the session that we just started. And I'll say current candidate dot election dot candidate dot pool, and I'm going to pull out that current candidate. Now let's await current candidate dot election dot save. We pass in the session, and lastly we will say await session dot commit transaction. Once we have all this, then we can go ahead and say response.json candidate deleted successfully. Right now I can go ahead and actually have a status of 200, and that should be it. Okay, so now if we go ahead and try deleting the candidates that we have so far, delete candidates right here. So we have to put in the ID of the candidate, and of course I need to be logged in as achiever. If I try to perform this action using John Doe's token, that shouldn't work. So let's just try that. Bearer token. I'll just paste in the token and then try. Only an admin can perform this action. Okay, so of course I have to come back and then log in as the achiever. So achiever 123, and then let's try. Sorry, I have to log in. Sorry. I have to log in and get the token of achiever. Wait, is this the token? Yeah. So I'll copy the token, come to delete candidates, and I'll paste that in. All right, so now we should get candidate deleted successfully. Okay, and so if I come back to actually get a candidate, we should have now. So there are no candidates. Okay, now if I come here and refresh, I'll just refresh this. Okay, in our candidates collection, you can see there are no candidates. And if we come to the elections, remember that was a Legon candidate. And now you can see that there is no candidate here in the Legon election as well. I hope that makes sense. So using the session, we can actually do some really cool stuff when it comes to relationship between collections. All right, so that is for delete candidates. And now we should be able to update candidates as well, which is the last controller that we have. So let's quickly work on this. All right, so of course this is going to be inside the try catch as usual. And I'll just pass in the error. Right, and in here we need the candidate ID. Okay, the candidates we are trying to vote for. Now this update candidate, but it's the same as vote candidate, right? We are trying to vote for a candidate, and there is a patch request. That's why I call it update candidates. Okay, but there's actually a vote candidate, right? So to vote for a candidate, you need the ID of the candidate you are trying to vote for, and also you need the ID of the election in which that candidate belongs to. I hope that makes sense. All right, so the candidate's ID will be coming from the params. So let's get the ID, and I'm actually going to give it an alias of candidate ID. Okay, and that should be coming from the request params. What is going on? I can't spell param straightforward without putting in a semicolon. So let's go on and let's get the current voter ID. Okay, that's the person trying to vote, and we'll get the selected election as well. Okay, so to vote you need the candidate's ID, the voter's ID, and then the election ID. These two should be coming from the request body, by the way. Let's go ahead and get the candidates we are trying to vote for. I'll call this candidate. Let's await candidate model dot find by ID, and I'll pass in the candidate's ID. The reason why I'm getting the candidate is because I want to increase the candidate's vote count. Okay, so I'll say new vote count should be equal to the candidate's dot vote count plus 1. I just want to increase it by 1. Okay, and once we have that, let's go ahead and update candidate's vote. Okay, so I'll wait candidate model dot find by ID and update. I'll pass in the candidate's ID, and I want to update the vote count, and now it should be equal to the new vote count, and I'll say new should be true, a colon of course. All right, so below this we have to start a session. So let's go ahead and start a session. Let's await Mongo's dot start session. Let's start transaction on this session that we just started, and let's get the current voter. I'll select voter be equal to await voter model. I don't know if we even have the voter model, so let's go ahead and bring in the voter model real quick. I'll duplicate this voter model. Perfect. All right, so let's bring in the voter model, and let's find by ID. I'll pass in the current voter ID. So once we have the voter, we will say await voter.save, and then we'll pass in the session. and then we'll get the selected election as well. I'll let election be equal to await selection. Come on. Election model dot find by ID, and I'll pass in the selected election that we got from the request body, and the election voters, I'll push the new voter, okay, the person that just voted, and that's the reason why we had to get him from the database, okay, so that we can push him to the voters array inside of the elections collection. I hope that makes sense. Remember, every election has right here, so every election has this voters array. That is why we have to start a session to push that current voter into this elections array, or into the voters array. I hope that makes sense. All right, so yeah, we'll say voted elections, and we are also going to push the current election, okay, that we just fetched. I hope that also makes sense. So for every voter, we have voted elections array right here, and we are pushing the current election into that voted election array, right? So once we have this, we can await election.save, and then we'll save that session, and then I'll do same for the voter. Let's await voter.save, and then session will be the session that we are working in, and lastly we will commit. Okay, so session.commit transaction, right? So the response status here 200 JSON, I will say vote casted successfully. I hope you are following. Okay, so there's what you have to do to actually vote in an election. Start session for relationship between voters and election. Between voter and election, yeah. All right, so I think that is it. We can actually go ahead and vote. So we need current voter ID, the selected election, and the candidate's ID from the params. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually try this. So far, I don't have any candidates, so I have to go ahead and add a candidate. I should be logged in as Achiever, of course. Okay, so I'm going to copy this token, come to add candidates, and I'll pass in that token. Okay, let's add this candidate. Okay, so candidates added successfully, and of course I should make sure that it's actually here in the database. Okay, so we have that candidate. I'm going to copy the ID of this candidate because we are trying to vote. We need to put that in the params. So that is going to wait, that should be vote candidate. That's a patch request. Okay, so I'm going to put that in the params, and of course in the body we need the current voter. Let's make sure, yeah, current voter ID and selected election. We need those ID here as well, those IDs. So current voter ID and then selected election. Okay, so for the selected election, which election should we vote in? I'll vote in the Legon presidential election, so I'll paste in that ID. And for the current voter ID, I'll choose John Doe. Okay, so John Doe is going to vote here. Okay, so we have all these. Now let's go ahead and vote. and unauthorized node token. Of course, we have to be logged in. So of course, let's log in as John Doe. I'll change the email here to be john@gmail.com. The password John123. Okay, so let's go ahead. And now, of course, we should come here and authorization, bearer token, and then paste in that token. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote. And boom, vote casted successfully. That's an error. It should be vote casted successfully. So we have been able to vote, right? And so if we come here and we check or even refresh, for now, the array for voted elections is 0 or it's empty. It's empty, but once I refresh, we should have an election ID in there. Okay, so we have one election, and that should be the Legon election. Okay, so this ID is the Legon election ID. Okay, and now if we come to the elections collection, we should have one voter. Okay, so the voters array here has one voter, and that should be John Doe's ID. I hope that makes sense. So that is it for the entire API, and I just hope you understood everything, guys. Yo guys, something just caught my attention while editing the videos, right? So I think when we get to the browse, you can see that we go through the auth middleware before we get to the vote candidates. Okay, and so with the auth middleware, if you look at this, you can see that we have request user, which is an object that has some information, and the information is the payload from the verified token. That is the ID and the admin. Okay, if you can remember, whenever you log in, that's the token you are being sent right here. The admin, the admin and the ID of you, the user logging in. I hope that makes sense. So we have request.user right here before we even get to the controller, that is the vote candidate. So in the vote candidate controller, instead of getting current voter ID from the request body, we can directly get that from the request.user. I hope that makes sense. So here we are fetching the voter from the database, and instead of current voter ID, we are going to use request.user.id. Okay, and I think that's more clean. All right, so now what we have to do is to actually connect our front-end application, that's the React application, to this Node Express API that we just created. All right, so here I am in the main project folder. As you can see, there's the client side, the React project, and there's the server side, the Node Express API that we created in the last video. Okay, I have tutorials on both. Check the description for a link to either of them. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually open the main project, that is this folder. I'm going to open that in VS Code. All right, so here we are, everything looking good, and I'm going to go ahead and open two more terminals. The middle one is going to be for the server, so let me cd into our server. Okay, and the first one is going to be for the client or the React side, so I'll cd into the client side right here. I hope that makes sense, and I'm actually going to name this so that you don't get them confused. So I have the client at the top, and this is going to be the server. Okay, so the third one will be for, switching between them and installing some dependencies whenever we need that. Okay, and actually I'm going to go ahead and cd into the client, and I'm going to install Axios. Okay, Axios is what we are going to use to communicate to the API. Right, so I'll npm install Axios. All right, make sure you are in a client. Okay, make sure you cd or change directory into the client. All right, now here in the client, I'm actually going to npm start, but before I do that, I have to do npm run dev. If you can remember, that's what I use. You, if you check the package.json in the server, that's what I use to run my application. That is the API. Okay, I use node index.js here, which is npm run dev. I hope that makes sense. So with npm run dev, let's see what happens. Our server should be started, of course, and that means we are able to communicate with the MongoDB database as well, because if you can remember, we actually connected before starting the server. So if the server is running, then that means we are successfully connected to MongoDB. Okay, so if we check our MongoDB database right here, we can, there's a cluster, we can browse collections, and we are going to see our database right away. And if you can remember, we actually created some users, some voters. We created some elections. We created some candidates as well. And they should all be present here. Okay. I'm not going to delete them. We are actually going to make use of them. So I'll just keep them here. Okay. I think we created some voters as well. Let's check that. Okay. So we created 3 voters. Okay. And so that is it. What else? I'm going to show you what we did here as well. That is in the Postman. Here you can see we have all the endpoints for all the controllers that we created. And if you check here too, you can see we have an environment variable right here. That is localhost 5000/API. So I'm actually going to copy this and then make it an environment variable here in the client. So I'm actually going to create .env. Wait a minute, isn't there .env here already? Okay, so I don't have any .env. So right here, directly in the client, I'm going to do .env, and this is going to be React app API URL. That is my environment variable so far, and I don't think I'm going to add more. All right, so let's hop back into the client and do npm start. Okay, so npm start in the client to start our React application. It should take a second. And I think we have a very simple bug here, and that is if you come to the page, that is the sign in page, this should be auto-focused. Okay, that should be auto-focused. So it's not a bug, but I think we did that in the clients, and so I don't know how it is not showing. Okay, let me correct that real quick. Actually, I'm going into that page already regardless, so let me just enter into the register page. This is where we are going to start everything. This is actually the sign in, so that is the login page, and so the input here should have autofocus. Okay, right here. All right, so when you come to the page, the email input should be auto-focused. I hope that makes sense. All right, so we are going to start with actually registering voters. Of course, we have Axios installed already, and to register a voter, of course, we are going to create a function right away, but I want to show you something in the server side real quick. If we check our routes to register a voter, we are going to send a post request, and since we have some parts of the URL here already, that is in the client.env, we have http localhost 5000/API. So there's a part of the URL we are going to communicate to, and so all we have to add is /voters/register, and that's what's going to get us to the controller that is going to register the voter. I hope that makes sense, which is this controller that we created. right? I'm not going to go into details because we have a full video on the entire API, but I just want you to understand what's going on here. Okay, so let's get back. I'm going to close this login. Let's get back into the register, and I'm going to create a function here called register user or register voter, and this is actually going to take in an event because I want to prevent defaults. So I'll say e.prevent default, right, to prevent the default submission of the form. And so this button here should be a submit form, and on the form I'll say on submit we should call the register voter function. I hope that makes sense, right? So in here I'm actually going to put this in a try catch in case we have any errors. And if we have any error, remember we have this error paragraph here, right, which is there by default, and I'm going to show you quickly right here. Okay, so initially it shouldn't be there, of course, but if we get any error in the catch, then we are going to put that in the paragraph. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So I'm actually going to have a state for that. I'll call this error, then set error, use state, and it's going to be empty initially. Okay, the initial state is going to be empty. So this is where we are going to actually display it, and we are not going to display it unless we have something in it. Okay, so if error is true, then we are going to show. All right, so that's going to be in the catch. I'll say set error, and that's going to be the error. I'll say error. All right, so error response data message. Okay, and these are actually error messages that we are sending from the API. If I show you that real quick, you're going to see that we actually were passing in some error messages in case we encounter any. Okay, in case our user or the voter trying to register enters any invalid input, we actually send an error feedback. I hope that makes sense. Right, so that is the error we are trying to get here, and we are putting that or displaying that right here. And we should of course bring in Axios. So import Axios from Axios. All right, so let's go ahead and actually make this function asynchronous, and because we are going to communicate with the API, which communicates with the MongoDB. Okay, so it's going to take some time. So this is actually asynchronous. All right, so let's await Axios.post. Remember, it's a post request. Okay, as you can see here, there's actually a post request to register a user. Okay, so in here we're actually going to have our process.env.react app API URL, and remember we have to add voters and then register. I hope that makes sense. And the next argument is the request body. Okay, which is whatever we got from the input. Once a user is registered, we want to navigate to the sign in page or the login page. So I'm actually going to bring in use navigate. So I'll say navigate should be equal to use navigate, which should be automatically imported for me right here, coming from React Router DOM. So once a voter is signed up, I'm going to navigate to the login page, which is the home page. I hope that makes sense. And this should actually not be inside an extra object. The user data itself is an object already. Okay, right here it's an object, so we can just pass it in. I hope that makes sense. All right, so that's it. Let's try registering a user and see what happens. Now if we check our voters collection, you can see that we have some voters or some users already. We have John Doe, we have Ernest Achieva, and then we have Jane Doe. Now NS Achiever is the only admin. As you can see, the admin is true for NS Achiever. The rest are all going to be false. And I showed you how I did that in the API video as well. Now, John Doe has voted in one election. That's why the voted election array has one element. That's the ID of an election. Same as Jane Doe, but NS Achiever hasn't voted in any of the elections so far. So I just wanted to draw your attention to these voters that we have in here. And so let's try registering the voter and see what happens. Now, if I send this without filling the fields, we get filling all fields. Okay. So we should have some things in the inputs. I'm going to have a user called James Kofi. And I'll do james@gmail.com. I'll do james123 for the password. And for the confirm password, I'll actually not have it the same as the password itself. Okay, so these passwords do not match. Now let's see what happens if we send and we get passwords do not match. Okay, so we are getting the correct error response from the API. Right now, I'm actually going to go ahead and make sure the passwords do match. So password 123, that's the same as this. And actually, I'll go ahead and try registering a user who already exists. Okay, so I'll register a user with this email and let's see what happens. So I'll do john@gmail.com. Now this email already exists, so this sign up shouldn't work. Let's see what happens. We get email already exists, and if I come back here and refresh our voters collection, let's see what happens. We have John Doe, right? We have NS Achiever, and James isn't registered. Okay, so in the API video, I made sure we checked all these things before we go ahead to actually register a user. Okay, so now I'll change this to James, who does not exist. That's the email, does not exist. So if I register, this should actually work, and we have been redirected to the login or the sign-in page. Right, so if I come back to the voters collection, you should have a new voter. Okay, so we have the full name, James Kofi. We have james@gmail.com. The password is hashed and everything is looking good. All right, so that is it for the registration of a user. We should go ahead to the next thing. I think we are completely done here in the register. So I'm going to close that and then open the login. You should be able to log in users. All right, so let's have a function here, and I'll call this login voter, and this is going to have an event as well, and it's actually going to be asynchronous, and I'll pass in the events. Okay, right, perfect. Now I can just say e.prevent default and have my try catch. Okay, now in the catch, as you know, we are going to catch any error from the API. So let's have an error state here. Set error, use state, and an empty string. Okay, so down here in the catch, I can say set error to be whatever error response data message is coming from the API. Okay, nice. Now, of course, the error should be displayed in here. If you have any error, then we are going to render this paragraph tag, and in the paragraph tag we are going to have our error. Beautiful. All right, so if we check back, this is what we have so far, looking good. And so in the try, I'm actually, do we have Axios? We don't. So I'm going to bring in Axios from Axios. Okay, I'm actually going to expect something back from the API. Okay, so I'm actually going to save this. I'll say response should be equal to await axios.post. Okay, there's actually a post request as well that we are sending. If you check, we have posts. Okay, that's the request that takes us to the login voter. and the path here is voters and then login. Okay, so /voters/login, that's the path, right? So you say process.env dot react app API URL. Okay, and then we add /voters/login. That takes us to the login user controller or the login voter controller, and then we are going to pass the user data as the second argument. Okay, perfect. Now, as I said, I'm going to expect a new voter, and if you check the API, which I recommend you check the API video, okay, that's what we are sending back right here. We are sending back a JSON which has the token, the ID, the voted elections, and then the is admin. Okay, so that is what we are expecting back, and that is an object. And so I'll say new voter should be equal to I'll wait here response dot data, which is the object that I just showed you. Now once I get this object, I actually want to save it in the local storage and also save it in the Redux store. Okay, so we have this Redux store here. This is what we have. Okay, so we have some stuff here that I'm going to remove. We were just using it to test when we were creating the front end, but initially the current voter is going to be like this, right? And this is what I'm trying to update. So once I update once I save this in the local storage, I'll update the store as well. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. I'll say save new voter in local storage and update in store. And update in Redux store, yeah, that makes more sense. All right, so to save in local storage, I'll say local storage.set item. I'll call this current user. You can call it current voter, whatever. And since we are getting an actual object, we cannot save that in the local storage unless we stringify it or return it into a string, okay, a JSON string. So I will say JSON.stringify and then pass in our new voter. I hope that makes sense. And this is going to be saved in the local storage. And as I'm saying, once we are done, we should store this in the Redux store. So I'm going to bring in this patch. I will say, let me actually try whether it will be imported for me by default. So I'll say use this patch. It sucks. I'll do that manually. Use this patch coming from React Redux. Oh boy. Right, and what are we trying to dispatch now? If I check the vote slice again, I have, where is it? I have this reducer here to change the user. Wait a minute, for some reason I didn't create the reducer to change the current user. Okay, so let's do that real quick. I'll say change current voter, takes in a state and an action, of course, and I'll have a comma, and that'll be state dot current voter, and that'll be equal to action dot payload. Very simple. I don't know why I didn't have this, but yeah, there you have it. And so let's get back in here, and that's what we are trying to dispatch, by the way. So we are going to dispatch that action that is inside the vote actions, and we'll say change current voter and then pass in the payload, and that's going to be the new voter. That's the payload we are passing in. And once we know that this person has successfully logged in, we are going to go ahead and navigate him or her to the results page. I hope that makes sense. All right, so I think that's it. Let's go ahead and try logging in and navigate is now. Of course, I'm going to bring in navigate from React Router DOM. Let's use navigate. right? Perfect. I'll just save this and then come back. Wait a minute, did I capitalize that? Of course not. All right, so let's go ahead and log in as any of the users or the voters that we've registered so far. I'm going to log in as James since that's the voter I just created. So the password, if we enter any wrong password here, we get an error. Of course, of course, we should have on submit and passing the login voter function, okay, on the form. Remember, you have to do that, okay? So now, james@gmail.com, and I'll pass in the wrong password here. If I try to register, invalid credentials, okay? But if I enter James123 and then log in, we should be redirected to the results page, meaning we have successfully logged in. And of course, if I check the application and the local storage, you can see that we have current user, okay, and the current user is actually James. If you check the ID right here, it ends with C040, and that should be the ID for James, okay, right here. Perfect. So we are done with the login function as well, or the login functionality. And the next thing we have to do is to actually get all this information from the database, okay? So let's hop into the results page and do that real quick. Here, things should be simple. I'm going to, of course, remove the dummy array that we used. That was just to have something so that we can style our pages. But here we are going to get something from the database. And so let's check the routes. We are going to send a GET request to the path is going to be /elections, okay? And that's how we will be able to get our elections or to hit the get elections controller. Okay, so let's have a function. I'll say get elections. You have a synchronous. Let me put this in a try catch. Okay, let's get used to the try catch. And here I'll just log this in the console in case of any error. All right, now I'll wait. Wait a minute, response. I'll await Axios. Of course, I should bring in Axios. I don't know why it's not being imported by default. Wait. Why am I typing so bad? So Axios.get. We are sending a GET request to, of course, we should bring in React app API URL and /elections. That should bring us all the elections that we have in our database. Of course, we are going to send this with credentials. Okay, so the second argument that we need here is going to be an object, and we'll say with credentials is going to be true, and headers is going to be authorization, and then we have bearer and our token. Now, of course, we should go ahead and bring in our token, and to get that, I will say token should be equal to, we're going to use selector from React Redux to bring in our token. So I'll say use selector from React. Oh, why are these things not being imported for me, man? Use selector. This is interesting. Right? Use selector from React Redux. And to get the token, I'll say state vote dot current voter, and in there is where you get a token, right? I'll have a question mark here so I don't get any errors. And so yeah, I'll get a token and then pass that in as well. So once we get any response, I'll update the elections state right here. So I'll say set elections, and then pass in response dot data. Or if you want, we can actually go ahead and say elections should be equal to await response dot data, and then pass that in here. Okay, I hope this makes sense. And for this to work, we are going to use effects and just say when the page loads, basically when the page loads, then we call this function. Okay, right, and the dependency array here is going to be empty. I'll only want to get the elections when the page loads, that's all. So when the page loads, I'm going to call the function to get the elections, right? Now if I save this and then come back, let's refresh and see what happens. And nothing seems to be happening. Now if you check our database, you can see that every ID starts with an underscore. Okay, every single ID, right? So in here you can see that we are having the ID here, so we have to give it the underscore, and we should actually go into the result selection component, and I'll have the underscore here to get the ID. And since I'm using the ID without the underscore in here, I'm going to go ahead and alias it to be called ID. Okay, so now let's see what happens in our app. I'm going to refresh this, and I don't think I'm not getting anything. Wait a minute. Accuse error. What is that? We have a response data message unauthorized invalid token. Okay, really? I logged in, so how am I getting invalid token? Right, so let's see. That is in the results. To get the token, state vote, current voter, and then the token, right? And you know what? Initially, this should actually be coming from the local host. Okay, instead of these empty, instead of this empty objects, we should get what we saved during the login. We should get that from the local host. Sorry, the local storage. Pardon me. So local storage dot get item, and we called that what? Current user. Okay, if we check our local storage, that's what I called it right here. Application local, so we have current user. So that is what we should get. And actually, since this is a JSON string, we should actually pass it. Okay, what we saved is a JSON string, so we should pass it. All right, so this is what we should get from the user object saved in the local storage during login. I hope that makes sense. So now the token shouldn't give any problem, as we saw, and so we should actually get the elections that we have in our database so far. Although we are not getting the candidates, we have the elections, and that is something. Okay, so I'm actually going to go ahead and right here, I'm going to make sure everything looks good. I don't think we have any candidates. Let's check. Okay, we have Daniel Vigno. That is the only candidate we have. Now here you can see that we have election candidates, which is coming from the dummy data that we had earlier in the React video. And so here, of course, we should fetch the candidates that belongs to this particular election. Okay. And so we have the idea of the election. And so we are going to go ahead and use that to fetch the candidates. Now we have a route for that in the API, and that is what get election candidates right here. Get candidates of election. Okay, that is the controller, and it's a get request. The path is selections /id /candidate. Okay, so let's quickly do that real quick. I'll have a function here. I'll say get candidate. Come on, const. Get candidate. It's asynchronous. Going to put this in a try catch, and in case of any errors, I'll just log that in the console, man. Right now in the try, I'll say response should be equal to await. Of course, we should bring in axios. So let's await axios.get, and we need process.env.react app API URL /elections / the ID of the election. So that's going to be the ID that we have here /candidate, right? And we are going to pass in some options here. I'll say with credentials should be true, and headers should be authorization, and I'll say bearer token. Now we should bring in our token. That's the token of the voter who has logged in, and so that will be use selector, right? Now state vote current user, or is it current voter? Yep. And then the token. Perfect. All right, so now this request should be sent and we should get something back. Okay, so I'm actually going to have a state here. I'll call it let's see, election candidates. Oh, come on, it's a state. So I'll just set election candidates, use state, and it should be an array, of course. So here I'll have candidates be equal to await response.data, and say set election candidates be equal to the candidates that we got. We're going to use effect to actually call this function. So once this component mounts, we are going to go ahead and say get candidates. We'll call that function. All right, so if I save and then come back, now we have Daniel Vignon, who is the only candidate in the entire application. Okay, as you can see, that's the only candidate. I hope that makes sense. All right, so of course the total votes is not working. Okay, the total votes here is not working well, and that is because we have to calculate the total votes correctly. In here you can see we have a figure here that is not correct. That's just a dummy figure that I entered. And so once we have the candidates, let's go ahead and actually calculate. I'll say calculate the total votes in each election. All right, so I'll say for, I'll have a for loop here. Let I be equal to 0. I should be less than candidates dot length. So for each iteration here, as long as we have candidates, we are going to say set total votes. I'm going to say set total votes, and I'll get the previous state. And I'll say the previous state plus candidates. That's the current iteration of the candidates. And I'll say plus the votes of that candidate. I think that's vote count, right? If we check the database, every candidate has vote count. Okay. So we are just looping through all the candidates in a particular election, and we are adding all the vote counts that they have. Okay, so that we can correctly show their percentage in the votes. I hope that makes sense. So now if I check the application, we have 100% for this candidate. Okay, since he's the only candidate and he has some votes, he has 100% of all the votes in that particular election. I hope that makes sense. Once we are done with the entire application and starts, adding elections, adding more candidates, you are going to understand this more. Okay, but if you watched the API, you probably should understand this as well. All right, so I think that is all for the results page. Of course, I think I should have a loader. I don't know if we created a loader component. So I'm going to have a loader .jsx, and I'll just paste this here. That's the loader. And I'll go to the CSS to paste some. I think I'll paste it right before the media queries. Right here. And I'll paste this for the loader component. All right, so that is it. Now I'll bring in that loader. So in here in the try, I'll have a state, of course. I'll say it's loading, set is loading, and it's going to be false. But once we start getting set is loading, it's going to be true. And once we are done, I'm going to set it back to false. Actually, I have that in here. Okay, and that is going to be rendered next to the article. So if it's loading is true, I want a loader. I hope that makes sense. So let's actually test this out. Come on. So let's test this out. If I refresh, it loads, and then we have our elections. I hope that makes sense. All right, so that is it for the results page, at least for now. I think that's it. In case we have any issues and we have to come back and fix, we'll come back and fix it. But for now, that is it. Now let's head on to the next component, and that is the candidates component. Okay, so I'm going to close the results and its component and the CSS as well, and I'll head on to the candidates page. So here we want to get the candidates for a particular election. Okay, and as you can see here, we actually get the ID of that election. If you check the URL, you can see that we actually have that ID of the election. All right, so with this controller right here, that is the get candidates of election, we can actually get all the candidates that belongs to a particular election. Okay, and this is the path with a get request. All right, so let's do that, and I'm actually going to rename this to be selected election. All right, just an alias. So down here with this dummy data, I'm going to remove that. I'm going to remove the dummy data here as well, the import. All right, so I'm going to get candidates and this is a synchronous function, and I'm going to have this in the try catch. In the catch, I'm just going to log an error in the console. Okay, now in the try, I'll say response should be equal to wait axios.get and process.env.react app API URL, right? And of course, we are going to the elections, and we need the ID, which is the selected election. That's the ID that we are bringing in here from the params, and then we say candidates. Okay, so this is the route that I'm trying to hit. Right, where is it? Right here. Okay. All right, so that is the path. Now we need some options. I'll say with credentials should be true. I'll have some headers as well. Authorization. What is going on? Authorization is going to be bearer token. And of course, we have to go ahead and bring in the token. And so we are going to use selector, state, vote, current voter, and then we get the token from that. Okay, so that is our request being sent, and we can actually get the candidates here. Or you know what, I'm going to have a state right here. I'll say candidates, or let me just see what I called it down here. Yeah, candidates, right? And then set candidate, use state, and initially it's going to be an empty array. Okay, so here say set candidate, and then pass in response.data. All right, so with this, we should be getting all the candidates that belongs to the election that I clicked on. Okay, now use state and axios are not imported. And for use state, I'll get it right here. Okay, and of course, for this to work, we have to call this function. Okay, and that will be called once this component mounts. Okay, so I'll use effect here, fixing a function. This is an anonymous function, and then the dependency array, which is going to be empty, and I'll just call get candidates. All right, so let's save this, come back, and we have a candidate here. Okay, now that is the only candidate we have. If I check candidates right here, that is the only candidate we have. That is Daniel Vignon. And if I copy this URL right here, you can see that's actually the image of the candidate. I hope that makes sense, coming from cloudinary. All right, so far we have just one candidate, and we will be adding more candidates, but for now I think we are good to go. Okay, let's proceed. Now, one thing is, if I select this, I should have some information that says there are no candidates for this election, or inactive election, something like that. You understand? Because there are no candidates. Okay, so let's actually go ahead and have that. Let's mess with this header right here. So I'll just cut this and check if candidates dot length is greater than 0. If so, then we want to render this, vote your candidates, blah blah blah, right? But if it is not, then I'll just paste the same heading but have different text in here. I'll say inactive election, and then for the text I'll say there are no candidates found for this election. Please check back later. I hope that makes sense. All right, so if we come back, let's see what happens. Inactive election, there are no candidates found for this election, right? But if we click or select an election with some candidates, we actually get vote your candidates. I hope that makes sense. Also, I want to check if this particular or the logged in voter can actually vote. Okay, now remember in the response that we get when we log in, okay, when you log in as a voter, you actually get a response, and that response is being saved. Wait, what is this? Each child needs a unique. Okay, candidates 39. Let's correct that quickly. Yeah, underscore ID. Okay, so if I refresh, I shouldn't have any errors. All right, so what I'm saying is when you log in, let's get back here, and when you log in, you get a response, and that response has voted elections of you, the voter that just logged in, right? And these voted elections will have all the elections that you voted in. So what we are going to do is check if this selected election is in this array. If it is in the array, then we know you've already voted in this election. And so that is what I am going to check right here. And so to do that, I'll actually get all the voted elections. So voted elections of this particular logged in user should be equal to use selector state dot vote dot current voter voted elections. Okay, that should give me all the voted elections. The array should be plural. And so down here I'll use if to check. So if voted elections includes the current selected election, if so, then this person has voted. Okay, so let's have a state up here. I'll call it can vote, and then set can vote. Use state, and initially it's going to be true actually. Okay, so initially you can actually vote, right? But if the selected election is found in the voted elections, then we know you cannot vote. I hope that makes sense. So here I'll just set can vote to be false. Okay, so here I'll check if can vote is actually false. If it is, then we are going to have some message in the header. So I'll just copy this header right here and then paste it right here. Okay, right? But if it is not, then we are going to actually render something. So if can vote is false, I'll say already voted, right? And in a paragraph, I'll just say you are only permitted to vote once in this election. Please vote in another election or sign out, right? And so let's see, this is where it ends. And so if it is true, then I want to render everything that is in here. Okay, so I'll actually have this in a fragment. I'll wrap it in a fragment. Okay, so that will end at, that should end here. Perfect. So I'll end it here, right here. I hope that makes sense. Starts here. and of course I have to close the parentheses, the curly brackets. Okay, now let's see. So far, if we check our database, we have some voters, and those voters, like John Doe, has already voted in one of the elections. So John Doe has voted in one of the elections, and I think this is the Legon election. If we check the elections, you'll see that that's actually the ID of the Legon election. And we have a candidate for the Legon election. This is actually the Legon election. Okay. So let's actually log out. And okay, I'll have to sign in as John Doe. Right now, we do not have access control. We will get to that real soon. But let's log in as John Doe. So that is John 123. Let's log in as John Doe and see. Now, if I try voting in this election, I actually have an error for some reason. Okay, how could that be? Or could that reason be? Error, too many re-renders. Okay. You know what? Instead of just using this if, I'll just get a voter from the database. Okay. So I will say check if user or voter has already voted, and I'll say get voter should be equal to this and a synchronous function, of course, and I'll have a try catch. In the catch, I'll just log anything in the console, right? Any error we find. And so here the response should await axios.get process.env.react app API URL voters, and I want to get a particular voter, so I'll bring in the current voter ID. Okay, so instead of the voted elections that I'm getting from the Redux store, I'm actually going to get the voted voter ID. Yeah, I should get the ID right here. So I'll pass that in, voter ID. And of course, we need some options here. So with credentials is going to be true. I'll need some headers, authorization of bearer token. Okay, we have the token here already. I hope that makes sense. So here I'll say voted elections will be equal to, let's await response data dot voted elections. I hope that makes sense. All right, so here we can go ahead and say voted elections dot includes selected election. If it is true, or if the selected election is inside the voted elections array, then we are going to set can vote to be false. I hope that makes sense. All right, so in the use effect that we have here, I'll actually bring this down. And this use effect, we are going to call get voter as well. Okay, I hope that makes sense. All right, so yeah, they should actually do it. They should do it. Right. So let's go ahead, and error is not defined. One line is that, line 38. Error is not defined, error. Good. So now let's actually go ahead and see already voted. Okay. So John Doe has already voted in this particular election. I hope that makes sense. All right. So that is all we needed to do. And guys, I just want to try something. Okay. I'm trying to see if the if statement that I had earlier would actually work. All right, so I'll go ahead and comment this out, and in the use effect, I'll have, of course, I have to bring in the voted elections from the Redux store, and and right here I'll have that if statement. That's just this right here. Of course I have to, yeah, perfect. So let's see, get what that is not defined. Of course I have to comment this out, and this actually works. Okay, this actually works, right? So it depends on you what you want to do. Okay, it depends on you what you want to do, really, right? But I am going to leave both in case you have any issue, which you shouldn't. I don't think you should have any issues with either of them, but you get the idea. There's the simplest way to check if the user has already voted in this particular election. I hope that makes sense. All right, so that's it for this candidates page. Of course, we should be able to actually vote a candidate before we work on the confirm election or the voting of the candidate. I want to go ahead and add a few more, I want to go ahead and add a few more candidates, okay, to the different elections that we have. Okay, so first of all, I have to log in as the admin, who is NS Achiever. So the email is achiever@gmail.com and the password is achiever123. Okay, if I send this request, we should get, I'll just enter the path manually. So localhost 5000 API voters and then login. Okay, so let's go ahead and log in, and of course we get the token right here. So I'll just select that and come to the add candidate right here, and I messed up with the environment variable that I saved. Okay, so I'll just have to enter this manually as well. So instead of voters, this is going to be candidates and a post request. Of course, our bearer token is going to be the token that we just, it shouldn't include the ID. It should not include the ID. So my bad, I'll just copy the token, come back to add candidates and then paste that. With this, we can go ahead and add another candidate. All right, for the candidate image, I can choose this guy, and yeah, I'll just hit. Okay, the current election, that's the Legon election. Okay, so candidates added successfully. So if we come back here and actually come here, we should have two candidates. Okay, and we've already voted, so we cannot see them. And so I'll come back and add one more candidate, but I'll actually go ahead and let me come to the Mongo DB, and in the elections I'll get the other, the ID of the other election. I'll get this ID just so we can have a candidate in there as well. Okay, all right, so where are we? Let's add candidate, and this time the ID is going to be the other election, right? And I'll say Vivian Geo, and for the image I'll select a lady's image right here. I'll say this is the third candidate, and let's go ahead and add this candidate as well, and candidates added successfully. So now we should actually have a candidate for this selection. If we refresh this page, we should have a candidate in here. Okay, perfect. All right, so of course, since we've not voted in this selection, you can see we have a candidate. Okay, we are not getting already voted, and actually I'll add a few more. And so I'll go ahead, choose a different image, and I'll say this is the fourth. And yeah, I'll just add this. And last one. I'll add one more person, a lady, and send. Perfect. All right, so if I come back and I refresh, we should have 3 candidates in here. Okay, and for the first one we should have 2. I hope that makes sense. Perfect. So let's go ahead and actually be able to vote in the elections. Okay, so to vote, of course, we should click this to open a modal, and once we open the modal, we are going to go ahead and fetch the candidate in that modal, and then just to confirm the candidate, and then we'll go ahead and vote that candidate. I hope that makes sense. So let's enter the confirm vote. Of course, in here we have confirm vote. The component is being rendered here. Okay, so I'll actually have a prop here, that's the selected election, and I'll pass it to the confirm vote component. Okay, when we were creating this, we actually had this dummy function to fetch the candidate, and we were fetching that from this dummy array. Okay, but now let's actually, okay, we have a state here already, so I'll just actually fetch something from the database. I will say get the candidate selected to be voted for. All right, so I'll have a try catch in here, and I'll log anything, any error in the console. So I'm going to go ahead and bring in Axios. And so response, yes, I'll wait. Of course, this should be asynchronous now. Axios.get process.env.react app API URL. And if you check our route, we are trying to get a particular candidate. Okay, so that is a get request candidate and then the ID, right? So candidate and then the ID of the candidate. In this case, we should actually get that from the store, the Redux store. Okay, so how do we know that's the candidates we want to get? Let's see, if we go to the candidate, that's the singular candidate. When we open the candidate modal, we actually make sure we change the ID of the selected candidate. Okay, there is a reducer there to handle that. So we change and then we put in the ID of the selected candidate. I hope that makes sense. Right, so the candidate ID should be in the Redux store. So let's go ahead. Okay, so there's it. We are actually getting that from the Redux store. And so we are going to go ahead and paste it. Now, we should have some options. So with credentials is going to be true. We'll have some headers. Authorization is going to be bearer token. So bearer, and then we'll have a token. Now the token, we have to bring that in. Token should be equal to use selector state the vote current voter the token. Right, so that's it. And once we get the response, we are going to set modal candidate to be the candidates we just got. So that will be response. Let me actually await response.data. Perfect. All right, so I think that is it. And so let's go ahead and check this out. If I click, it should take a second, and for some reason it is not working. What could be the reason? Okay, cast to object failed. Interesting. All right, you know what? Let's get in the candidate, and this ID should actually be underscore. Okay, this ID, of course, we can alias it to be an actual ID, and I think now we should have this working. So if I click, we actually get the candidate from the database. I hope that makes sense. All right, so we should be able to actually click confirm here to actually vote the candidate. Okay, so to do that, we are going to have, all right, so I'm going to have a function here. Confirm vote, a synchronous function. Await axios dot patch. There's a patch request. If we check the route, you can see there's actually a patch request to vote a candidate. Right, so of course, process.env react app, and then what is it? Candidates, and then the ID. Okay, candidates and selected candidates. Okay, of course we need some options. So with credentials true, headers, authorization, bearer, and then our token. Let's go ahead, and once we vote, we are going to get vote results. Okay, and that actually has the voted elections. Okay, that returns the voted elections. So I'll await response data, and I'm going to dispatch an action here. I hope we have our dispatch function. Okay, we have dispatch, and so I'll say vote actions dot change current voter, and I'm going to spread the old current voter. So let's go ahead and actually bring that in. So I'll say current voter, and I'll bring that object in, which has the ID, the token, the voted elections, and the admin. Okay, so I'm going to spread the current voter in an object, and here I want to update the voted elections. Okay, so now that will be the vote result. Okay, so I think that's the only thing we actually returned from that. Let me check that real quick. That's the vote candidate. I think that's what we vote casted successfully. Really, I think we should return the voter.voted elections. Okay, that's what we should return, right? Because that's what we are expecting. I hope that makes sense. All right, so yep, that's it. That's all we have to do here. And once the vote is casted, we can go ahead and navigate the user to the congrats page. So navigate. Of course, we should bring use navigate. Let's bring in use navigate. So we say navigate, and we are navigating to the congrats page. All right, so let's go ahead and try this. Of course, we should hook the right here on click is when we call the confirm vote. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this real quick. So far, we don't have any votes for any of these candidates in the UNE presidential elections. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote John Dumelo. I'll confirm the vote, and we have a problem. What could that be? Interesting. I'm logging some things in the console. 20. And what's the actual problem though? Axios error. Response. Unauthorized. No token. Okay, really? Wait a minute. We have a token though. Current voter token. Bearer token. Authorization. What could be the problem, guys? Of course, we need a second option before the third option. Okay, the second option is going to be the election in which we are voting for this candidate. Right before the last options that we have here, we need to pass in the selected election. I should have a comma here, of course. And the selected election should actually be coming from the Redux store. And so let's go ahead and get that selected election. Use selector. Or we actually passed that in, okay, to the vote. We actually passed that into the confirm vote component that we rendered here. So we can go ahead and destructure that selected election. And yeah, just make sure you do that. All right, so let's go ahead and try this. I'm going to vote for, first let's check to see. So yeah, just so we make sure we don't have any votes here. All right, so let's go ahead and vote for John Dumelo, and I'll click confirm, and I've been redirected here, meaning everything went well. Now if we return to the results page, you can see that John Dumelo has a vote. Okay, of course, if we try voting in this particular election again, we shouldn't be able to vote. Okay, if I refresh this, okay, for some reason that is not working, and I think it's because of the changes that I made here. So I'm actually going to comment this out and then uncomment this, of course. Right, so now this should actually work. Okay, so you know, some things just have to be experimented. Okay, so this is not the right way to do it. Just make sure you are doing it this way. That's why I had to walk you through both steps. All right, so we've already voted in this election, therefore we cannot vote again in this particular election, but of course we can go ahead and vote in a different election. Okay, now if I vote for this person and check back, I should have one vote for this person, and as you can see, he has 33.33% of the votes in that particular election. All right, so that is also working. Now what I want to do is, once we vote, once we click the confirm button, we should actually close that modal. Okay, so I'll add that little touch before we close off. So right actually, I'm going to put this in a try catch, okay? And in case of anything, I'll catch the error and then paste whatever I just copied in here. I just cut here. All right, so right after I vote, I'll go ahead and close candidate model. And we already have that in here. So perfect. All right, so that is it for the vote candidate or the confirm vote. And I think the next thing we need to move on to is the elections page right here. Okay, so we should be able to fetch elections, add elections, and update elections right here. All right, so let's move on to, actually, I'm just going to close off these. And I'll enter the elections component. All right, so let's go ahead and fetch all the elections from the database. And initially, I'll have a loading state. Okay, so it's loading, set is loading, is state is going to be false initially. So once we hit this function, I'll set it to be true. process.env.react app API URL elections with credentials, set that to be true, and headers authorization bearer token. Of course, we should go ahead and bring in the token. Use selector, state, vote, current voter token. Right, and actually I'm going to bring in its admin as well. So it's admin. I'll bring in that. I'll bring that in as well. All right, for the is admin, I only want to show the, right here, actually it's not imported. So let's make sure we bring that in. All right, so this button right here, you have to be an admin to even see it, right? So here I will say it's admin. If it is true, then show the button. If not, we won't show it. So right now the logged in user is an admin. That's why we are not seeing the button. So I'm going to log in as achiever 1 2 3, and now we should actually see it. Perfect. All right, so let's continue. And here I'll say set elections to be response.data, or if you want, you can go ahead and await. All right, so let's have that in a use effect. Let's call that function in a use effect. Get elections. Okay, so as you can see, this is what is actually coming from the database. Okay, what we had initially was just some dummy elections. So let's go ahead and delete the dummy elections. And initially it's going to be an empty array, and that's it. So for the is loading, I'm going to have that in here and say if is loading is true, Then we want to show a loader. So let's bring in our loader. That's our loader component, which for some reason we have to bring that in manually. Loader from, that's in our components, and loader. Yeah, perfect. So if that is true, then so if its loading is true, we need to show our loader. Otherwise, we are going to show the menu. I hope that makes sense. All right. Now, of course, once we are done fetching, we should actually set its loading to be false. Okay. So if I refresh, you should see a loading before we get the elections. So these are the elections coming from the database. All right. So now I think we should, wait a minute. So the ID here should be underscore ID, of course. And if we enter the election component, I'll change the underscore ID to be an actual ID. I hope that makes sense. All right. So I think what we have to do is to be able to add election and update election. So far, we've been able to fetch the elections. So all we need to do is to be able to add the election, as you can see here, and update an election. I think we should move on to adding the election. Okay, so that will be in the add election modal component. That's where we are going to be able to add elections. And so quickly, let's go ahead and actually have a function here. I'll call this, come on, I'll call this create election. It's going to be an asynchronous function. And let's pass in an event, okay, and then prevent default. All right, I'll put this in the try catch, and in case we have any error, I'll just log it in the console as usual. All right, so I'll have election data. It's going to be new form data, right? And say election data dot set title should be equal to a title that we have. We have a title here, description, and then thumbnail, right? So we need description, and then thumbnail. Now let's go ahead and send a request to actually add the election. process.env.react app API URL elections election data. Okay, now we have to pass in some options. So we say with credentials is going to be true. You have some headers, and that'll be authorization, which is bearer token. All right, so response. Now once we add the election, we are going to refresh the page so that we can show that election. I hope that makes sense. So I'm actually going to bring in something from React Router, and that's use navigate. So use navigate should be coming from React Router, just so we can navigate to refresh the page. And even before I refresh the page, I'm going to go ahead and actually close the modal. So I'll say close election modal. And I don't think we have that function or that reducer here. So I'll go ahead and close election modal. It will dispatch UI actions. Oh, we have it. That is close modal. That's this. Okay, that's this right here. So I'll just say close modal. Right. So now this should actually be it. So let's go ahead, and token is not defined. Of course, we should bring in our token. We should bring in our token. Use selector. Use selector. State vote current voter token. Okay. And yeah. Now let's go ahead and add one more election. Okay, perfect. I'm going to say Harvard presidential elections 2025. Wait a minute. I think I have an error in here. Description. Oh, right. And I'll say this is the description of the Harvard elections. All right, and for the thumbnail, I'll just select this. All right, now let's hit add election. And of course, it's not going to work because I forgot to add on submit and then pass in the create election function. Sorry about that. And of course, this should be a submit button. All right, so let's try this one more time. Harvard presidential election 2025. I'll just pass in a random text here. I'll choose this thumbnail and add election. Now let's see what happens, and boom, we have our Harvard presidential election. Okay, so everything is working for the add election component. Of course, the next thing we need to do is to be able to actually edit an election. Okay, so let's go on to make sure that happens, or that is done. So that will be the update election component right here. So the first thing we want to do is to actually fetch the election we want to update. Okay, we want to fetch that election and then pass in, wait a minute. We want to get the election from the database, passing the election values in the input here. Okay, so that we can edit it, and then we will choose a thumbnail and we'll update that election. I hope that makes sense. So let's go ahead and actually fetch the election from the database, or you can say get election. This is going to be asynchronous, of course, and I'll try catch console.log the error, and of course we need to bring in Axios, and there's a get request process.env.react app API URL elections, and then the ID of the election. Now the ID Wait a minute. If we check the vote slice, I think that is the ID of election to update. Okay, so let's get that from the Redux store. I'll just have that here. ID of election to update. Use selector, state, vote, ID of election to update. Perfect. All right, so I'll pass that in here. And of course, I'm going to have some options here. With credentials is going to be true. I'll have some headers with authorization of bearer token. Beautiful. All right, so once we have that from once we have that from the database, we are going to go ahead and set title to be, actually I'll just say selection should be equal to await response dot data. Right, so here that will be election dot title, and I'll set the description as well. Election dot description, that will be set description. I hope that makes sense. All right, so once we have that, of course we should make sure we actually call the function inside the use effect. So I will say fetch election. Beautiful. All right, so token is not defined. Of course, I always keep forgetting the token. That's current voter token. All right, so now if I hit this, I should get that what is happening. Okay, it's not working for some reason, and let's see why it's not working. Let's go into the election, and when we click on the edit, we call open modal, and when we open a modal, we want to update the ID of the election we just clicked on. Okay, so I'm actually going to dispatch another reducer here, and that's going to be from the vote actions, and that will be change ID of election to update. Selected election. Do I have that? Change ID of candidate, change ID of candidate's ID. All right, I think I made a mistake here. There should be change ID of election to update. Okay, so ID of election to update right here. I'll pass that in. All right, so once we click on the election edit button, we are going to change ID of election to update, and then we'll pass in the ID of that particular election right here. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So now this should actually work. When we click, we should fill in the titles, and it's still not working for some reason. I'll just refresh and click, and it's still not working, guys. What is going on? We don't have any errors. Date 26. Cannot read properties of undefined title. All right, let's check that out. 26. Election.title. Okay, so you are probably not getting the election. Process.env elections and the election ID. You know what, I'll just log the ID of the election I'm trying to console.log. I'll log that in the console just so we see whether. Alright, so when I click edit, I actually have the ID. If I select a different selection, you can see that's a different ID. Okay, so we are getting the ID, but for some reason we are not being able to fetch it from the database. Okay, so axios.get process.env react app API URL elections / the ID. Await, guys. Oh my bad. So we should just await and they should do it. Okay, so now if we click, we actually get the title and the description filled already. Okay, so we can go ahead and make any changes we want, and we can go ahead select a thumbnail. So for this, I'm actually going to change the thumbnail, and there's a Harvard flag, so I'll just select that. And for now, we don't have the function to actually update it, so let's go ahead and work on that. So let's have on submit prop on the form, and it's going to call the update election function that we are about to create. So let's have that function update election. It's going to be asynchronous, of course, and let's put this in a try catch. But of course, I'm going to prevent the default submission, so e.prevent default. Let's go ahead and create a new form data. So I'll say election data, new form data, and I'll have the title, description, and all that in this. That'll be the title. I'll duplicate this twice. We need description and then thumbnail. All right, now we can go ahead and send a request. Let's await axios dot. There's going to be a patch request. Okay, so axios dot patch process.env dot react app API URL, and we are going to elections and then the ID of the election we want to update. So that is ID of election to update. And the next one is going to be with credentials. We are going to set that to be true. We will need some headers, and here authorization is going to be the bearer token. And once we update, we are actually going to refresh the page. So I'll say navigate 0. I don't know if we have navigate, so we have to bring in use navigate. So I'll say navigate should be able to use navigate. And once we finish with everything, before we even refresh the page, I'm actually going to close the model. Okay, and that should do it. This should do it. All right, so let's go ahead and actually make sure this is possible. So I'm going to select the Harvard badge or flag again, and I'm going to hit update selection, and let's see what happens. Okay, the page refreshes, and as you can see, we have a new election here. Okay, now of course I didn't make any real changes because it's only the thumbnail, but if I go ahead and add anything here or remove anything from here and choose the Harvard flag again and update, you can see we have those changes. So everything on this page is done, and we should move on to the last page that we have. and that should be the election details page. I'm going to go ahead and remove all the stuff that we don't need. These dummy data or those dummy arrays, I'm going to remove them, and I'll remove this. I'll remove this as well. What else? I'll comment this out as well, at least for now. And now let's see what happens. Okay, current selection is not defined. Right here, I'll remove all these. I just want to get rid of that error. Okay, I don't understand how I'm being redirected to an error page, so I'm just going to go ahead and remove all these. I'll comment this out as well. And now if we go to the election details page, we actually get it. All right, so let's work on this. Of course, we should get the election so that we can show the election title, the thumbnail, and the description here. We will get the candidates that belongs to this election, and we'll get the voters or the people that have voted in this particular election as well. All right, so let's quickly do that. As you can see, we are getting the ID of the election from the params. Okay, so we can go ahead and get the election. That's the first thing we want to do. So I will say get election. I think I'll have a state here. It's loading, a loading state. Set is loading. Set is loading. Use state, and initially it's going to be false. But once we start fetching, I'm going to set it to be true. Okay. I'll put this in a try catch, and in the catch I'll just log any error in the console. So I'll wait. Axios.get process.env.react app API URL elections, and then the ID of the election, which in this case is this ID. You have some options. So with credentials, it's going to be true. You have some headers. Authorization is going to be the bearer token. And that's it. Okay, so we should be able to get the election. Now I'm going to have an array here, and initially the elections is going to be an empty array. So I'll say set elections. So use state, and we'll pass in an empty array, right? But once we get the election back, we are going to set elections. Set election, and then that will be the response data, right? And of course, we are going to call this function in a use effect. So I'll say get election. All right, so now, okay, so we don't have Axios, we don't have the token as well. I'll import Axios from Axios, and I'll bring in our token. So I'll duplicate this token. That should be coming from the vote and current voter, and then we get the token. Now that we have our election, let's go ahead and actually display that in here. So we'll have the election title, we'll have the election image or the thumbnail, we'll have, so far let's save and see what we have. Oh, this should be singular, election. Okay, so we have the election title, we have the image, we should have the description as well. I think right here we should have the election description. There we go. What else? Of course, if you want, you can have an alt, and that'll be, I'll make that election title. And yeah, that's enough. Okay, so that's for the election itself. Now let's go ahead and actually fetch the candidates that belongs to this particular election. So I'll say get candidate. This is going to be an asynchronous function as well. Try catch. In case of anything, we will log that in the console. And I'm actually going to have that in here. I'm going to have a state for that as well. So candidate, set candidate is going to be an empty array. We will say response should be equal to await axios.get process.env react app API URL, and here elections and the election ID, and then candidates. That should get us the candidates of the selection. With credentials is going to be true. You have some headers. Authorization is going to be bearer token. Right. So once we have that, we are going to say set candidates and then response dot data. Okay, so once we have that, we can actually go ahead. Let me uncomment this. So I'll say candidate, and then we map through the candidates. So now let's see what happens. Okay, we have some issues. Of course, there should be an underscore. What else? Of course, we should call get candidates. That's the function. We should call that in the use effect. And now if I save and come back, we are actually getting the candidates from the database. Okay. Now if I come back here and then choose a different election, okay, that's the first one I chose. If I choose a different election, you can see that we are getting the candidates that belongs to that particular election. I hope that makes sense. All right, so that is for the candidates. And the next thing we want to do here is to fetch the voters. Okay, the voters of the selection. That will be get voters. I'll have a state for that as well. So I will duplicate this. I'll have voters and then set voters. It's going to be an empty array as well. This is an asynchronous function, of course. Try catch. In case of anything, we will just log it in the console. And so I'll just copy this right here, and then paste, and that should be voters, and that's it. Okay, that's it. So here I'll say set voters and then pass in response dot data. I hope that makes sense. All right, so of course, down here in the table, I'll uncomment this, and here the ID will be, of course, we have to go ahead and call this get voters function in the use effect. So now you can see we have only one voter in this particular election. Okay, if we check, that's actually correct. Okay, we have only one voter in here. But if we check the first one, you can see that we have 3 voters. Okay, we have John Doe, Jane Doe, and then James Kofi. I hope that makes sense, guys. So I think in here in the voters, this should be the voter dot created at. Okay, that's what I'm going to use here. Now, of course, you can go ahead and actually format this to make it look good, but I'll just leave it like this. That's not very important for us right now, so I'll just leave it like this. I think the last thing we want to do here is to be able to delete an election. Okay, we should have a delete button here to be able to delete an election. All right, so I have to make sure we have that in place. And of course, even with the button to add a candidate, you have to be an admin to do that, to even see the button. Okay, so I'll bring as admin from the, let me just duplicate this as admin. I'll bring that from the current user, and if it is true, then we can go ahead and show the add candidate, the add candidate button. Okay, so right now NS Achiever is the logged in user, that's why we can see it. And also we should have a delete button. All right, so down here below the menu here, I'm going to have is admin, and if it is true, then we want to have a button here. And here I'll give it a class name of btn danger and then full. I'll give it an onClick prop as well, and I'll call a function called delete election. The text will say delete election. So delete election, of course, is not defined, so let's go ahead and have delete election. Right, so we should have a button here that we can click to actually delete an election. Before I delete an election, I think right here, okay, right here, you have to be an admin. You have to be an admin to be able to see this edit button. Okay, when you come to the elections page, you have to be an admin to see this button, right? So I don't know if we have the is admin. We don't. So I'll say const is admin. Use selector. Come on. State vote current voter is admin. Okay, so if is admin is true for the current logged in user, then we are going to show this edit button. Otherwise, it will not even be showing. I hope that makes sense. Right now, we are logged in as Achiever. That is why we can see it. Right, so let's move on and actually be able to delete an election. So let's have that function real quick. I'll just put this in a try catch. Console.log error response await axios delete, that's the request. Process.env react app API URL and elections, and we need the ID of the election, so that will be ID, right? Perfect. Of course, we should go ahead and have some options. So with credentials, it's going to be true, of course. Authorization, bearer token. All right. Of course, this should be asynchronous. And this should actually be enough to delete the election. Now, once we delete an election, we shouldn't be on the same page, right? So we should navigate to, all right, I have to bring in use navigate. So I'll go ahead and we should navigate to the elections page. And so that's it. Okay. Now let's go ahead and try deleting an election. So far, we have this election that is empty basically. So I'll just go ahead and try deleting it, and it's been deleted, right? Now, if I refresh, of course, I didn't refresh earlier, but it was there, but now it's gone. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Of course, we can go ahead and try adding a new election. And I will just choose this as the thumbnail for that particular election. And so we have this election right here. If I refresh the elections collection, you can see that we have that. Okay. But of course, we can go ahead to actually delete this particular election. Okay, so I think we are almost done with the whole thing. And the last thing remaining is add candidates and also delete candidates. Okay, so we should go ahead to actually make sure this works. And I think we should be able to delete candidates first. Right here, where is it? Okay, and I think we should go ahead and be able to delete candidates. So I'll go to election candidates right here. And in here, we need underscore ID. Okay, and I'm going to alias it back to ID. Right, and to delete election, of course, I'm going to bring in Axios. And I'll have a function here, delete election. And sorry, delete candidate. Okay, yeah, working on deleting candidate. So delete candidate is going to be an asynchronous function, of course. I'll put this in a try catch in case of any errors. I'll just log that in the console. So of course, this is going to be the same request we've been sending. So response, blah, blah, blah. And I'll just paste that in here. So this is going to be a delete request to, let me check that route real quick. Delete candidate. Okay, so candidates and then the ID, right? We should be in here. So candidate and then the ID of that candidate, right? And I think that's it. Okay, so the only thing we need here is the token. So use selector, state, vote, current voter, and then the token. Right, so once we delete, we are just going to refresh the page. Okay, so I'll just bring in use navigate as well. And I'll say navigate to the same page. All right, So let's try this quickly. And of course, on click of this button is when I want to call the delete candidate. Okay, so let's go ahead and try deleting one of these candidates. I'm going to delete this person, and she's been deleted. Okay, so even if we check the elections right now, you can see there are 3 candidates in here, but now there are 2. Okay, I can go ahead and delete one more person, and now if I refresh the elections page, we have, wait a minute, sorry, the candidates page, we should have just 1 person. I'll just refresh one more time. Interesting. I'll go ahead and delete the last person, and let's see what happened. Okay, so if you paid attention, you would know that I was looking at the wrong election. Okay, so there's the election whose candidates were being deleted, and as you can see right now, we have 0 candidates in this election, right? And that's the beauty of the of the relationships that we established using sessions, right? The Node Express API, you remember we established some relationship between the different collections. So in this particular case, we established that relationship between the candidates and the elections they belong to. So once we delete the candidates, we make sure the candidates array in that particular election is, the ID of that particular candidate in the candidates array here in the election is removed. I hope that makes sense. All right, so that is the beauty of, making this feel like a relational database. All right, so the last thing we want to do is to be able to add candidates. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Add candidate modal. I have a function here called add candidate. It's going to be asynchronous, of course. And in case of anything, we'll just log that in the console. All right, so let's prevent defaults, of course. I'll create a new form data. So candidate data or candidate info, whatever, is equal to new form data. And I'll say candidate info dot set full name. You need a full name, and that's going to be equal to the full name that we have in this state. I'll duplicate this a few times. So we need full name, we need motto of that candidate, and we need an image of that candidate. And I think that's it. Actually, I'll pass in the current selection as well. Okay, beautiful. All right, so I'll go ahead and send the request. I'll just await Axios. Of course, we have to bring in Axios. Let's import Axios from Axios. So let's bring in axios.post process.env.react app API URL /candidate. And I think that should be it. Okay, of course, we need to pass in the data, that's the candidate info, and the options. I'll say with credentials should be true. We'll pass in some headers. Authorization is going to be bearer and then token, right? And that should be it. Now, once we add a user, we should reload the page to show that user. So I'll bring in use navigate. And I'll say navigate 0. All right, so let's go ahead and actually try this. Of course, we should have on submit on this form, and that should call the add candidate function. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this. Current selection is not defined, token is not defined. Okay, interesting. Let's go ahead and bring in token. So use selector, state, vote, current voter, and then the token. And what use selector? What did it say? Current selection is not defined. I just call the selection ID, and that should be in the add candidate election ID. Wait a minute, let me check that real quick. So we have add candidate selection. Yeah, perfect. Change add candidate selection ID. So you know what, where we open the modal, that is inside the election details page. Once we open the modal, we should actually be able to, right here in this function, where is that function? Right here, we should be able to update the election ID. Okay, so this reducer right here is what we are going to use. Change add candidate selection ID. Okay, so yep, that's what we want to use, and this should be in the, yeah. So let's dispatch an action here, and sorry, this is going to be a vote action. So change whatever, and then we'll pass in the ID of the election, which we have here. Okay, we have in the params right here. All right, so once we have that, we can go ahead and get the add candidate election ID in here in the modal. I hope that makes sense. So I'll just paste this. So now we should have the election ID. All right, so instead of current selection, this should be election ID. All right, so that's it. Now let's go ahead and try this. I'm going to add a candidate to this current selection. That's the unique presidential election. And so I'm going to just refresh to make sure you see that there are no candidates so far in that particular election. Okay, so the candidates array in this selection is empty. Let's go ahead and try adding, I don't know, Jack Ma. I'll just have something random for the motto, and then we'll choose an image. I'll just choose Ronaldo here and add candidate. Let's see what happens. Boom, we have Jack Ma. Okay, and if we refresh our elections collection, now this election has a candidate. Okay, and that candidate is Jack Ma right here. Okay, so we can actually add more candidates. I'll just add Vivian Gel, and I'll select this image, and we have it. Okay, so if you come to the results page, you can see that we actually have these people. I hope that makes sense. If I log in as John Doe, so the password John123, As you can see on this page, I cannot add elections. Here too, I cannot add candidates and all that because I am not an admin. Okay, so far some of the authorization functionalities are done, but now I think the last thing we want to do before we finish up with this entire application is to have some access control. Okay, the access control is going to be pretty simple. Let's go into our logout page, and yeah, I'm not going to even return anything, guys. I'll just have a React fragment. But then before I return, I'll go ahead and I'll have a dispatch. Use dispatch. Now I'll put this in a use effect. And just say once we come to this page or this component, we are going to dispatch vote actions and say change current voter, and we are just going to set it to now. And once we set it to now in the Redux store, we are going to go ahead and remove it from the local storage where we saved it as well. So local storage dot remove item, and we are going to remove the current user. That's what we called it, I think. Let's check real quick. If we go to applications right here, current user, that's the name we gave it. Okay, and so let's go ahead. So you just remove that, and now once we remove it, we are going to go ahead and redirect to the login page. Sorry, use navigate. So navigate to the login page, and right here you can see in the navbar we can have access to all these routes, okay, which shouldn't be showing if we are not logged in. I hope that makes sense. Right now I think we are having some issues. I'm not sure what is going on. Okay, since, as you can see, since we are logged out, a lot of the things are not showing because we don't have our token, and that is because we have set the current user to now. Okay, so we don't have the token to actually make the request to the API. I hope that makes sense. And so once we are logged out, we are going to actually remove all these links. Okay, so let's go to our navbar. I'm going to say if we have token, then we should show our nav menu right here. Okay, so of course we should bring in our token. I'll just put it here, token. If token is true, or if we have a token, then we can go ahead and actually show our menu, right? But of course, as you can see, we can access the elections page, for instance. So let's go ahead and do more than we've done already. We are going to use the token to check if we can even access some components. Okay, so I'll just come here to the pages that we have, starting with the candidates page. And I'll say if we do not have any token, then we are not going to go ahead and do anything, right? So right here, I'll just bring the token way up and have that access control. So I'll put this in a use effect and say I'll have an empty dependency array, and I'll say if we do not have token, then we shouldn't even be able to access this page. I hope that makes sense. So we'll just navigate you to the home page. Where is the login page? Okay, so that is it. Now I'll copy this and paste it on all the pages. Okay. right? Of course, we should go ahead and bring in token, right? So I'll copy this here as well. Come to the election details page and paste that up top. And here we have the token already, so I'll just remove this. And the next page is the elections page. Navigate is now defined. That's on what page? Congrats page, candidates page, election details page. And of course, I'll go back, navigate. I have to bring that in. Cons navigate, use navigate. Candidates page. Of course, I have to bring that in. Use navigate. What else? The congrats page, I have it. Election details page. Okay, I think we have we have use navigate here. So congrats page, use effect. You have to bring that in as well. And yeah, so now if I do this in the elections page, let's see what happens. I'll just paste right here. I'll just paste, and we have the token here already, so we don't have to bring it. And it should be navigate like that. I'll just copy this again. I'll bring the token way up. All right, so we cannot access the elections page without logging in. All right, so that is the access control. I'll just copy and then paste it on the remaining pages. For the login and register pages, we don't need that, but for the results page, we do need it. So I'll just come here and then paste, and I'll just remove the token down here. And yeah, we just have to bring in use navigate. And that should be it. Okay, so if we go to the results page as well, we should be redirected back here. Of course, if you want, you can add that here in the other components like the add, candidates components and all that. But I think there is enough. And so let's go ahead and test this whole thing out. I think we are completely done with the entire application. So let's go ahead and test this out. I'm going to log in as the admin. That's achiever@gmail.com. Achiever123 is the password. Of course, if I enter a wrong password, I should get an error, invalid credentials. Okay, but now I'll make the password correct and I'll log in. All right, in here, of course, I can go ahead and add an election. I'll say most popular people in history. I'll just have some dummy text for the description, and for the thumbnail, I'll just choose something very random. I'll actually choose one of my thumbnails here and then add this selection. All right, so we have this selection. Of course, if we try voting in this selection, we shouldn't be able to. We have inactive election. There are no candidates found for this selection. Please check back later. Okay, so all those checks are also working. Now, if we go ahead and actually add candidates for this selection, let's see, I'll just add the images first. I'll just go ahead and add the images, and let's add Chem. just have something random. I'll add this candidate. Okay, so she's been added. I'll add one more person. Let's say Michael Jackson. For the motto, I'll just have something random. I'll add this candidate as well. And I'll add one more person, Cristiano. I'll have something random for the motto as well. Now let's add him. All right, and now when we come here, we can actually vote in this particular election. Okay, so if you vote Michael Jackson, now remember I'm logged in as NS Achiever. Although he's an admin, he's also a voter, so he can go ahead and vote. And once you vote, you are redirected here to the congrats page, and you can go ahead and see the results. So far, Michael Jackson is the only person who is being voted for. Okay, so he has 100% of the votes, right? I haven't voted in this election, so I can actually go ahead and vote in this one as well. And let's see, there are no votes here, and there are no votes here as well. So I can vote here in this particular election. And of course, if I try voting again in this particular election, I'm going to get already voted. Okay, you are only permitted to vote once in an election. And if I try voting in this one as well, I'm going to get already voted. I hope that makes sense. So all these checks are working, guys. All these are working. And everything is looking amazing. Okay. Of course, I can go ahead and actually change or edit this election. Instead of most popular people in history, I can do most famous people in the world. And I'll keep the description, and I can choose a different thumbnail for this. I'll just use the Harvard flag. And if I update, boom, I have it. Now it's most famous people in the world. Okay, we still have the same candidates, and we still have that person who voted in this election. Of course, we can go ahead and delete this election, and it should be no more right here. We can go ahead and delete all the elections if we want. This one is also gone, as you can see, and I can go ahead and delete this as well. Okay, so everything is working, guys. Everything is working. Now if I log out, you can see I'm completely logged out. Okay, so that is it for this entire application. I hope you really learned something. Now I think the last thing I want to do is to deploy this application. That's the API and the client side. Okay, we are going to deploy both the Node Express API and the client side, that is the React application as well. And then I'll teach you how they'll be able to communicate back and forth with each other. Hello guys, and welcome to this short tutorial. And in this video, I'm going to teach you how to deploy a MERN Stack application. And MERN stands for MongoDB, ExpressJS, React.js, and NodeJS. Now, when it comes to MERN Stack applications, there are basically two sides. There is the server side, that is the Node Express API that you usually connect to a MongoDB database. And there is the React side, which is the front-end side or the client side. So basically, the idea is to deploy the backend or the server side separately, and then you deploy the client side or the React application separately. Okay, so for the React application in this video, we are actually going to use Hostinger to deploy the React application, which is going to give us a free domain name, SSL, and some cool stuff. And for the API side, that's the server side, we are actually going to use render. And we are going to use the continuous deployment for the API side. So whenever we make any changes at the server side or the API side, we can just push it to GitHub, and our API is going to be automatically updated online. I hope that makes sense. All right, so let me quickly walk you through the project locally, and then we'll go on to deploy it. So this is the project that we are going to deploy. I created this project with my students, so I have a full tutorial on both the client side, that is the React, and on the Node Express API as well, that is the server side, right? Let's go ahead and actually open this whole project in VS Code. If you check out the folders, you can see that we do not have our Node modules. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and install our dependencies in both folders. So I'm actually going to open multiple terminals here. I'm going to call this server just so you see what's happening. Let me actually make this bigger. The first one, or the one at the top, is going to be client, right? So in the server terminal, we have to cd into our server folder, and we are going to do npm install. Okay, and some dependencies can be stubborn, and so I'm going to do force and then save. Okay, just so we have everything installed. All right, so this will go ahead and install all the dependencies that we have in the server side right here. So if you check out package.json, you can see we have quite a few dependencies. Okay, so those will all be installed, and once they are installed, make sure you have .git ignore right here, and make sure you have this /node modules. Okay, just so you don't push it to your repository. Okay, so that is for the server side. Now let's go into our client side as well, and so let's cd into client and do npm install here as well. I'll do force and save. Right, so let's install the dependencies here in the client side. As you can see, our node modules folder just popped up here. To make sure you have .git ignore, and then make sure you have the node modules in there. You know what, let's go ahead and actually create a repository here on GitHub. So let's go to GitHub, and I'm going to create a new repo. Let's just create new here. I'll actually make this private. I'll call this voting app deployment. Right, and I'll just go ahead and create. All right, so once that is done, I can go ahead, and as you can see, the dependencies for the client side is also done. And so here in the main project folder, I'll go ahead and do git init. I'll go ahead and add everything. Right, now let's commit. I'll say initial commit. All right, now when that is done, let's go ahead and actually push it to the repository we just created on GitHub. So I'll just paste this and then hit enter. Okay, this should take a few seconds. All right, now that is it. Once we come back to the repo we just created on GitHub and refresh, we should actually have our client and server side. Perfect. Okay, now let's go ahead and deploy the backend first, that is the server side. And notice that we have quite a few environment variables here on the server side. Okay, so we have a port, that is the port the server is actually running on. As you can see here, we connect to MongoDB and then we listen to that port. Okay, and when we come back to the .env, you can see that we have some more environment variables here. We have 3 for cloudinary. We have the cloud name, cloudinary API key, and we have the secrets as well. So in the app, we are actually uploading images to cloudinary, okay, for storage, and then cloudinary will give us a URL for those images. And of course, we can go ahead and actually watch the tutorials how we did all these. And we have JWT, that's JSON Web Token secret here as well. And then we have MongoDB URL. Okay, so there's the URL for our MongoDB cluster. Basically, we should have all these environment variables for the application to actually run. Okay, So once we have these, I should actually go ahead and start up the application just so you see that it is actually working locally. Okay, so I'll do npm run dev for the server side. Okay, so we should get server started on port 5000, and for the client side I'll just do npm start to start the React application, and that should also start. All right, so there's the app, and I'm not going to show you the entire demo, of course, but I'll just go ahead and log in as the admin in the application. And of course, we can go ahead and add an election. I'll say Harvard presidential elections 2024. I'll add something for the description. I'll go ahead and choose a thumbnail. Anything works. I'll just add the selection, and boom, that election should be added, of course. And we can go ahead, add candidates. So this image is being saved in Cloudinary, okay, and we keep a backup in the app as well, but that's just by the way. You can go ahead, add candidates. Let's say you can add a candidate, and for the candidate image, come on, I'll just go ahead and choose an image here. Okay, so we'll have a candidate in a second, and there he is. We have a candidate for the election, and of course I can go ahead and actually change the thumbnail to the Harvard badge or the Harvard flag, and now there's actually here. Okay, so we can go ahead and actually vote. Anyone who signs up can go ahead and vote. Okay, of course, right now we have only one candidate, so he's going to get 100% of the entire vote since it's only one person that has voted. If I try to vote again, I cannot vote because I have already voted, okay, in this particular election. Of course, I'm not going to go ahead and walk you through the entire project, but I just wanted to show you that it is actually working. Okay, so we have our project here on GitHub, and we can see that it is actually working. So we can go ahead and actually deploy our project. Okay, starting with the backend. So let's go to render.com, and I'll go ahead and go to the dashboard. Of course, you should log in. It's better for you to log in with GitHub, okay, since we are going to do continuous deployment. So let's go ahead and create our first project. Voting app. And let's create a service. Since we are trying to deploy the backend, that is the Node Express API, we are going to go ahead and choose web services. And now we are going to go ahead and select the repository that backend project can be found. All right, so that can be found in the repository we just created, that is voting app deployment. So I'll just choose that and then connect. We are deploying the backend, so you can just add backend here or server if that's what you want, and I can just call the server, okay, and that will actually be in the server folder, right here. This is the folder that we are looking for. We are currently in the voting app deployment, but we want to deploy this server, okay, and that is the Node Express API that we want to deploy. So I'll do /server, okay, and here the build command would be npm install, and the start command is going to be node index.js. Okay, so let's come back to the project, and I'm going to show you something real quick. If we check out the package.json that is inside of the server folder, So we have one for the development, that is npm run dev, and so we are going to go ahead and have one for production, that will be start. Okay, and so that will be node index.js, since index.js is our starting file right here. Okay, and that is where we are actually starting up our server. All right, so make sure you have start and then node index.js in your package.json file. All right, so make sure you have that here as well for the start command. And of course, we are going to choose free. And here is where we are going to go ahead and upload our environment variables. So let's go ahead and I'm going to copy everything in here in our environment variable, and I'm going to paste it right here. All right, now everything is set. We can go ahead and deploy web service. This should take a few seconds. All right, and as you can see, your service is live. Okay, so our API is actually live, and this is the URL we got for our API, and so let's check that out. All right, so I'll add API and then elections, for instance, and you see unauthorized no token. So we are actually getting something back, although we are not authorized to access the elections, but since we are getting something back, it means everything is working so far. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead, and since we are done with the backend or the API deployment, let's deploy the front end or the client side as well. That is the React application. Now remember that in the backend index.js in the course, we are actually giving an origin of localhost 3000, meaning we are communicating with this endpoint or with this domain. Okay, and so once we deploy the client side, we should come back and update this. It's either we remove this localhost 3000 or we add another domain to this array. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so that is what we are going to do. And in the front end as well, we should make sure we update this localhost 5000/API. Okay, since we have our API live, we should copy the new API URL and then paste it in here instead of the localhost 5000. Okay, so now we have https server 538r on render.com/API, and remember to add the /API. Okay, all right, so that is all we need to do here in the front end. And once you are done with that, go ahead, open your terminal, and in your front end, let me just close this. We are going to do npm run build. Our React application is going to be built for deployment or for production. Let's go ahead and set up our hosting and domain name. And having used or having worked with many hosting providers, the one that I always recommend for everyone is Hostinga. Now in the description of this video, you are going to find a link that's probably the first link that's going to bring you to this page, and that's an affiliate link that's going to give you the best deal for your hosting purchase. Okay, so go ahead and then click that link. That's going to bring you to this page, and if you visit this page and the design is a little different, that's because it changes from time to time, right? So this Hostinga, let's go ahead and then check out some of the hosting web hosting packages that they have. And right here is their premium shared hosting. Okay, so for only $2.80 per month, you are going to have, or you are going to be able to host 100 websites. They give you 100 gigabytes of SSD storage, as you can see here, free weekly backups. They give you free domain name. How cool is that? For most of the hosting providers, you actually buy the domain name separately. Okay, here they give you a free domain name, and a free email as well. So they give you a bunch of other stuff that are very cool and very helpful as well. Right, so this is a perfect deal for me. I'm going to go ahead and then click add to carts. And as I said, make sure you use the link in the description to get the best deal on Hostinger. All right, so this is very affordable. So I'm going to go ahead and then use the 48 months. Okay, and that's going to give me the best deal. And right here, I'm going to go ahead and then enter my email. Right, so that's my email. I'm going to use PayPal. As you can see, my total is $133. Okay, now I have a coupon for you. Okay, and this is the best coupon on Hostinger. Go ahead and enter the coupon code EGATOR. Okay, that's right here. Enter that and apply and see what you get. You get 10% discount. So that is a very cool deal, and this is a very reliable hosting. That is why I went ahead and then got you this very important deal. All right, so we are going to go ahead and submit our secure payment. All right, so after the payment, make sure you check out your email to finish up everything, confirm your email and all that. And right here, I'm going to go ahead and then log in. So right here, I just logged in and I'm going to go ahead. As I said, they give you a free domain name, so you can go ahead and then claim the domain, okay, which is really cool. On most platforms or with most hosting providers, you actually have to buy the domain name separately, which will cost you probably $10 or more, right? So the domain name I'm going to buy is dummy EGATOR, and I'm going to use the .com. Okay, so let me quickly check if this actually available, and it is. Okay, so let's go ahead. As you can see here, that would cost me $14, but here they are giving it for me. They're giving it to me for free, which is really cool. Let's go ahead and then claim this domain name. Yeah, I forgot to mention, but they give us a free SSL as well. So let's go ahead and install that. Yep. And that's installing. And that's going to make sure every traffic on the website is secure. All right, the build is done. And so when we come back to our project, we should have this build folder here. Okay, I'm actually going to compress that, and this zip file, this new zip file is what we are going to upload to Hostinger. Okay, so let's actually come to Hostinger and log in. Business web hosting, I'm going to go to manage here, and you should have your domain. That's the domain you claimed for free. You should have that selected by default, but I've chosen this, and that's because I'm using the other one. That's the one I claimed. I'm using it for something else. Okay, so you should have yours selected by default, and it's going to work just fine. Okay, it's the same thing. All right, so let's go to file manager. Let's go to public, and I'm actually going to remove everything from here. If you have anything here, make sure you empty it. Empty this public underscore HTML folder. All right, so let's go and upload the zip file. That is the build that's in the client, and the build.zip. That's what we are going to upload. Boom, that's done. I'm going to unzip it. So I'll extract it right here in this folder. And so I can go ahead and remove the zip. We don't need it. I'll enter the build. I'll copy everything and then move it into the main folder. So basically I'm going back one folder. Okay, and now I can go ahead and delete the build. We basically moved everything in the build folder here in the public underscore HTML folder. Okay, so that is the deployment process for the front end as well. All right, so now if I should go to the domain that I just deployed this to, let's see what happens. So I'll just paste, and let's see, boom, we have it. Okay, but now I'll try and then log in. as one of the signed up users. This is actually the admin, and I'm not going to get any feedback because remember, we have to come back to the index.js of the server side, and in the course we should go ahead and add the new URL for our client side. Okay, the client domain that needs to communicate with the API. I hope that makes sense. Otherwise, the client side will not be able to communicate, or will not be allowed to communicate with this API. Okay, so let's copy the URL. That's the domain you claimed and deployed the React application on. Copy that domain and paste it in here in this array. Add it to the array. Okay, so go ahead, save that, and make sure you go ahead and let's add that and commit. I'll say new client URL added to course. Okay, all right, so now we can push it to our repo. Okay, so we have new client URL added, so that should be updated here as well. Our server should be updated. So now if I come back and refresh, and I'm going to go ahead and enter the same credentials and try logging in. Let's see what happens. And boom, we are actually logged in, guys. So now this deployed React application is actually communicating with our deployed backend or our deployed API. That's the Node Express API. So this is how you deploy a MERN Stack application using the continuous deployment method. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.